Well, good morning, gentlemen. Hope all is well with you folks.
How's it going? Anybody here? Good day, good morning, hello, 24/7 family. Hope all is well with everybody. Happy Monday, folks.
What's up, Kiwi?
Not too much, brother. How are you doing, man? How you feeling?
Yeah, doing all right. Just waking up, making some breakfast.
Yes, sir. Wait for my bus. Day in the office today.
It's the morning again in Flatland. And this morning, 300 Globetillions have woken up to the message and now proud to call themselves FE. And also this morning, the message is spread further and wider than it has just 4 short years ago. So why would we ever want to go back to the way things were just 4 short years ago? Anybody hiding around here this morning?
Morning, Leonard. I can hear you. Now you're breaking up a little bit.
Unfortunately, somebody's not feeling in the saddle in there.
Yeah, you're back to the Roboto.
Well, I guess this helium shortage really has affected the part of the world. All right, I should be coming in a little better now. Is this any better?
Yeah, sure, that's a lot better.
Yeah, I think I get over to the into the area where they've got a little more helium in the balloons, so the signal bounces a little further over here. Yeah, so how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Enough work.
Yeah, and I'm heading that direction as we speak. Yeah, we had some good chats on the server this weekend. Yesterday was a good day. And then Saturday, there were a couple interesting ones.
Yeah, I heard you talking the other day, saying something about you have some meetups up there, up in Indiana. My got in-laws up there. I go up there all the time. So if you ever have a meetup, I'm gonna try to keep in touch with you. I definitely like going to meetup.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping this summer to try to see if we can get one around somewhere around Indianapolis, one somewhere around, say, like Cincinnati, and one somewhere around, say, like Louisville, Kentucky. See if we can just, make that triangle this summer.
Yeah, that was great for me.
Yeah. I'm one out in North Vernon, Indiana. I, just set the date more or less, and heck, 10 people showed up, believe it or not. This come to.
Yeah, I went. With it had a meetup down in Nashville, or south of Nashville a couple of years ago, and I went down there to see him. That's the only meetup I've ever been at.
Yeah. Now, did you say you live towards Owensboro?
No, I live down close to Bowling Green.
Oh, okay. Fair County and a bit in Greene County. So, yeah, I've got family all around that area there. Yeah, no, somebody, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I go snow skiing up there, perfect north up there, and just west of Cincinnati. I think it's Lawrenceburg or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. I've heard of it, but I think you're right. It's right around there, Lawrenceburg. It's just kind of just a little west of 275.
Yeah, things have been a bit quiet this morning. Yeah, I got on and I just heard you, and I haven't heard anybody else yet. I heard you talking. I didn't know if you're just trying to get it going, maybe.
Yeah, I get on if it's quiet, and I'll start rambling about something comes to the top of my head. Like this morning, I was rambling about the Ronnie Reagan commercial. It's morning again in America. So I'll pick something and start rambling, and sometimes it'll get somebody to start jabbering, or sometimes one day it obviously didn't.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's a lot of fun to go to the meetups. We had a bunch in Florida last year, and I need to start contacting some of the people again and try to inspire them to start doing the meetups again this year if they've not been. I don't think they have been, but they've really got to get their meetups going. They had them last year. There was a guy who was down visiting for the winter, and he set them up all through like South Florida. So pretty much every week, if you wanted to, you could drive an hour and a half and find one. And because it just once it became summer, it was just too hot. And so they're definitely a lot of fun because you get people you agree with, people you disagree with, a lot like being on the server, but then meeting in real life, it's totally a different dynamic.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think people definitely talk different when face to face than when they're online or behind a keyboard or, you know. And then some people are just people and they just be themselves.
Oh, yeah. And you get a lot of people that show up to those that would never come into a Discord server. They'd never go on a fascist book group. They would never. They'd never do any of that stuff. They'd just go on and have a, go to some of the meetups and Flattoberfests and stuff like that. Yeah, there's a guy in Lexington. He's not on Fascist Book, nor is he on Discord, but he goes around to different universities flat smacking. I need to actually check in him this week. I've not talked to him in a while, so I probably need to try to call him and check on him. So the more mediums like that we can get to, the better.
Morning, everyone.
Hey, good morning.
Is that you, Carr? Did you just pop in here with Barrington?
I think you bounced out.
Oh, he bounced out? Okay.
I think. Yes, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. Just checking in, taking care of some stuff in the morning, making some lunch for work. Hey, Carr, something to put on your radar, something that you and I do is look into cryptos. So one in particular I want you to look at is called BTT. You probably remember if we started off with that in the very first time that we were doing crypto like many years ago.
Yeah.
There's a new version of BTT, and it's really, really cheap. Right now, of course, it's a bear market, so we're kind of lying low, but dollar cost average on that BTT.
That's like a Bravo Tango Tango?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Do it on the BEP20 side. So Binance Smart Chain.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, scoop up a little bit. You don't have to, not a lot. Just whatever you can do. But it's super cheap, and if it explodes back to 1 penny like it was, you can see the chart. If the bull run takes it back to a penny, there's like 4 zeros, maybe 5.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at it. So, and it's what a lot of the tokens are going to be running. The smart contracts are going to be running on multi-chain connectivity. Anyway, something to look at.
And good morning, Miggy.
How you doing, Barrington?
All right, just heading into the office. The week. I guess this morning we don't have any Globies yet. I guess they're still sleeping off their weekend trollathons. Well, you all have a good day. I'm going to head over to Oakley server a few minutes, see if there's any. Be in the office here shortly thereafter. So you all have a good day, and I'll talk with you here in another, maybe later today. If not.
See you, Barrington.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning, Chris.
What's going on, Miggy?
Not too much.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, that silence it used to hurt, a couple months back, but now I look at it like I just hear like crowds cheering in the back like Flat Earth has done it. You know what I mean? Like that silence is like here just because the globe has been stopped, at least in this very room. So I just want to say hats off to everybody.
There isn't
But yeah.
anything. Yeah, there isn't anything more that they can do to resuscitate this idea.
Oh, it's dead. Yeah. Yeah, my daughter was asking me this morning because I showed her my Flowbot's curvature. Like I can prove the Earth has no curvature, and they're just teaching her the ball right now, so she's got like a lot of questions. And she heard the word curvature, and she was like, "What is that?" Because she was like, they told us the Earth is a ball, but what is curvature? And I was like, well, curvature is something. It's a property of a geometry, in which something is constantly going in basically the same direction. Curvature, like a circle, just kind of explaining basic geometry to her. And it's just funny because she's like, yeah, I don't see that. I was like, good, like, it's just humbling, like, seeing your 8-year-old daughter grow up and be, I don't know, I think I told you guys one time, because I didn't teach her about flat Earth. She actually asked me when she was 5 years old, she goes, is the Earth moving? And I asked her, well, you tell me. And she's like, no, I don't think it is. And I go, that's a great answer. I don't feel it either. But, man, I tell you, the ride of even just in 3 years' time, it's amazing to see these kids grow. And I just wonder what these next generations will be, especially, with the families that we have in here. And I don't know. I just have a lot of optimism seeing that sunrise today.
Well, it's awesome, man. But like we can always ask the next generation of people that come in here. So we have Dripzinator that just joined us. Dripzinator, are you there?
What's going on, Drip?
You have control of your mic if you want to talk to us. Dripzinator, are you there? Okay, we don't got Dripzinator that's here right now. Maybe he's just AFK or she's AFK. It's all good. But yeah, it's a beautiful thing when the young ones are asking us questions and we can answer them correctly without having to input any information that no one can perceive.
Absolutely.
Speak the truth. That's all you need to do.
Because I used to ask my mom and dad the same questions. They're like, I don't know, it's a ball. They were just kind of parroting whatever they thought, and it's not their fault. I don't wake up like mad at my mom and dad about it, but it's just crazy to notice that change and what an impact it'll have for the good. I think for the better.
Yep. A lot of people are confused about the shape of the Earth conversation. They input a lot of things where they don't know. And just
absolutely.
Recently, I've been on a campaign to expose the idea that how we address the topic. I think that from the beginning of the movement back in 2014, 2015, we really started to get to figure out a way to have conversations about the topic of the shape of the Earth. But I don't think that we really honed our skills as to like how it's supposed to be done. And I think within the last couple of years, we really started to advance our craft at like this arena of like debate and discussion. So now the server has really kind of been leading the charge for how we address topics. And I've I've really been giving kind of like a short lessons as to the psychology behind the reason why we do certain things the way we do, and don't approach the topic the way we normally would. And it gives, maybe I should write a book or something, man. I'm thinking like seriously. But and the reason being is because like it has more to do with like how we were taught or told that the Earth is a globe, and we don't have any tools to kind of assess the information. There's nothing, because it's all leaning towards the side of like where academia has given us this information to not what can I say here? Like there's a lot of caveats to like our understanding about the Earth being a globe, right? Being that we can't understand the nature of our reality due to the fact that we can't trust our senses. So there's a lot in the way of like how we absorb the information as a young child, and then growing into the critical thinking stage where we're actually really asking the questions, right? Trying to figure things out. Then we are told that we can't trust our senses and so forth. So it's like there's a lot of confusion, and with that, the confusion part, it's like it's easy to have an authoritative figure to look up to when you don't have a grapple on what is real or not. So if you're very confused and someone says they're an expert, well, that's a perfect soil for them to plant any type of idea in your mind. So when they do that and you think of yourself as very insignificant in the realm of like how much intellect you need to attain a certain knowledge, then it's easy for them to usurp their authority over you because of the fact that you are dwarfed in their supposed pseudo intellect. It's pseudo because it's not really something that's intellectual. It's just something that it sounds like it's high sounding, so it's lofty, and you don't know how to approach it because it's like you basically don't do a job that what they claim that they do. So you're just a regular old Joe, that probably has a normal job somewhere in a cubicle, and you don't really deal with this kind of stuff. So therefore, the answer, well, I'm not a scientist, comes out usually in midway of the conversation or towards the end. Because they will claim, well, why are you looking at me? I'm not the guy who figured this out. Go talk to that guy. But it's weird because when we talk about this subject, you got all kinds of people coming in from everywhere on Earth into the server saying, the Earth's a globe, dude. Come on. You guys really think the Earth's flat? Whatever. Like, you guys are nuts. But you have that, right? And you don't have them able to defend that. Only they come in here saying that because it's a religious belief that they have. They don't know they have a religious belief, but it's true. They do have one. I point that out to them every single time. It's just a belief. You don't have anything that you can say is evidence. What, your pictures from NASA? That's funny. Can you go and take a picture from that place that they took in? Well, of course not. I can't go there. I need a rocket.
I don't have enough money.
How easy do you think it is to get a rocket or to get it in a rocket? Is that pretty easy? Logistically, can you just let's go drive down the rocket store let's go drive down to where we can go jump in a rocket real quick, get in one, go fly up and look down and then say, oh, wow, look at the Earth. It's a globe. Can't do that. So a lot of ideas that you guys out there might have about this are incorrect. Your hypotheticals are incorrect. What if we start from where we're at and fly around the Earth all the way around? And then, you know what's weird though? Because we're always sharpening our skills in the server, right? Like as to how to assess a topic or a specific point. When somebody brings up that hypothetical, typically we should stay away from it. But it's not usually ignored. The flat earther these days, or you could say the ones who want to kind of say something, will say,
Well, the compass points north. So basically, you're just course correcting for if you're going from east to west, you're basically going to fly, making a right turn all the way around until you come back around to where you were. But is that true? And we start to investigate why we say the things that we do. There's a lot to deal with how Flat Earth has been getting it wrong for a while, like within like the context of how we present things, assumptions that we make, and nobody looks at those things because we're FE, right? We're supposed to be the staple for truth. But I do. I listen to everything that we say, and are those correct to say? Are we verifying the thing? Who's holding us accountable for what the things that we say? Globe Earthers? Well, they're confused. They don't know anything. They don't even know their own paradigm, much less be able to hold us accountable. However, each other, right, whatever we say, how can we verify the things that we are saying? So hypotheticals are just that, hypotheticals. They shouldn't be entertained into the realm of the really is level. So when we start to engage with somebody and somebody goes to a hypothetical, we need to stop the conversation and say, redirect into a better way of proposing what they're trying to say. Because in reality, we can't use hypotheticals. You either get in a plane and go somewhere or you don't. So getting in a plane and going all the way around the earth until you come back to the same place you left from is not something that ever happens in reality, ever. So what is real? What can we do? What is possible? Well, that stuff can be explored and talked about. And that's why I'm always like, when we start correcting ourselves and getting to the points where things actually make sense, then we have truth on our side. That is where truth lies, not where we're entertaining hypotheticals and then proposing some sort of flat earth model where we got magnetic north in the center and we're moving a compass around that magnetic point. That sounds lovely and dandy. But how is that verified? Oh, come on. It just has to be. It has to work that way. How else can flat earth work? Well, I don't know. You tell me. I'm not making anything up. I'm only telling you what I can see, what I can use, what can practically be done. That's where I'm going with this. Where are you going with this? Do you want to assume everything? Just like the globalists did? Yeah, I'm speaking to our community this time. And that's the thing. Sharpen your arguments. What can be done? What is able to be verified? If the thing that you're saying is not, then why would you entertain that? For funsies, perhaps? For the lulz? I don't know. But it sure doesn't have any place in natural physical reality, which was the case for when somebody brings something up and it doesn't have anything to do with, reality in and of itself. Then you'll hear me chime in. I have to hold everyone to task to make sure that we are providing the best possible information for our side. It's void of speculation, and it's void of like assumptions and inferences, and we don't need to do all that. Those embellishments were used for the globe to propose ideas, something happening outside of your perception. I don't know. Can you guys follow what I'm saying?
No, I completely agree, man. Just because, I was talking to actually a Globie that, I've been talking to a lot, trying to help him. And it definitely doesn't help to add anything that's not verifiable. Because then, it's like, well, then how did you get that? Because that's all I'm saying to him. Like, well, who told you that? Well, who told you that? Because he was bringing up Pangea. He was like, oh, we know the continents shaped together and yada, yada, yada. And I was like, what? According to this projected map? Like, did you go to every seashore and, oh, yeah, look, they do connect like puzzle pieces. And actually pointing that out for them, that you don't actually know that. I mean, it could be reality, sure, but I've never verified it. So why are we even talking about it? And sometimes even just saying that for them are like, oh crap, I haven't ever verified that, which was kind of his case. But I mean, this guy's kind of staunched. He's just like, I believe in this and I'm 99% sure of that. And I was like, okay, you just said you're 99% sure. Can you only be 0 or 100%? You either know or you don't know. And that throws them off a little bit, but they actually come around. They go, oh yeah, you can't be 99% sure of something. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm about to teach this like next semester, and I teach a lot of lecture courses, so I get to talk a lot, and I see that mind virus all the time. Especially not just flat Earth, but honestly across the board of other topics. Well, there's more of a gray area between this and that, and they try and make people comfortable for some reason. I have honestly no idea, but I don't know. This room has taught me a lot of like how to talk about something, even just the vocabulary. I know you guys probably experienced it too. How many times we probably said globe, as we were learning about, our Earth. And I was like, oh yeah, crap. No, why do I keep saying globe? Or why do I keep saying worldwide? And they put it in everything, so it's, nobody kind of just wakes up tomorrow and is like, yeah, you know what? It's flat. But it does make you wonder, if I would have just woken up and we didn't have this NASA system and this mind virus everywhere, would we just go about our lives and be like, oh shit, like, why are we here? We'd start asking that more and honestly find the creator, I think. But yeah.
The mind virus knows no boundaries. It crosses over into flat Earth. There's a lot of residual baggage. I always talk about that leaches over from the way we used to think as a globalist to still how we are as a flat earther. And,
it's like a comfort. I don't know what it is. Psychologically,
it gets us to think that if we start to talk about reality in an objective way, we become some kind of cultist mentality, like formulating, like where we know things. It's like, but that's the thing. How else are we supposed to communicate? If I'm telling you I'm driving a car, you better damn well be sure that I'm doing the thing that I'm saying. Like, why am I going to tell you that I'm doing something that I'm not sure that I'm doing? I believe I'm driving a car. What the hell does that sound like? It sounds like somebody doesn't know what's going on, right? Like, isn't that sound kind of crazy when I pose it that way? I believe I'm driving a car. I'm at a sandwich shop. I'm eating a turkey sandwich. I believe I'm eating a turkey sandwich. I don't know. I could be swimming in an ocean. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, why are we now just, well, in this realm, we can discuss it in a way like to think about things in a different way. No, it's nonsense. And I try to tell people about this. I'm like, guys, wake up. This isn't a part of our way that we communicate with others. And if we're going to say that it's okay to say you're 99.99999% sure that you're doing something, there is something so wrong with the world and how we're thinking. So very wrong. Like, we've gotten away from reality so much that nobody wants to be held accountable. And like I said, this leaches over into flat Earth because this mind virus latches onto everything. It doesn't just stay with globalists. It stays with people who think that the reality is malleable that way, that they can't be sure of anything because that's not how science works. So we got some issues here, man, like huge ones. And that's the thing, though, because they will try to downplay what we are saying. And I'm not saying I'm not 99.9. I'm saying 99.999% sure. Like, it's almost like saying, well, I'm not walking. I'm walking fast.
Right. I'm not driving a car. It's actually a truck.
It's a truck. Like, it's a slight variance, right? And no, that's not what we're saying, because a sliver of a doubt is a sliver of a doubt. Is a sliver of a doubt. You can't downplay that at all. It is a sliver of a doubt, which means If you're using the word belief anywhere, then hell, it could be something else. It doesn't have to be a slight variance of whatever it is you're saying, because that's dumb. That
I
is.
wanted to throw it. Sorry.
Go ahead, Kiwi.
I just want to throw in a quick idea, quick thing. Could you imagine if one of your friends saw you, like, hey, I just saw Miggy at the sandwich shop and he was getting a roast beef sandwich, right? And then you're at the sandwich shop talking to your friend. You're like, yeah, I got a turkey sandwich. People, right, would start to talk and say, hey, is Miggy okay? Because he's telling me one thing, but I see him doing something else.
That's the thing about what we're saying here, though, is when somebody's wrong, how would you know? How would you know somebody was wrong if you were correcting them? How would you know if you didn't know? You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole thing. If somebody's wrong and you're correcting them, well, how do you know that you're correcting them? What if you're wrong because you have a sliver of a doubt on reality anyways? You could be wrong. You might as well just check out of reality and say, you know what? I don't know anything. What can I know? I know. I can know that I think, therefore I am. That's it. Well, how stupid is that? If that's the only thing you know of yourself. Because, like I'm saying, man, I really want to get down to back to where we're sensible people. We can reason with each other. We're using logic, define terms. Everything means something because it's already been, we've studied things, we can know things, stuff that's around us, right? And my caveat to we can know things is that we can't just arbitrarily give something that's unknown properties and values. Well, that's the sun. It's we got nuclear fusion happening on the surface, and it's got light emanating from the surface to your eyeball. It takes 8 minutes for that to happen, but for the actual light to be produced within inside the sun, it takes about 1 million years. That's stupid. You can't verify anything like that. So that's not defined. What the sun is defined as. We can define the sun as what everybody can experience, right? The effects. That's absolutely true. Objectively, we can't deny that. The thing that you can deny is when they're starting to add extra values, things that are extra perceptions that nobody knows. Certain values, like the amount, the time it takes for light to enter your eyeball from the sun. You can't turn the sun off and then turn it back on to then say, okay, we're going to do this test where we're shutting the light off and then we're turning it back on. So now we can see the time travel. There's a whole bunch of missing things there. So there's a lot of assertions that happen when you define terms have to be things that what it actually is versus the thing that people are embellishing it to be. So we have to make distinctions, right? We use discernment. What does level mean? Why does it mean what it means? Are we observing what level means? And that's the thing. Are we able to build a foundation with the term? And then if everything checks out, then that's what we agree on. Why not, right? That's a cat, the properties of a cat, and everything we can discover about a cat and so forth. And it would change its values from what a turtle is. This is a turtle. This is what a turtle does. So, and the reason why I'm getting this down to the where you're specifying things is because if we don't do that, then we don't have definitions and we don't know what reality is because we haven't agreed on it. Well, how do you know that's a cat? Well, I don't think it's a cat. I believe it's one. That's stupid, isn't it? When you think about stuff, it's it leaches into different things. So that mind virus goes into every facet of our life. Things that are valuable to us, it'll creep into that, right? Our perception of who we are as people. Are you a man or a woman? I go sliver of a doubt, man. It could be. I could be, something else. Maybe I'm a dog or something. I don't know. Maybe today I can dress up one and you can identify me as one and call me one. I have a sliver of a doubt that I don't know. I could be human. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm some kind of alien or something. This is the craziness that we start getting into, and that's why I'm saying it deteriorates. The first thing that it does is starts to deteriorate the first thing it touches, which is like what your perception is on like natural and physical reality. And then it leaches into different things. And you think that it's cool to say these things. Well, it's kind of cool, man. We don't have we're not locked down to anything. We can stay kind of agile. We just like move around. Oh yeah, I don't believe that to be true. I don't know. I can know that with a certain level of certainty. That's it. I don't know. Well, good for you that you don't know anything. That's wonderful. Now, everything's up for grabs. So you can just skip rocks with this thing over here and everything's hunky-dory, right? Where you're trying to say, you come in here, well, the Earth's a globe. And we're like, nah, well, how do you know? Because scientists, duh, bro. And it's like, okay, you're going to side with the academic side of things where people are just saying things and you don't even know how it's proven to be a globe. That's crazy. But so it's okay because there's no accountability on your part. Yeah, you can just throw your hands up and say the Earth's a globe, duh. And then we're like, how is it a globe? You're like, well, I don't know. Ask the scientist. That's easy enough, isn't it? You don't have to be accountable for anything. And that's what we do in here. When you step foot in here and you start asking questions, then we start demanding evidence because you don't know anything about the globe. I can provide evidence for you to actually demonstrate to you how you don't know anything. So that's what we're doing. We're exposing the idea that you have all along just believed that the Earth is a globe and you don't know that it is. To everybody that's listening right now, you are just a globe believer. You don't know the Earth's a globe. I can tell you that with 100% assurance. Isn't that weird how I can be certain that way? But it's true. I can be. I can sit back and just demonstrate to you all day long how you have no knowledge that the Earth is exactly a globe. But the same way, remember that whole idea, 99.999 to whatever 10th decimal place, if you want to put it that way, assurance is not that's the dumbest thing that you could say. It's better off for you to just say, I'm not sure. That way you can skip all this like 99.9% BS. And if you're in that camp and you're in flat earth, then my friend, you're in some troubled waters there. Because think about it like this. If you're that sure of flat earth, then you're not. Just going to put it down to you like that. You're not sure of flat earth. You might as well just be on the fence. You're not sure of anything. And that's a scary place to be because we know things. And you can know things. But to say that you can know, maybe it's just sophistry, but it's a level of certainty. Oh, we can only know things to a certain extent. We do have limited knowledge, right? And I agree with that much. But the extent of our knowledge and what we gather from the things that we understand are objective. Meaning, that's a man, that's a woman, that's a cat, that's a dog. And at no time is going to be a plane or a boat or whatever, a race car.
That reminds me when Mr. Sensible came in and you guys were bickering about like this exact thing. Well, like he was going, well, you can't really know anything. And you were like, well, I know water boils at this temperature at sea level. And you just, nothing, crickets.
Dude,
what do you mean you can't know something, Mr. Sensible? That's ridiculous,
Yeah, I eviscerated him because he knew, and he agreed with me, didn't he?
He did.
And he tried to, he knew that I eviscerated him on that point, and he tried to move the goalpost so that it could suit his, argument. Well, if you're going higher in elevation, of course, we all know that it's like, yeah, no duh. I'm not disagreeing with that. We all know that too. Like, what? You're just proving another point that we can know something. Like, higher elevation isn't rescuing your point. It's actually enforcing mine. It's still manning mine. So go ahead, take me to another location, and then tell me what temperature water boils at because we're gonna agree. How's that? You know, that should get you to think that if we're agreeing on something, that means that it's objective, man. So this 99.9, oh, it's so rich with these guys, though, man. We can know, though, however, spectroscopy tells us the truth. It's 100% certain that spectroscopy. And I'm like, dude, of all the things that you could latch onto to think that's 100%, this is the one you choose? When you look up at a night sky and see a star, red shift, blue shift, well, one of them's coming towards us and the other one's going away with their colors. And then, because of their hues, you know, you're starting to tell me their physical makeup? This is absurd. What is this madness? Like, I mean, people are going off and saying whatever they want, and everyone's just believing them, man. You know, man. I mean, maybe it's because it's in the books and that, and people are just like, well, it says so right here. Encyclopedia right there, and there it is. It's in a paragraph. Can't you see? Yeah, I can see there's words on the book. But how does that correspond to reality? Where in that is it saying that this is what they know? I'm telling you, man, like I put it in simple terms so that people can understand. I know it's a bit more intricate and complicated how we got deceived and like where we're at with the hierarchy and, you know, the structure of like, you know, how people learn things. But the most redundant way is like there was a guy a long time ago, right? Because people like stories. There was a guy a long time ago who looked up at the night sky and wondered what those things were in the sky. And then he thought to himself, well, that thing right there is a gas giant. And I'm going to tell others that because of my thought of what it is, I can say that this gas giant is bigger than this other light in the sky by way of saying that it's a different size and mass, and I can give it physical properties arbitrarily and then pass this information down of what I think it is to somebody else, and maybe they can see what I'm saying. And when that was actually told, the person latching onto that information was just like, wow, this is genius. How did you come up with this information? This is nice. I like this. I like to know what things are. Yeah, that light in the sky is a gas giant. And so propagating it forward, putting it down on paper, and now everybody's reading things, and we're just assuming that all these things are already figured out. So you get these guys that come in here and girls and start telling us about our paradigm via information they learned at school. Well, we learned that at school, that we have this many planets. These are what the physical properties of these planets are made of. This is what space is, and all kinds of things. And then when you get right down to it, back to the story, right? Where did this primary source? Where did this originate? Who said this? Why do you know this? And it all goes back to somebody at one point in time, like I said, looked up at the night sky and just wondered what those things were, and then said a few words. Somebody thought that those words were cool, and they wrote them down, and now you have the information you have. That's all it is, really. Some guy's idea. And you guys are actually thinking it's real with this globe nonsense. And I'm always pointing out to you, how do you know that? Somebody just told you this via somebody a long time ago was thinking about the earth being something, and they were like, the earth is this because I think it is. So it shall be, right? And without even knowing, just, you know, we're going to put some math to whatever this thing is. And that's it. And it's like how it was actually conceived. Tell me it wasn't made that way. If you got an idea of how it was actually brought to us, because that's redundant as the way I said it, it's just the way it came about. People thought that they were going to exclaim whatever the entire realm of existence that we're on right now. They did some math and they gave us that idea. That's all we have. Just an idea. Nothing verified. People say like, well, we verified it. It's right there in the book. That's how I can verify it. No, dude. The actual field test where you're going out to on this earth and you're comporting that information over into reality. So whatever they're claiming it is, it has to measure the exact thing that it is. That never happens ever, 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 ever. Ever. But you're welcome to try. Click on the link. It's in the description. Come in here, provide your evidence for the earth being what it is, and we'll talk about it. I guarantee there isn't any evidence. 100%. At least not the kind of evidence that we're talking about, that where evidence to you might be pictures from NASA. That's evidence. It's not evidence. Good morning, everyone. Hey, we got player one in here. What's up, player one?
I was just going to say good morning. It's Kiwi. Hi. Hello, player one. Hope you're well. Hello.
Hello.
I just unmuted you. If you wanted to speak, you can go ahead and do so. I'll give you VC verified.
Hey, I'm in the bathroom, like brushing my teeth and stuff. I could probably talk later.
Yeah, that's all good. Let me just give you
Thanks
the
for
VC.
or giving me voice.
No worries. We are always happy to talk to new people that join the server and get to know them a little bit more. So whenever you're done doing what you're doing, if you want to pop on here and just let us know what you think the shape of the earth is and why.
Any Pac-Man earthers here? Flat Earth Pac-Mans?
Not that I know of, but
You're aware of it, right?
Be surprised. So
you heard of that before though, right?
of course.
All right, sweet. That's all.
What was his name that came up with it? You remember the guy who was leading the charge, the beginning of the movement?
Gemini?
No, I don't know if it was Gemini. It was another guy's name. His name is like, once I hear it. He's
No,
like
I don't know.
a bald-headed guy.
I don't know. I'm not too big into like personhood. I just like information.
No, he's one of the main ones. I think if he's not the main one that made it. Here's the thing, man. Like it sounds ridiculous when you say it, Pac-Man model, but the idea behind it, it's like people don't understand. It's in other words, it's a speculation that I would entertain. It's a speculation that I would entertain. Speculation once again, not reality. Speculation, because reality is something that would be obvious and self-evident. So it's not self-evident to me that it's a Pac-Man model. So, but however, as a speculation, I could see it making sense. Does that make any sense? Like, I could see why people would say that, because it's like the only thing we recognize is east to west movement. But
yeah,
that changes, however, because there was a video in the Arctic where somebody got a time lapse of a sun moving and coming back and then going back again without having the idea that it would disappear. You know what I mean? Like, so that kind of throws a wrench in that. So the idea behind like the Pac-Man wouldn't work on the fact that in the north, you can see the sun go through its full kind of 24-hour cycle without even leaving the sky. Stays in the sky.
The Pac-Man has it where during like a summer for the northern hemisphere, it's not actually going fully east to west. It is going around the North Pole on that one. And conversely, during the winter, when the sun's on the other side, it's going around the South Pole for the sun. And that does explain 24-hour suns for both seasons.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I was saying before, like I'm not opposed to the speculation.
Yeah. I'm with you.
The speculation itself, it holds some type of thought about like how we don't understand exactly what the sun is. You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's a lot of people that are like, well, the sun moves in a circular pattern from spiraling outward from Cancer to Capricorn and back again. I'm like, well, that's genuinely nice to think about, but that in and of itself is a speculation. And I can provide evidence for that, right? Because you start to see the movements from northeast to northwest, which, of course, that would equal to a spiral pattern. But then you get in trouble when you go to the equinox. Well, that's moving straight across. And then furthermore, when you go past that equinox into the south, you go from southeast to southwest, which is completely opposite of the north.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? Like, that is where it doesn't make any sense to say that the sun is spiraling outward from Cancer to Capricorn and back again. So it doesn't appear that way to us. And that's why everybody can say, I can see the sun and it rises from here to here. And so what you're saying is incorrect to say that it spirals out and then to assume it. So it's not, listen, we can say that and then throw in a lot of other caveats like, well, it is spiraling, but it's because the glass dome that's on it gives it the idea that like when you're visually seeing the sun actually spiral, but it's not really spiraling because optically it's going to go through the glass, and the glass is like, have you ever seen two arrows that are going behind a glass of water? How when you change, they'll flip around. So they'll say like that's the perspective of like what happens to the sun when it passes the equinox, it flips around. But I mean, everything can hold its certain like weight within it, and we can speculate, no problem. Like that to me, like I said, it was healthy to think about like the Pac-Man idea with like Pac-Man. People use that term, and it's kind of like makes it a little bit funny to say.
Yeah, it's like it makes it non-serious, but I mean, for those in the know, that's just the immediate. I could also say dual pole model, the polyphonic model, the stereographic model.
You could say something. I mean, but Pac-Man is kind of a trigger thing, and I get that. But so if you only can witness the sun from horizon to horizon, and if you wanted to get like kind of crazy with it, you could say, well, let's try to follow the sun. If we're in a flight and the sun is moving towards the west, right? And we're saying that we're getting in a flight heading west, then are we going to gain at least, because the ground speed is somewhere in the range of like 1,000 miles per hour.
Well, there is no need for anyone to even look at the Pac-Man model until they realize that the Pac-Man model, or if anyone's triggered by that word, I can call it something else. The dual pole model, let's call it that. The dual pole model fixes a lot of holes in the AE model. There's no reason to look at any other model besides the AE model while knowing the Earth is flat with no curvature. But that was why people looked into that the dual pole model. Is because, and I'm just repeating myself, it just fixed a whole bunch of questionable but holes in the AE model. Earthquakes, tsunamis, sunlight, equinox like shadows, the southern hemisphere, the southern stars. This Pac-Man model fixes a lot of these difficulties while not giving up and staying true to the fact that Earth is a level plane and stationary, and the sun and moon and stars are close to us, and we're contained, and there is no gravity. All of these, that's it. So go ahead.
No, but you're saying is like there's a lot of ways that we can talk about the Earth with objective truth. And then the things that we go into the realm of speculation are the things that we make observations on to like kind of correspond with let's say an idea, right? So the idea with like Pac-Man model has, check this out, man, because I don't want to like, I'm not going to get somebody to think about it differently, but the book of Enoch talks about like portals that the sun goes through, 7 gates rather. So going through 7 gates that it travels through, there's a lot to deal with in the sense of like there's a physical and reality to like everything that we see, and then there's a spiritual side to everything, like because we're both intertwined with physical and spiritual. Like whether people want to believe that or not, that is the truth. We have like what we call the meat suit, where you exist in the physical form, and then there's an essence, which is your spirit, which exists in the meat suit that you're in right now. Like, because it's easy to see. When something doesn't exist in that meat suit anymore, it's void of, it's not animated anymore. So think of it like a glove. The glove in and of itself is not anything, but when you put the hand in it, it starts to move around. It's animated by the hand. So that's what the meat suit is. It's the glove. And the essence is the spirit, which is like the hand. It goes in the glove and it animates it. So that's what we are. We are like a big meat suit with the essence or a spirit. And that spirit that's inside of it is what animates it and what makes it you. You are you because of it. You're functioning within inside of a machine. So I don't know if you want to call it ghost in a machine or whatever, but think about it like in that sense, so that it doesn't confuse those who are not religious, let's say. But at the same time, the things that are unknown to this world and the visions that were given to those people that were selected in the past, like Enoch, they gave us an extra perception from the standpoint of the divine, the creator. And so when we hear about such things, we can think about them in a certain way, but at the same time, they're not these things, and I would say it this way strongly, they're not verifiable. So in the realm of the really is level, we cannot say that they are verifiable, that this is what objective truth is. However, we can say from the standpoint of the spiritual that they are. I know this might not make sense to some people because they don't follow the Book of Enoch, or they don't understand, some of these ideas that the unknowns can be in the metaphysical. But that's kind of like what we're dealing with here, because they're unknowns. So the unknowns become something that people want to say, that's a bunch of crap. You can't say that. Well, how can I not say that? They're unknowns. My speculations are just as valid as yours, aren't they? When we're talking about what the sun's doing. Because I can make observations on the sun and then I can speculate. Also, people that have said that, their holy text could say something would also speak to what they could say the sun is on a speculation level as well. Because they can believe whatever the text says and whatever. It's just, think about it as another way of looking at our observations. But we, and even myself included, I would always caveat with the fact that it is a speculation. The moment it becomes as a matter of fact, then that's when I'm like, okay, now you're going to have to provide evidence. And what I mean by evidence is not just making an observation, but if you said that it's something's there that I can't verify, then you're in trouble, because you just made a matter of fact statement that cannot be verified. So it's not something that can be verified. So, and I would put it this way. The idea that there are two poles, let's say, player one, I would say it goes in the realm of where if somebody makes a matter of fact statement, the actual pole itself will have to be verified. If we can see the sun do something and say, because of such things, we can claim a Pac-Man model, let's say, then I think that would be somewhere in the realm of like okay to say as speculation. But not in the realm of the really.
The Pac-Man model doesn't make any claims. It doesn't claim to know what the stars are or what the sun is or any of that stuff, just like you just explained. It just tries to, and we don't live on a model, but it tries to demonstrate where things are on how we think the world works. Without trying to give additional metadata to that which we don't know, and we can probably never know.
Now that's what I can get behind, right? That right there. That's something that I can be like, okay, yeah, I would entertain this, because to me, what speaks to me about what I see is exactly what would make sense from the idea that nobody else, unless, like I said, because I think it's timeanddate.com, and they're not precise, I would say, but they're more around the less of the range of like how fast something would be moving according to its ground speed. So the ground speed of the sun moving across the sky is somewhere around the range of 900 to 1,000 miles per hour, which is kind of the think of the impression that people get from the globe, thinking that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Because look at the ground. Just go to timeanddate.com for everybody listening to me right now, and look at the ground speed for the sun, of how fast it travels. And you're somewhere in the ballpark of like the 900 mile per hour range to like 1,000 something, but you're always teetering back and forth from that.
Here's one of the reasons for the necessity of the Pac-Man model is the seasons on the AE map. The sun, it's going around. It goes between tropic to tropic, goes between Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. The issue is on the AE model that the Pac-Man model fixes is the literal distance, the land path, the amount that the sun's traveling in one season versus the other is a vastly different distance based on the design of the model. And what that means is if you take on the AE map, the circle of Tropic of Capricorn is a lot bigger than the circle of the Tropic of Cancer. If you were to take these circles and the circumference, if you were to take these circles and just cut them, put a cut in them and turn it into a straight line, the Tropic of Capricorn circle, aka its perimeter, its circumference is almost 80% larger than Tropic of Cancer. And the problem specifically here is nothing to do with what we think the sun is, or it's a light, or it's real, or it's not real, or it's a reflect. It's none of those. It's the mere fact of speed equals distance over time. For us to know the speed of something, the very speed you just mentioned on this website, it has to have a distance that it travels, factoring in the time that it traveled that distance. If that's the case, for a sun to make a full rotation, it being local, it could be in the Earth, it could be a reflection outside of the Earth. That what we know is the sun is orbiting, and when it's summer in the northern hemisphere, the sun is more near Tropic of Cancer. It's more near the North America, and it's on the flat Earth map. It goes in one 24-hour cycle. It goes, makes a full rotation and comes back to where it was.
Well, and
if that distance it travels in that 24-hour period, that's how you derive the speed. It's a simple formula with 3 variables.
Yeah.
Conversely,
I thought you were done. Go ahead, player one.
The last point. Conversely, if you look at the sun during kind of where we're at right now in terms of season, near winter solstice, the sun in the same 24 hours as Cancer, it's going around the entire Tropic of Capricorn. That's a distance it's going. And for that to work, the sun would have to speed up about literally like 80%. The math, I don't remember the numbers, but it's almost 2 times the amount. And we just don't see that.
Well, now that you're done,
thank you.
I think the only thing that made sense for me is not that there's 2 poles. I think the fact is like the biblical reference to me, I think it trumps the speculational side of where I think we're at with this whole thing, like flat Earth and everything. So whatever you might have gotten from whatever person was saying that as a speculation,
for myself, this is a simple topic. We can all do this.
Yeah. I feel like the biblical model, or the way it was proposed, 4 corners. That's how I'm looking at it, right? So you got 4 corners of the earth, and each corner has different, let's say the idea that we're living on a flat plane, right? Then the 4 corners of the earth would then represent like the 4 winds. Yeah, so then what we're doing within that is, how can you move something from one place to the other and then back again without having the idea that it's like going in a circle, because you don't see that. Like you don't observe that.
I hear you. It's not convenient. It's not logical. No one would want to do it. It would actually raise a question to a flat earther. Just why are you doing this? Why Pac-Man? Why not AE?
Yeah. Listen, AE has a lot of problems in and of itself, which I've seen before. Like even there's been, and I don't know how long you've been a flat earther, but I've been from like, I guess the movement is conception, like on the explosion of the internet. So I was here when I heard mostly all the camps that were brought up between then. But like the Pac-Man model, like that was brought up, I saw a lot of holes in it in and of itself. Like, so I was like, it's not. There's no, like the concept of two poles becomes a bit too far out there for me. The Pac-Man model that I can ascribe to is the biblical Pac-Man model, and I say it that way because it's going to sound kind of funny when I actually put it that way. But it's 4 corners and 7 gates, and the sun's moving through these gates, and every gate that it moves through, that it's going across the sky, it's going to go from one place to the other, and then when it transitions over, and some people would say, well, how do you get from one place to the other on the earth? Like, it's, circumnavigate, that's something, right? Well, we actually fly from port to port. So we go from airport to airport, right? Or from whatever boat docking port to another boat docking port. So we're not ever going to travel in a beeline, towards in a circle pattern towards anything. Like that never happens. And if somebody thinks that's happening,
shadows, earthquakes, tsunami, flight paths, distances, the sun, the stars, 2 poles. Those are a lot of reasons.
Yeah, but the poles idea is more of a globalist type of deal there, because you got circumnavigation.
We don't know the nature of the stars. We don't know what all we know is just lights. The nature of the lights that we're looking at in the southern hemisphere is very similar to the nature of the lights that we're looking at in the northern hemisphere.
Player one, you're running over me, bro. Like I'm allowing you to speak, but you're running over me when I'm trying to get to the finish of my conception of like the Pac-Man model.
Stick to the point, and let's remove personhood out of it.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about myself.
Yeah, but let's not interrupt, because I think that's making it harder for people to listen to. You're jumping over me and running over me. All right, so the Pac-Man model, it's like when you're saying 2 poles, and like I'm looking at the globe from this perspective, right? Because they're coming at it with the same idea. When even AE comes at it with at least one.
Avoid passively asking right and implying approval when I don't deliver it, please.
Well, I'm talking
for me not to cut you out. You're asking a passive right and moving on like I agree with you. Let's not do that, please.
No, I don't care if you agree with me. I'm not saying that you are. What I'm saying is the statement between the idea from the globe Earth to this other Pac-Man model that you just said with the poles, right? Did you say poles, or did I hear you incorrectly? Go ahead and tell me if you said poles or not, just so I won't misquote you. Did you say that the Pac-Man model you're talking about has 2 poles?
The southern, on the globe model, on the Earth we think we live in, south of the hemisphere, those that look up into the sky, into the lights which we know nothing about, they're looking at the southern pole. It's an axis of rotation of stars, a whole different group of stars compared to the northern ones, and they're spinning in opposite direction. We don't know what it is. We don't know the manner of its mechanisms. We don't know its quality. We don't know anything except for what we're looking at. And the Pac-Man model with the 2 poles more accurately demonstrates what we see without knowing anything of it. Because to say that the northern hemisphere stars are the proper stars, we can model those. We can do a time lapse. It's orbiting. Yeah, and the southern hemisphere ones, we can do the same thing in the same manner, but they're different somehow. We don't know the nature of this light. We don't know anything about these stars. They're just lights. But somebody decided that, these ones in particular are different.
You're a runaway train, aren't you? You need to relax, bro. Like all I wanted to know is if you actually said,
Miggy, I'm out.
Yeah, you can leave. I'm gonna go ahead and talk about it anyways. It doesn't matter. So player one was describing 2 poles, which is I wanted to clarify, make sure that he was saying that. But and so he was saying the southern stars are rotating around a pole, the northern stars are rotating around a pole. I think the idea behind the pole idea is incorrect. The pole, that there's a pole there, that there's a central point in which all things are revolving around, and then we're going into the idea that because we're saying these things, that the sun is going ahead and doing the same thing. We don't see an entire rotation of the sun going around a pole. However, However, we
Other-
do see. Yeah, can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, however, we do see the stars moving around in a rotational pattern. The stars, however, show a better time-lapse footage to where the stars can look like they're making a rotational pattern. That's something that can be seen, and time-lapse footage can also represent that as well. So there's no mystery there. We can see that. But the idea that the actual thing that we see in the sky represented as what somebody would think a pole is, I think that would be something that is inconclusive to say that it is. What I do see, however, is stars moving from east to west. And depending if I'm looking north or south, then that's going to correspond with how the stars are going to move. The sun, however, is going to be moving in a direction according to the stars, because we would say, as we're looking in the night sky, that
What are you saying? You're throwing out random bits of info without really doing anything.
Yeah. So
the fact is, we see two manners of rotation with the lights that we see in the sky.
I need one of these right here. You're just going to keep interrupting me, and I think you're not allowing me to finish my point, which is okay. You can skip rocks if you want, and yeah, go ahead. Usually people that come in here pretty fired up about their specific models are way too passionate for this topic. And I think that in the realm of speculation, it's okay to have speculations, but to claim something as a pole and then to assert that it is, then that becomes a bit more along the lines as a matter of fact. And like I said before, we don't deal with matter of fact. And it's okay to have speculations, but when you are too passionate about it, I think you start to move it into the realm of like, no, you're not listening to me. It's like, bro, you're just proposing a speculation. And on top of that, you can't use it as a matter of fact to say to people that they're wrong about something if your speculation is just as wild. Like, so it's still a speculation. And I even caveat it with mine is like, mine's still a speculation, even though I follow it more of a biblical standard. But heck, I'm not saying that's how it is. I'm saying, well, coming from a standpoint of looking at it from the biblical text, I could say that it holds weight to say that the sun is moving through 7 gates. Because, I mean, if that's what metaphysically it's doing, then we can't say that about the sun because we observe it going through these gates. You know what I mean? Like, that's the important bit that we're the takeaway from this. But these are just speculations that we're having. And so I'm always prefacing the thing that I'm saying with that. Now, if you want to move to the really is level, I'll burn every Glober up instantly because you guys are living in a fantasy realm that's completely made up. So, like, what I speculate on is better than what you guys actually think it is. You guys use everything as a matter of fact. Now, the gentleman that was in here before with this Pac-Man model idea, I told him too, I was like, well, I could see where you're going with that, but at the same time, you guys who think that it is actually the Pac-Man model, no, that is wrong. I'm going to go in and tell you right now. You guys are incorrect. Your matter-of-fact Pac-Man model will just fly out the door just like everything else does because it's all speculation. So, but Flat Earth Denier, I see you on the YouTube live stream. Yeah, you're a complete imbecile. And I understand why, because you live in a fantasy. And that's okay. You can stay that way. You're a useful idiot in the text chat, so we'll just keep badgering you every now that you and again that you come on there. But like I said before, you guys are living a fantasy realm. We don't. And the reason why we can speculate is because it's a mystery to us. And it's okay to be speaking about things that are a mystery in a way that we can perceive it however we want. But we can always tell people that it's our speculation. So Pineapple, I'll lump you in the same category as Flat Earth Denier. You're useful idiots, and we'll continue to use what you say in the chat to kind of provoke other people to come in here and really talk about what's going on instead of your idiot ideas that you come up with and then start to say that you know things and you don't know jack. So,
Miggy, yeah, it's good to have people like that because others see how terrible their thinking is, and then they start wondering, do I look like that too? And people don't want to look like idiots.
Yeah, they're always I always use them for whenever I need to. I'll just pluck them out of the text chat and say something about what they say is so stupid, because they always say stupid things. So they're useful whenever I need to use them. Anyway, like people come in here with that much passion about their Pac-Man model or whatever model they have. I think that's pretty silly, to be honest. But people like that, and then he's trying to overtalk me and try to press his point. I'm like, dude, chill, man. What's your problem? We're talking over here, man. Like, so.
Yeah, I was just going to say to him, maybe if he screams it a bit louder, then it'll be true.
Yeah, maybe if you. No, it's this way. It's two sides. It's a pole. I'm like, dude, relax, bro. What have you ate this morning? You got them all. You're all riled up, man. Sometimes some people need to take a chill pill, man. It's like, goodness gracious. But yeah, it's interesting because like if you guys ever seen the Enoch model, I call it model. It's just the way he described what he saw. But it's just things that are interesting because it's almost like we're thinking in this very matter of fact sense of like knowledge and stuff about the unknowns. And I think it could be something else. Like, and why wouldn't I go with the version of like what's said in the biblical text, because I already understand the biblical text to me makes more sense than anything else. But there's terms that are used there as well, like circuit and all that. So, what does that mean? So it could also mean that it is moving in an exact circle. So I'm not opposed to it. That's what I'm saying. But we can't verify it at the end of the day. Dude, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Like, so what? If the sun does what it does, whoopity friggin' do. The sun's doing something. Okay. Stars are doing something. That's nice. Does that change the earth into whatever people are saying? No. Anyway. That's what's wrong with these guys in FE, man. They're just way too over the top with this. Like, I'm pretty sure this guy's gonna make a channel, and he's gonna like make his video about like this specific model. Because he said he doesn't adhere to any of the models. You remember that? He just said that. I don't adhere to any of the models, man. I'm just saying whatever I think. Like, you're living in your own head, bro. Like, first of all, does anybody else agree with you? Like, I don't think anybody else does. I don't. So it is what it is, right? Again, look at all these guys.
He left?
Crazy. Sasha, what's up, man?
Yeah. Does he left?
The Pac-Man model guy? Yeah, he left.
What? And what was his point with the sun?
That it's circling around two poles. So his Pac-Man model pole circumnavigation idea was like the Pac-Man. Do you remember, Sasha? I'm gonna ask you this. Do you remember the Pac-Man model? Like gosh, what was that guy's name? He was a bald-headed guy. Well, he's not bald-headed. He's got hair on his side of his head. Hey, he's an English fellow, I think. Name's at the tip of my tongue.
But he wanted to disprove globe with that.
Well, he's stating that this is the way that we should view the Earth. I don't know if he's going to use it for that, but.
What? How we will realize what is Earth looking to the sun?
Yeah, flat Earth denier. If you were listening to what I said instead of just hearing what you think you heard, because that's what you normally do anyways, because you're an idiot, you would understand that I said that everything that I'm saying is speculation. But the gentleman was moving it into a matter of fact. This is what it is. And he didn't want to concede that it was a speculation. So that was his issue. Numbnuts. So if you pay attention next time, maybe you will understand something. Can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Bet you can't still. You probably still get it wrong.
The very name that he has indicates that he just denies reality.
Freaking idiot, dude. Him and Pineapple, or they probably are just sharing the community. You guys sharing your community brain this morning? How many more idiots are going to come in here and sharing that brain? That thing's all dusty and old, man. You guys don't know how to use it.
Pineapple wrote, but there are facts in life. Yeah, there are facts. There is sea level, and the water doesn't curve. That's the fact in life. And if you have sphere, you don't have that curvature because of water. That's the fact. You can check it. Go outside.
Freaking schmuck. He goes, you have nothing to offer but your stupid chats in YouTube. Why don't you go, guys, kick rocks or something? Go color a book or something, man. Do something constructive in life. Friggin' idiots.
He did. And did you find any curvature outside? Measurably. That shit 8 inch per mile squared? Do you know what's that?
Yeah, quit being gammas, dude, and come into this damn chat and then tell me why you think it's the Earth's a globe. You guys are all talk. You want to come on there and type a few words and think that you're all smart and you got all this knowledge, and you won't even come in here with an audience and let people hear what you have to say about the globe to see how stupid you really are. I really want that to happen. Go ahead and click the link on the description, man. Come on in here. I'll give you the damn floor so you can explain to everybody why you think the Earth is a globe. Friggin' idiot. You don't know anything. Keep sitting there in YouTube live stream text chat and keep stewing in your own juices, because that's all you know how to do. Come in here and say things that are irrelevant to any discussion. You keep complaining like a little girl, dude, whoever you are.
Good morning, Miggy. I hope all's well with you, man.
How's it going, Ether?
Yeah, I just popped into the chat you're talking about, and I see.
Yeah,
what's
I'm burning
interesting
them
is
up on Hilltop.
they don't even have a model. They keep asking for a flat Earth model, but there is no globe model to begin with.
Okay, numbnuts, you're telling me that why don't I finish my high school education? It would help me. Do you really think that education is the way to true knowledge? You friggin' moron. You have no idea. Come into this chat. Come provide evidence for your little fantasy globe and stop making character judgments about people. Because that's all you know. You guys are all full of that. You've been 2 years old. You need to go back to school. Like, come into the chat and tell people why you think the Earth is a globe. Come in here, or are you too chicken? Are you chicken? Chicken? Are you chicken? You want me to do that? Just like a schoolyard antics? Because you guys are talking on YouTube live stream text chat about somebody's character. Oh, I don't like the way you're saying that. Oh, you need to say it this way. Get into the chat. You're all big and bad with your knowledge, yet you don't want to come in here? Come on. I'm calling you guys out, Pineapple and Flat Earth Denier. Get in the chat now. Or are you too afraid? I'm not going to ban you. Shoot, I'm welcoming you into this chat. How about that? Doors are flung wide open. Description's in the link. Click on it, get in here, and tell me why you think the Earth's a globe. I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to mute up. And you're going to tell us why the Earth's a globe. How about that?
And all
you think you got what it takes? Do you think you got what it takes? Click the link. Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, and all knowledge he can take, the high school knowledge and the university knowledge, even masterpiece, whatever he wants.
Hey, look at this. Check this out. No, I won't make that mistake twice and try to talk to rude individuals that won't let you talk and overtalk me. Wah, wah, wah. You need a binky? What is it, man? You need a shoulder to cry on or something? Dude, you're such a freaking, what is this, man? Oh, man, I hate those types. I'd go in there, but you guys would ban me. I'm telling you that I will give you an open platform to say whatever you're going to say. I want people to hear what you got to say because they don't know the depth of an idiot until you come in here and start speaking. And then everybody can know the depth of an idiot. So go ahead, come in here. Yeah, I want people to hear you say dumb shit. Yeah, you don't get any good conversations. Then why are you still here? Why are you still here? Why don't you get any good conversation with little kids who don't understand the basics of science, grow up and get an education? It's still the same with you, isn't it? Education, education, education.
I'm sorry,
all
man.
you know how to say is education, education, education. Go ahead, Tim.
I'm sorry. I'm going to leave again.
Why? It's just good.
Yeah. I just came into some heavy stuff.
You're not supposed to leave the party till the very, very end, Tim.
That's true. I promised to clean up, so I'm staying.
No, well, I'm talking to Flat Earth Denier and my name. Oh, no, not my name. It's Pineapple and Flat Earth Denier. And these guys are the epitome of what an idiot would be. For sure. Because they think, now Flat Earth Denier says that you need to go back to school. You need to finish high school. You need to get an education. You need to, like he knows what's going on. Yeah, but where has that gotten him? He doesn't want to click the link to the description and come tell us about all his education, does he? Go on there, Flat Earth Denier. Come into the chat and tell us about your education. Oh, please tell me you have a PhD. Please tell me you have one. And then also, I want you to tell me how the Earth is a globe after you say that you have a PhD. I got to hear it, man. I really do. You got anything in the way of that?
We all want to hear it. It's what we have been waiting for.
You guys love to say that. Why don't you flat earthers get an education? Well, why don't you come in here and tell us how the Earth's a globe? Try that for starters. Because you're so educated. Oh, man, look at all this education you have. Ooh, you're really going to tell us about how the Earth's a globe now. But you know what? You're not clicking the link on the description. You're not jumping into the YouTube, the YouTube live stream text chat with Nightbot giving you the description link. Come on. What are you afraid of? Click the link. Click the link. Don't give me your excuses. Yeah, because you wouldn't be flat earthers if you knew something. Ooh, that's profound. Is that a deep thought of yours? Come in here. Click the link. Come on. Tell us how the Earth's a globe. I haven't had a good belly laugh today, so I'm due for one. So please come in here. I'm going to give you the floor. I want to mute up and listen to your nonsense for, what is it, 5-10 minutes? How long are you going to rant? Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, he can come and we can speak about geometry and see how much we know about geometry. Because we know something about geometry, Because of that we are flat earthers. Because of geometry only. Nothing else. Let's speak about geometry.
Don't speak trash in my YouTube live stream text chat, man, and then you don't come in here and back it up. Flat Earth Denier. Look at that. 15 people listening to how you're not going to click the link and come in here and educate all of us because we are ready for you. Come on in. What else do you got to say? Is there something important? Something on your mind? Tell us about it. All right, you're muted, Gizbo. All right, so Flat Earth Denier is not going to come into... Obviously, he was in here before. He said he got muted or something last. Or kicked... I don't know what excuses you make. And then Ready Player One, or Player One, I guess his name was, he got a listening pass, and I gave him VC verified. And he proceeded to tell me about his idea of what he thinks the Earth is. But he sounded like he was a matter of fact and kind of getting really... passionate about what he was saying, which that's okay. But and then he didn't let me finish explaining whether or not he was saying that there's two poles which is kind of like what I thought he was saying. And then he was like, no, yeah, I didn't say that. I'm like, dude, chill, bro. Like, just let me get through what I'm saying. And he proceeded to interrupt me, so I muted him. And then, he got all in his feelings about it, and he just took off. So that's fine. But at the end of the day, he was just speculating. So anybody that listens to Player One, he's going to go into full speculation mode about a Pac-Man model Earth that he has with the 2 poles and that nobody else adheres to but himself, because he said that he's the only one that thought about it like this. So according to him, that's what he thinks the Earth is, and only him. So that's what he told me. That's what he said. You guys can rewind the stream. At any rate, meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're still waiting for Flat Earth Denier to click the description link to come in here to have a conversation with us. And also Pineapple. We're calling out every single time. You guys want to say what the Earth is and provide your evidence? Then come on in here. Quit talking trash in the YouTube live stream text chat. Click the link on the description. Or do you guys need education on how to do that? You guys know how to click a link somewhere? You guys educated enough to do that much? Well, go ahead and do it. Click the link, come in here, and tell us about your globe.
They will never do it. They're too scared.
Pineapple, the only thing these guys, because I have to tell you guys, like, listen, Miggy, good luck to you. I really hope if I come back in 2 years that you won't still be rotting your life away. Good luck. What? All right, Flat Earth Denier responded. He's saying this: why should I conversate with anyone who is too scared to make any claims and back them up with evidence? All you do is speculate, which is quite weak. All right, well, you wouldn't know that because you haven't came in here yet. So how do you know? Come on in here. Let's find out, shall we? Why are you still chicken, Flat Earth Denier? Are you yellow? You're yellow belly? Look at that, man. Somebody who doesn't want to come in and have a conversation is too scared. And you're projecting, saying that I'm scared. Dude, I'm inviting you in here. Come on. I'll give you the floor. I've been saying that over and over.
He likes typing, Miggy. He can type why we think the Earth is flat. I can give him 10 guesses. He can write first, because you want to be special. Second, because you believe in God. Third, and everything will be no. Let's see if he will guess, Write only one answer. Why we are thinking that Earth is flat. That Earth is not a globe.
I'm using that reference.
If I say yes, that will be great. But I think that everything will be no, not because of that, not because of this.
I think you have a bunch of earwax clogging your ears there, Flat Earth Denier. Once again, I'm going to have to correct you like I'm doing all the time. You said, because you said yourself that all you do is speculate. Your method is weak and cowardly. Dude, I was speculating with the gentleman before, and you, because you got a bunch of earwax, did not listen to when I said, this is a speculation. And so when I said that, there was a caveat to what I was saying before. So now we can talk about the really is level. We're not going to speculate. So come on in here and let's have a chat.
Do you have a job? No, Pineapple, I have no job. I'm a rich man. I have $1 million on my bank account. Why I should work?
They're attacking you now, Sasha. But you know what? Yeah. Like these guys, I'm telling you, man, look at they attack the character. See, I'm going to expose you right now. So 16 people looking at this chat at the moment, and everybody in here, they have to know that Pineapple and Flat Earth Denier, the only things that they do is attack the character. Why? Because truth is not on their side. They have no truth whatsoever. They want to tell you what the Earth is. Truth is the Earth's a globe. Okay, well, come in here and tell us about it. Don't be attacking the character. Come in here and demonstrate to us with evidence your claim of the shape of the Earth. Go ahead.
If I find a job, the Earth will start to curve.
I guess because Sasha has a job now. The Earth is.
No, I don't have a job, Miggy. I don't work, for example, and that's good.
No, that's not the like what. Man, what's that got to do with all the tea in China, bro? Like, what? Expose, he says. OMG, whatever will I do? How was I attacking if I... Dude, because why are you concerned about Sasha and what he does as a profession? Why don't you come in here like a person who's educated, as you so say, and come and proceed to tell us about the globe. You guys always make it about the character, the person who's speaking. Well, you guys...
That's where they're hiding behind. If you have no arguments, see if there's a person you're debating. If they don't have any arguments, they will get personal and attack anything they can create an argument out of. They can't talk about the specific topic because they have nothing to talk about. They themselves have no proof of their fictionary.
He's asking me. I'm sorry, Clay. He's asking me, "What's your job, Miggy Biggie?" My job is to eviscerate you clowns on YouTube live stream or Discord live stream. I want to display to the whole world how you guys are friggin' idiots. And if you allow me to, I'll give you the floor so you can let me help you expose yourself to the world. So my job is to make you look like you don't know what you're talking about at all times. And I'm very good at what I do. Flat Earth Denier now says, pointing out someone who thinks they can educate people on what the Earth is actually a moron. It is important. Those listening should know their emperor has no clothes. Okay, quit talking a big game. Come on in here. Click the link. It just appeared right after what you said. See that Nightbot link that's right there? It says, join the discussion in Discord here. And there's a link. Once you join, if you want to speak in live stream, join the VC check-in 1 to be verified by a moderator. That's all you got to do. See how easy that is? Just click that link with your
too
little
complicated
mouse.
for Glover.
Come on in here.
Because they need to use their mouth and create a coherent sentence. It's something that's very hard for someone who believes in a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from every spinning universe that doesn't exist. These people have I have yet to see a Glober where I have the feeling that they're not completely ignorant or capable of actually connecting dots. Problem with these people is that they have an attention span of a 5-year-old, not capable of listening to a sentence that's maybe a multiple sentence that in a conversation maybe spoken of 3 minutes, and they will forget everything you said and just point out one specific word that they hear and just completely block whatever else you're trying to tell them.
Flat Earth Denier says, I'm satisfied with my level of interaction at the moment. I'm good. So, in other words, you're chicken. You chickened out from coming in and telling us how the Earth's a globe. Oh, that's nice. Another failed attempt by the globalist. Chalk one up for Flat Earth. Instantly. By default, I would say. Because you guys are too chicken to come in here and tell us about your globe. Oh, I'm satisfied with my level of interaction at the moment. I'm good. Well, that just says everything, doesn't it? Because you have all the evidence, all the proof that the Earth is a globe, but you won't come in here to tell anybody about it. Well, you got some secret knowledge that you like to hide from everybody else? Why don't you tell everybody how the Earth's a globe? You could end this debate, this discussion, this whatever this is.
If they would have ever challenged their own paradigm or their own knowledge critically, they would not be believing a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball. But because they've never challenged their own things that they have been taught, they will never get to that point, I guess. Poor beings, actually. Self-reflection is a very important thing. Constantly thinking about, rethinking the things that you have thought to be the truth is very important. If you do not do that, you're gonna rust very fast, and you're gonna turn out to be an ignorant fool that is easy to manipulate, which we have seen also in the past 2 years with most Glovers, I guess. Because all the flat earthers I talked to has not believed the past 2 years to do what they have taught you to do, because they're self-reflecting human beings, which most of the people who believe in the tilted spinning globe are not. Very sad beings indeed. Have completely forgotten the abilities of what is actually important in life. Discernment for truth. Utterly indoctrinated people who have not even yet learned how to reflect their very faults and things they think to be true. They're literally walking, talking bots.
And we gotta have a we gotta pull each other aside for like a SmackDown conversation about like how to SmackDown conversation. Clay, we need to up your game on SmackDown conversations, bro.
What?
We gotta turn your level up on SmackDown conversations so you can kind of provoke them to come in here. Because you're saying the SmackDown with the level of like I would call it like more of a monotone, because it sounds like you're just like speaking softly to them, where you got to speak to them in a way that the language that I guess you could say they could understand, with a little bit more fluctuation in how you use your vernacular with what you're saying. Hey, globalists, come on in here.
Problem is, whatever you will say to them, if it's not a sentence of 20 seconds, they will not be able to comprehend what you're trying to say, because they have an attention span of a 5-year-old. They have never learned to literally listen to certain points being made and then put it together collectively. They can only how should I say, they're not able to connect dots, man. That's the problem with these people. I hear this in debates when Flat Earthers debating Globers, how they're literally like little kids. Like, for example, let me use Witzel for example. Okay, Witzel is someone who can talk very fast. He can bring out a lot of sentences, and he is very capable of putting dots together in the way he explains things. And then he talks to a Glober for like 3 minutes, putting out this information, or like 1 minute or 2 minutes, and the response of the Glober is to one specific word that he has heard from the whole conversation, completely ignoring the other things, not capable of putting together what was actually being said to get to the conclusion of what actually is the very thing that Flat Earther was talking about. Just responding to some word they have heard throughout the whole conversation, because they have not the ability to I don't know, understand 2 minutes of a conversation. It is as if their brains are intoxicated, you know.
All right, so if anybody thinks the Earth's a globe and you're listening right now, come on in here. Let's have a discussion. We got 21 people watching the live stream right now. Earth is not a globe, as you've been taught. And we can discuss it once you click the link in the description, or Nightbot is shooting that link up as well on the YouTube live stream text chat. Click that link. Come on in here. Let's talk about it. There's a lot of misconceptions that you might have, like, well, what makes sunrises happen, dude? If the Earth isn't spinning, how can this be? Well, we can talk about stuff, right? But go ahead and come on in here. We got to challenge you today. It's a challenge. It's a challenge for you. You think the Earth's a globe, and you know that it is. You're waking up every morning. You heard, somebody told you about this place. You click the link. You're in the YouTube live stream. You're listening in, and you're just like, dude, is the Earth a globe? Like, I don't know. Click the link in the description. Let's talk about it. That's the quickest way for you to really figure things out. Ask the questions. Anyway, we got Andy Hold My Beer on the panel. Clay Under Seal. Critspiracies. Definitely can't hear me. Effie Batman's joined us. Gizbo. Kiwi. Sasha. Tim. Timbo. Warrior Unit. Yoke Smasher. Ethergrass. And Cut Off the Knees.
Hey, what's up? You on the floor?
What's up, Tim?
Hello. Just hollered out to my Danish brethrens.
Oh, you got brethrens in here, huh?
You have a job. If anyone was listening, I just announced in Danish that there's a flat.
Earth's flat. Everybody knows, even in Danish.
Do you have a job, Jim?
Oh
No,
yeah,
me?
Tim, do you have a job?
Yeah.
No, I'm invalid. Disabled.
Fuck.
Well, then you can't know anything about the Earth because you have
Yeah.
to have a job in order for you to know something about the Earth, Tim.
That's
according to Pineapple, which said that you have to have a job in order to know something. Sasha, what's your job, Sasha?
I'm in pension. My wife sent me in pension, not to the state. My wife.
Well, you have a job, so you know something about the Earth. How about who else is in here?
I got a job.
Listen, man, if you don't have a job, you can't speak on the Earth, according to Pineapple, because he's asking everybody. He asked me what my job was, and I told him it's to eviscerate you clowns in here.
Miki, do you know what is this? He's saying you are not giving income to society, you know. and look at the devil. In all countries, we have so much corruption, you know. All incomes is going in the pocket of some rich guy, you know, because he stole our money, and now I need to put some income to some guy, you know, some politician guy who will take my money, you know.
If you don't have a job and if you didn't go to high school, then you can't speak about the Earth, shape of the Earth conversation. You know, according to them, he's like, get some education, man. Go back to high school. Well, I don't know what he was saying. But it's like, they say things from the bleachers, right? Way at the bleachers. Hey, you out there playing on the field? You need to get a job. You know, like, why don't you come in here and tell us about the globe?
I like my job.
What's up, President Brandon?
What's up, man? I was just going to say, schools are for fish, man. I'm not an animal.
Well, we got a lot of globalists out there that would beg to differ that you need to be in school and you need to have a job. So you don't have one of those and you can't speak about the globe. Right, Pineapple?
Screw themselves. I'll say what I want.
So he says, Pineapple just chimed in again. Apologies for the confusion. I did not mean you need a job to know the shape of the Earth. I was just curious. So he was just curious as to what our professions are, because to him, he's like, okay, well, you're just an oil field worker, or you work at this department store or whatever. And therefore, now that I know where you work, I'm going to go ahead and attack your character because that's what I do. I'm Pineapple. I attack character. I don't talk about the shape of the Earth conversation because that's kind of, I get eviscerated every time I do that. So it's easier for me to attack your character like a bully would. Ha ha, you work at whatever. Ha 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 ha. Who cares? No one does. Pineapple, that's who.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I'm a gentleman of leisure. And you don't know what that means. I'll explain. It just means that once the basics are taken care of, you got a roof over your head, you got some clean water, you got some food, then you can look into topics that you enjoy. And I really enjoy exposing all these priests that have told us for years and years just a bunch of garbage. That's why I want to expose. I want people to think for themselves. That's what my mission would be here. Just to think for yourself. So, yeah. But I do enjoy history. That's my current little thing that I like looking into. And I fully, acknowledge that I'll never be able to piece it together to a place where I'm satisfied with it. I get that. That's okay.
So,
truth is usually in the middle somewhere.
Pineapple says he likes your avatar, Andy.
Nice. Thanks, Pineapple. I'm all about the Bob Ross. No, he's a great man. He went to Vietnam. So clearly, a patriot. Clearly cared about his country. But, like a lot of these people who go to these horrific things and possibly kill people and all that, what happened? He came back. He was very gentle, wasn't he? Did you notice? And you couldn't help but watch him. Like you could feel that peacefulness, couldn't you, when you watched him? I don't know, transcended or something. That's what I like about Bob Ross. So yeah, I'd recommend anybody who's feeling a bit stressful, go watch Bob Ross.
I like to watch him as part of my ASMR routine. Love it. Yeah, he's super calm and whatnot. His programming helps a lot of people with like anxiety and such.
Yeah, for sure.
Just
These little
saying.
trees, it's a happy accident. This little mistake.
But you know what though, Andy? My head, you have a fro, and you kind of look like Bob Ross. So
Yeah, a lot of people
I don't
tell
think
me
I ever want to see you like on cam. You know, like doxing yourself to me, because then it's just gonna ruin the image of the Bob Ross image I have of you.
Yeah, the mystery's always better anyway.
You work in private equity. Oh, it's wonderful, man. But once again, I put that GIF up so you can see at 18 minutes after the hour. You'll be able to see it on the screen. Cut off the knees, yeah. Where is the globalist debater? Where is the guy who stands on all 10 toes and speaks from his chest that the earth is a globe? Where is that guy? Nowhere to be found. At least not today anyway, or this morning. But we're still making the all call. If you're out there, 15 people watching, one of you guys thinks the earth's a globe, click the link.
I think some of them just die in the lobby once they start coming in there. What's gravity? What's this and that? We got to give them some answers here and there, and then they never come back.
That's usually the case, Radwin. They don't ever come back.
Let's go back to high school and find out who measured curvature.
The gentleman who was in here earlier was spiraling about his Pac-Man model, player one.
What's a Pac-Man model?
Gosh, man, I'm gonna say his freaking name one of these days. It's with the tip of my tongue. It starts with a W. Wessel. Frick. I don't know his name. But it's basically the sun appears on the east, then when it goes from the west, it disappears and it goes through like. Have you ever played Pac-Man before, Radwin?
Yep.
Oh, you know where Pac-Man would go to the other side of the screen, he'd appear right back on the like from the right to left, then it would appear back on the right again of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Pac-Man. What the
Yeah, that's not happening. So.
well, but here's the thing, though, man. A speculation. Well, I even told him a speculation is just a speculation because we don't know what the sun's doing. We could see it from eastern horizon to western, but do we know that it's gonna do something all the way around the Earth, as in verifying it? That's the problem. So we can't say one way or the other what its path is or what it's doing. A speculation, however, will always give us an explanation, but it's not going to give us the verification ever. We can't verify. And I was trying to tell him that you could say whatever you want, man. Like it's up for grabs. You could say whatever you want. But the thing is, when you come back and then start saying that the sun is definitely doing this with verified it to do it, then that's different.
Notice in that GIF I posted, the sun isn't going down anywhere.
That's cool.
Plane's just chasing it. And it's got the radar map of where it's actually at up in the top left corner. And it's making those little dips to the right to keep up with the sun because it wants to head due west.
I like that, Redwin. I must say, sir, that is very good. I like it. What was the name of that flight? Do you know?
I think it says in the little text on there. You have to read it as it's going by. I think you can look that video up.
Yeah, I'd like to see the actual origin of that.
Maybe that's it. Oh no, he's posting the doors.
The doors. What else we got in here? Is it just
So I'm
me and you,
watching.
Brad?
I'm watching National Geographic, or yeah. Anyway, they're showing the Sphinx and the pyramids, and they're at the Sphinx, and the pyramids are about a mile away, and you can barely see the pyramids. I wonder why we can't see forever. Globers, how come you can barely see the pyramids, which are 1 mile away? Is there dust in the air? Globers.
It's the curvature, bro.
Oh no, they're right there. You can see them in full. They're just faint. So my 9 o'clock meeting tomorrow is hydrogen myth busting. That's for work.
I'm gonna drop in the Skunk Bait time lapse with the grid pattern on it for anybody that wants it and hasn't gotten it yet. I think I'll drop it in there for everyone. In case you don't have it, you can get it. It's always a good resource to have. That mine's with the grid pattern. The grid pattern I think is kind of cool because you can see like where stuff is at in relation to the grid pattern.
Well, that's photo or GIF or whatever specifically. When I see it, they're like, "Oh, this is a great one for the curve of the earth or whatever." But it's like you can see the horizon. Not only can you see the horizon behind the island, but it looks like you might be able to see like maybe a mountain on the horizon.
Yeah,
It's going
what is
by.
that?
It's a whole nother island back there, flat as can be.
That's another island. Is that what that is?
Yeah, like
Sure. Pull up Skunk Bay and take that shot with on Google from where they're pointing, and you should be able to line that right up. I was going to do it the other day to show people.
This peninsula that's sticking out right here is like evidence of like.
I got a meeting. Bye.
All right, see you.
Good to hear you, Radwin. Bye. And what's up?
Yeah, I agree with him. Just go straight there and see if you can find it.
But yeah, I see that one, and it's like, come on, guys, be real. Oh wait, you're Globers. But I like that one with the grid, though, man. That's
Yeah, this
You
was
can
done
actually
back
see
in
that
the day,
mountain
man.
really clear. Well, yeah.
This was done back in the day where you could get really good content. And just it's 4 minutes long, and pausing it throughout, it's like it's sped up the time lapse. You could see how everything doesn't line up with the lines on that grid. Shifts and it moves, and it's like the landmass looks different, and it's crazy, man. Like, how is this possible? But I said, take a moment in time and take a snapshot. Well, it's not going to give you the exact depiction of what reality is representing itself as, per what it is. It's just going to fluctuate. It's always in flux, man, like at all times. And if you take a snapshot of what's going on, it's just a moment in time that you're taking a snapshot. So how are you going to measure something that's moving around like that? Can't get a measurement.
Well, 1 pixel is probably like 4 feet long or something, right? Sorry.
Yeah,
I guess there are guys who actually use that to try to prove something, right?
There's a part in the time lapse where it looks like the land completely disappears.
Yeah.
Like the
yeah, I
water
noticed.
looks like it covers it. Like, that's just strange. And then it looks like it's undulating, like it's on top of something floating, like it's like it's floating on water. Like, what?
Water's well, I don't know how biblical you are, but water's above, water beneath. I'm not particularly biblical myself. I don't know. The cosmology aspect makes me wonder what is the land on, because it does seem to breathe in a manner of speaking. Like, that's what I would call it. It looks like it's breathing. Or I guess liquid, but yeah, like something fluid under there.
But it looks like it's undulating, man. Like you could see like the peninsula, like it's undulating. It's just, how is it doing that? It's not doing that.
Man, that video with the grid work, it's way clearer. I really like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna download that.
That's why I offered it up to you guys. That little screen at the bottom shows it like the lighthouse that should be there where. Anyways, I gotta head out. I'll be back
See you
after
later,
a while.
Miggy.
Yeah.
Huddle hard, bro. So, Kiwi, are you too busy to open your mic? I heard Sasha earlier. Haven't talked to him in forever. He may not remember me. Tim is muted. Cut of the knees. I think that's cut the schniz. Yep. But he doesn't talk. I don't think I've ever heard him talk. And I've known about him. Me and him were in the lobby for a lot. Memeing the fuck out of it.
Morning, people.
Hey, just popped in. Good morning.
I just put my earpiece in to start listening again, and I heard a hello and a good morning. So, hello and good morning. Is that KT? SD.
Yeah.
What's up,
You can
homie?
call me K, guys. I used to have K96 as my username, but Utsav is my Nepali name, so you guys are good to call me by any name. K96, Utsav, and you're good.
Coming up next, K95 Radio.
Yo, CB, what's happening, player? How
Hey,
are
what's
you?
going on? Not much, man. Just popped in. I saw everyone was muted. So I'm like, let me go in and stir up the pot and see what's going on in here.
Yeah, I just sat back. I'm in the office today. I sat back down on my desk and heard a hello, good morning as I put my earpiece in. So I was like, yo, who's saying hello?
Back on that Monday grind, huh?
Yeah, well, it's, yeah, man. Can't complain about office time. Get to see the crew, chat with the work family.
Yeah.
Blessings to everybody. Have a happy Monday. I'll be on mute. I will be here though. Love you lots, guys. 24/7. Let's get it, baby.
Bird. All right. Well, that was Kiwi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to fire up a live event. See if anyone will join.
Yeah.
Starting an event so other people can see we're live. Bam. Boom. All right, folks. We are now in Creation Bear's den. We are live. If you're new to this channel, if you have not done so already, hit the subscribe button and the bell notification icon to be notified. I don't even know how that goes. Click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please do not swear or use any stock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. We are joined by Clay Anderseo, Critspiracy, Gizbo, FE Batman, Kiwi, Morvis, Flatty, K96, Sasha, Tim, Timbo, Warrior UV Unit, Aethergris, and Carr, and a whole bunch of people listening on YouTube. So welcome, one and all.
We are going to debate a Glober. Where is a Glober today? I want to debate him.
That might actually work. Yeah, I want some smoke too. Bring them in here.
I stopped smoking 3 days, bro. I stopped smoking marijuana for
Don't
3
lie.
days.
You smoke Globers all the time. Don't lie.
Globe unit.
I guess so.
Oh yeah, I must be stoned from a Glober.
Lol. Yeah.
G unit. Globe unit.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. We need to start that. Globe unit. That's really funny. That's what I love about this place, man. Is like even though it's been years and we've been doing this for years, and we're still coming up with new ideas and new things all the time. We got that new hotness going, you know. Don't make me play season 9 clips. Y'all know it's already season 9 up in here.
Oh. well, here's the thing. When you remove all the restrictions and all of the covering ups and everything like that, there's like a whole new world to be explored.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, man. Like you came up with Globe. Did you just come up with that? The Globe?
Yeah, I literally just came up with it.
Dude, that's what I mean. Like we still got fresh content coming, you know, years later. This is season 9, guys.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
Is that QE?
That's Dana White, actually.
Oh yeah.
But no, it's perfect. Like I said, we're still coming up with new stuff all the time. You know, I'm gonna be using that Globe unit. That's hilarious. Oh man. I have another clip I need to find out. We got some people popping in.
You could probably cut that. You could get them like making that sound, and then cut it and go Globe unit.
Yeah, we need some memes on that too. I could probably do that actually. There's a Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle in an episode on the Chappelle Show where they did. Maybe you guys remember the show like Trading Spouses or whatever, something like Trading Houses, something like that back in the day.
Yeah.
Well, he did like a Trading Spouses thing, and so they have like the black dad go to the white home, white dad go to the black home, and like the black dad goes to the white home, and they have like a little kid, a white kid, and he's he's like trying to be all gangster. He's like, yeah, G unit, and the dad's like, get your ass in the car. So that's
that show is called Wife Swap, CB. I think.
Wife Swap. Okay, yeah. Wife Swap. Hilarious. Get your ass in the car. So I'll just go. I'll get I'll take a still of him, the kid doing that, like, and I'll just put the meme on it, him saying Globe instead. Brilliant. What's up, Dave Hinkle?
Thought I would venture into Creation Bird's den and see what was going on.
Oh, you saw that? Yeah. I think I gotta have one for everybody. You know, like we were in Deus Vault. What is it? Deus Vaults. In the vault with Deus Vault. The other day we had Helio Hour. I might need to fire up one for Dave Hinkle. I'll have to think of a catchy name.
Dead Air Dave's Disaster.
Dead Air Dave is really catchy. But I don't know. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star with Dave Hinkle. I don't know. Something like that. I'm into these catchy names.
My experience, anytime anybody tries to rhyme anything with ankle, it's never good.
It's not because you get tinkle, you get I got you.
I just posted my favorite song again. I can't get enough of it. We don't have to play it, but Why Do We Trust These Liars by Conspiracy Music Guru.
Good new. Is it one of his new tracks?
This is one of his most recent ones. You haven't heard it?
No, I haven't.
Let me play it on the mic real quick. It's 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Up to you guys. If you want to, sure.
Votes and yay or nay or nobody cares or what? I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Why not we just play it? We'll kind of see if we can.
Let's see if I have the computer skills to play it. I think I do.
All right.
Possibly have the computer skill.
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
You're okay. You're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down.
Vaccinated people do not get sick. I recommended to the president that we shut the country down.
Consuming level play, missing curves, spaces gate, Boston bombing falls, flag Joe Biden torpedo. Dr. Fauci always lies, Stevie Wonder is a blind, fake career, we shall see it down the rabbit hole. Bilderberg's fake bomb, Michael Obama, huge down bar, up the Kenyan guy, has your wife identified. Warp speed, vaccine, J&J, ultra genes, sweet as goodbye. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is swinging, you know, and now it's time we expose it. At the bottom, NSA, CDC and TSA, IRS, CIA, and NASA is a crock. SpaceX, Space Force, space is clearly fake, of course. Devon Island is bars, Elon Musk is launching cars. Einstein was a queen, 2 more weeks of quarantine. Jussie Smollett, fake attack. George Floyd, swallowed crack. Said he couldn't breathe at all. Overdose on fentanyl. AOC and Alex Knight, my big booty is so far. Why do you trust these liars? You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns, let's get the circus shut down. Bin Laden in the sea, Robbie Parker smiling. Epstein didn't die, flight logs are classified. California communist, Houston tops the list. Mask your kids, stay inside, for your health formaldehyde. Nothing eat bugs, world economic thugs. Klaus Schwab, Castro, his son Justin Trudeau. Psychos, the elite, Bill Gates and tracking me. Biotech, Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca. Trust these liars. You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. This world is making you know, and now it's time we expose it. 9/11, no planes, another dream, another day. Building 7 falling from the plane they're calling. Nanothermite concrete, possible found in the street. Lucky Larry Silverstein, wounded like a slot machine. Shanksville, Red Pill, Rumsfeld, South, that's what hit the Pentagon. Where is all the footage gone? Trust these liars. You must be discerning, cause the world's not turning. No more astronauts or wires. We are sick of these clowns, let's get the circus shut down. Climate change, MSN, selling fear and CNN, moonshine, spacewalk, Alfred, Dalton. All the astronauts who died have a twin still alive. Challenger, master plan, Buzz Aldrin is drunk again. We have moon rocks, petrified, red sharks, yellow light. The rockets fly, CGI, planet stone, CGI, ISS, RBS. It's Earth flat, actually yes. Not dinosaurs, yes, of course. I can't take it anymore. Trust these liars. Maybe concerning us, a building is burning. Maybe carbon call these liars. They deserve a take down for saying we go around.
There you go, the conspiracy music guru. Back to you, CB.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. He said Michael Obama, huge dong.
Yeah. Joe Biden's a pedo.
Hilarious.
Pretty much
Globe unit.
The Earth's flat. Actually, yes.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Someone was bound to do that song at some point, right?
That was actually a collaboration by Jeranism and what's his name? The guy that don't follow Crumb, Harry. I can't remember his name. Shit. Anyway, they wrote it and then they sent the lyrics to Conspiracy Music Guru and he recorded it.
Perfect.
So we seem like we got a new person here. If you want to try to talk to him, go ahead.
All right.
Back in here. Bill Bong Bob, there is one in here. I don't know if he's still in here.
We can send him a message. Maybe he'll jump back in. Does he have any roles? Or?
No, he had 0 roles.
Oh, okay. Let me send him a chat in the lobby.
Shout out to SD.
That is the best line of that song, though. Mike Obama, huge dong.
Hilarious.
What's up, Clay? Andy. Kiwi.
Hey guys, are you hearing with the Andrew Tate news?
Yeah, you got an update for us?
Well, I just saw a video on the telly. It says he's in a hospital right now.
Whoa.
Who is
But
it?
there was one of the video. What he said was, okay, the Matrix gonna get me. So first is the warning, they're gonna seize me from the social media. Second is they're gonna assault me, getting into jail, and the third one would be to kill him. So in a way, what he said 2 years ago is coming, to reality.
Who is
I
that?
saw this morning.
I missed the
Andrew
name. Who is he talking about?
Andrew Tate.
Okay,
I
go
saw
ahead.
this morning they said he had cancer.
Jesus.
See, I told you.
Andrew Tate.
They're trying
Yes,
to take
Andrew
Bro, I
Tate.
can't believe I can't believe anything Andrew Tate says, man. I just can't. I'll tell you why if you want me to.
He's got 33 cars.
I know, right? That should tell you something right there.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, the fact that he's blasted everywhere, too. Like, I haven't quite
Right.
got the full picture, but yeah, I mean, it's better to listen to him directly than what people say about him. It's just like listening to what people say about flat earthers than going directly to a flat earther. You know what I mean? Even though you may disagree with some things. But yeah, I feel you. There are some suspicious things for sure. The 33 cars. Yeah. And I've always been very suspicious of things that are like put in front of you on purpose. You know what I mean? If they didn't want it to be out there, it wouldn't be out there, I would imagine. But yeah, anyway. Do you want to expand on that, Gizbo, or no?
Oh, just like a few things that you dig a little bit deeper, you'll find out like he made his billions off of pimping women for OnlyFans, and like there's a rumor out there that like all the women who worked for him had to get tattoos that said property of Andrew Tate.
Really? I never heard that.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird things in that situation.
Huh. Interesting. I never heard the tattoo thing. I'm familiar with his business, but not the tattoo.
Right.
Does anybody know him from kickboxing? I'm like big into Thai boxing and martial arts, and I never heard of him before. Yeah, before he started talking about COVID.
Right. Like, I mean, like I read Black Belt magazine every once in a while. You think names would pop up. You know what I mean?
Black Belt magazine.
I mean, Black Belt magazine. I read other magazines as well. I read articles that pop up online, but I mean, I used to have a subscription to Black Belt magazine, so like,
that's badass.
I used to follow all kickboxing that I could find pretty heavily, and I had never heard of him.
Interesting.
And they'll say like he wears sunglasses inside too because he has a detached retina. Like, that's not an excuse to wear sunglasses inside.
I don't know, Gizbo. If I had 15 mil in the bank, I'm wearing sunglasses. I don't care. y'all can hate.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. He's not wearing it because of detached retina. He's wearing it because of character.
Swag, bro. Yeah. I mean,
I've gone to strip clubs and never taken my sunglasses off.
Oh, really? I don't know. There's a song that's like Cartier glasses. I can't even peek at you. You know, something like that. It's like, I'll be wearing them Cartier glasses too, man.
I mean, hey, I got a pair of eyeglasses that I wear. They're Prada, so I mean,
Nice.
my other pair is Ogas. Ogas are pretty cool too. They're made out of is it bamboo? They're pretty fucking cool. Anyway.
Yeah. No, it's cool. Like I'm surprised hasn't really come up more often. The Tate thing. I've seen people send stuff in the chat about it, but we haven't spoken about it. It is everywhere. That's what's weird. Like, and it wasn't. It didn't even pop up in my feed until like this year, last year, in the last year or so, last half of the year. So, yeah, I mean, you see people who are all or nothing with them. I'm all everything. I'm 100% on board, and then you have people who are like, no, I'm 100% not on board. So you don't want to end up in that dichotomy. So I'm definitely just an observer, watching. Curious to see what they do with Epsteinum or whatever, whatever. But that would be interesting.
Well, and like I mean, there's people that have like been through the fire. In my opinion, like I mean, I can look at somebody like Dean Cain or Kevin Sorbo. People who've been blacklisted from Hollywood, and I know what they're saying is true for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's still character. Everybody still has an agenda. Everybody still has a job. They still need to make money and pay all their bills.
What's interesting though is he's done like a big media tour, going on different shows and stuff, and a lot of people I'm not even familiar with, but he went on this one like panel, web podcast with this guy named, I think, Hassan Reacts or something like that. Hassan Asabi, something like that. And dude was he sounded like a Glober, right? And he tried to do the reverse psychology on Andrew. He was like, so is the earth flat? And I might have the clip if I could dig it up. But Andrew was kind of smart. He was like, oh no, I've been to space. Like you could tell he was the guy who was asking the questions was very he had this like wolf in sheep's clothing vibe, just kind of a like slithering snake type of dude. At least that's the vibe I got. So he was like, oh, so you think the earth is flat? And it was like a trick question because the guy doesn't believe in flat earth, right? He's like totally against it. So he tried to trick Andrew like, oh, so you think the earth is flat, right? Because he doesn't feel like it's moving. So Andrew did not take the bait. He's like, no, I've been to space. So that was, but I also heard him say like things that are pro flat earth as well. So that's interesting. It doesn't seem like he's totally against he's aware of the propaganda machine. So that was really interesting. I don't think he thinks the earth is a globe. Long story short. They tried to trick him into like saying stuff about flat earth or the globe. And he joked. He's like, nah, I'm into space. Like that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's good. That's a good response to get out of the way of people trying to trap you into saying something you might not want to say.
So Infusion, he used to fight with Infusion. He did some K1, it looks like. I want to know where he won his light heavyweight championship.
Yeah, Andrew Tate, flat earther.
Oh, I found the I think I found the clip where they tried to trap him on flat Earth, and he didn't take the bait.
He is a flat earther, though. I've
Drew,
seen
do you
other-
believe the Earth is flat or round, spherical, globe?
Round.
What's it? You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
brother, and I
It looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space and I looked down on Earth and I saw a big
That's
circle.
crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're familiar with this interviewer. I'll drop the link. But he just seems like a snake, like total snake. So he's like, "Oh, you think it's flat though, don't you?" He didn't take the bait. It's kind of good. But yeah, I think he actually does think the Earth is flat. Holy smokes! My cat's going crazy today. One sec. All right, here's that link.
Corpuscle wants to say something. He said that he's muted.
Corpuscle.
He had 2 fights in Ishka, 2 in Infusion. There's no way this dude is a world champion. Okay, so he won his title in 2 fights. He lost 1 fight and then wins the second fight, and he wins the light cruiserweight title at 84.6 kilos, and then he defends it 4 times. Doesn't lose. That's
Who's the guy who claimed to have been to space? Outer space, I should say.
No, he's not actually. That's the thing. He's not actually saying that, in my opinion.
It sounded like that's.
It was a setup. The guy who was asking the question isn't a flat earther. He's a hardcore glober, like anti-flat earther, right? Hardcore. And so he's trying to set dude up on a platform to say things that maybe he doesn't feel comfortable saying. Like just openly being like, yeah, it's flat. I don't know. Maybe he just didn't feel like being cornered. So he's like, yeah, no, I've been to space. So I don't think he doesn't actually believe that, bro. In my opinion. Just after watching the video, I dropped the link if you want to check it out. But the guy asking the question is such a snake. I feel like you'll get that if you watch the question. He's like, "Oh, so you've been to the moon?" Like, what are you talking about? No one's been to the moon. You don't just go to the moon. So that's why he joked around. He's like, "No, well, I've been to space," and that sort of diffused the bomb, in my opinion. So
yeah, I just love the way like Miggy deals with these things. It's just what we can verify. You know what I mean? It's nothing more. And I don't know if he'll verify more and shift his beliefs. I hope he will. It gives me that impression. That's the difficult bit, isn't it? You know, going with the evidence regardless, having no fear about it. Because you might have built. This is why I don't build a foundation on. So I know the Bible talks about building a foundation on rock.
Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense. But this is why these Zen masters whip out the rug completely. So there's nothing to lean on, nothing at all. This is why the students are so terrified, because you delve in with talking about madness, and the only thing that keeps them together is they look at this guy and they go, "Well, he seems okay." They look at the master and they're like, "Okay, he seems kind of cool. He's okay with it." So yeah, it's a tricky business. But yeah, I've just been in Nathan's server listening a little bit to After Show.
oh, nice. I tried to give my best Nathan intro today. It's like 7 out of 10. They did all right. What are they talking about over there now? Is it any same old, or they got some new stuff?
They were talking about positions of satellites. I've got to be honest, I went on mute and I was watching something that AI had posted in the biblical section. You know me, I'm obsessed. Anything spiritual, I'm there. I'm okay. Let's have a listen. And I was listening to that more than the show, to be honest. So I realised that after a while, I thought I'm taking somebody's spot here because there's only so many that can join that
16
server.
slots, yeah, I know what you mean.
How many is it? Like 15 or 20?
You get like 16, yeah, something like that. And then, well, it's okay. Like Righteous can just bump anyone in. Usually, when I go there, it's full, and Righteous has to bump me into the show. But I mean, I know what you're saying. Just holding up the spot. Come on, buddy. Shit or get off the. What do they say? What's the saying? Shit or get off the pot. I think that's what it's called. Maybe you guys haven't heard that one before.
No, I grew up on American movies.
Hey, Andy, someone called me. I asked, dude was British, and I was like, hey, where are you from? And he's like, you old Bill. I had to look up what you old Bill means. You know what that means, right?
You old Bill?
Yeah, in the chat, he's like, you old Bill. I had to look
I've never heard that, I don't think.
Really? The translation said it meant like a police officer or someone like, snooping around.
Oh, yeah.
Nosy.
Yeah. The police, they call the old Bill, but I just... So he said you old, as if he was saying you were the police or something.
Yeah, because I was asking him where he's from. He's like, oh, what are you, the feds?
Oh, right.
But I had never heard that saying before. You old Bill.
Yeah. Yeah, we have about 1 million names for every. It's so ridiculous. But Rozzers, that's another one.
Rozzers?
Yeah.
It's the Rozzers.
Is that another word for police or something? What does that mean?
Yeah, it's just another. Yeah.
I love it.
If you're feeling a bit European, I suppose it'd be gendarmes, maybe, just for the French. 5-0, feeling a bit American.
5-0.
No, I don't know. I'm just influenced by. I'm literally raised by American movies, so I'm ready for your culture, CB.
You sound ready. Oh, dude, I love all this saying and stuff. Go ahead, Giz.
I say he's got that Jim Mock ready.
Yeah, I'm in a talking mood, but I don't really know what to talk about. So,
well, it's all good. You're in Creation Bear's den today. Well, we're all
nice.
So,
how's it going, CB?
Hey, what's going on? Oh, you know what? I was watching a show last night. I need to go back and get on my computer to get some screenshots. But there's in the show they have this group called Celestial Being. And there's some protesters in the crowd in a certain shot where they're like, "No CB, no CB." I need to get a screenshot of that and upload it somewhere.
You get the soundbite from it so that if anybody ever starts talking crap to you, you can just play that at them.
I thought it was too late for me to get up and do anything about it when I was watching, but yeah, I'll go get some screenshots because it was really funny.
Save that one for your haters.
Yeah, it's got the CB with like the do not, the circle with the slash through it, like no CB. I'll upload all that stuff. It's kind of funny.
One day CB will play a sound effect that interrupts somebody and makes them really angry, and then he responds to their anger about playing the no CB sound effect.
Yeah, that is
one day you're. Oh, sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say one day you're going to have to invest in like a really high-end soundboard. It looks like you're at a DJ in an actual professional radio station.
I know. That's got me thinking about it. He's like, no, you need to upgrade your setup, dude. I'm like, but it works well. Why? But he's right, though. Like, if I can play the sounds directly through the device, it would sound better for you guys. So, yeah.
Plus, you could organize your stuff better. Like, I know you got a ton of different sound effects, and the more you get, the harder it'll be to use them. So
that's true. Like, the more you add, the more you have to. Well, I think it's like the more you use it, the more you'll be better at it because there's so many that you'll forget. You'll forget what they are. So if you're more active using them, then you'll be able to kind of recall the clips better. Oh, there's so many. I have like almost 370 at this point. But
you got to build up that muscle memory.
Yeah, literally that's what it is. Like you have to know, and you have to be fast too. Because like if 3, 4, 5, 7 seconds go by, then you miss the joke.
It's like there's a window, and you have to shoot it through the window, or it's just going to hit the wall. And
Exactly.
Yeah,
The window's
misses
usually
mark.
really small. It's a small window, so that's what makes it challenging, but also fun.
Yeah.
I had this guy on the Loggy's server the other day. His name's Warden. He says he's part of this. I don't know. He says because I was going to invite him 24/7. He says, "Oh no, I'm already there." And I'm like, "Oh." And his voice is amazing.
Oh,
it's like one of those old-fashioned. I mean, like remember the Hollywood one,
bro. That's rad.
In the world, he's proper got a deep voice. And I'm like
on 24/7.
I'm like, Warden, you need to precede me wherever I go. Is that all right? He's like, yes. It's awesome.
If I'm
I've got to copy that video he made. He made a video of Loggy, like doing the soundtrack. I'm gonna like post it here.
It's like the old preview voice from the 90s. Like, this summer,
yeah, it's awesome.
Pauly Shore is.
If I'm thinking of the right guy, it should be Radwin. You know, Warden Radwin. He's from Cleveland, so we're both in Ohio, and he's got that.
Dude, you'd know if you heard this guy, you'd know what I'm talking about because it's so like. I said to him straight away, I was like, dude, you need to do voiceover work because it's just.
They kind of drop the bass when they talk. So they,
it's
no one can find
It must not be the same guy then. It must not be the same guy.
I don't think it is.
Okay, because I was say Radwin has a really stern voice, like it's very strong voice, but it's not deep. It's not super deep. So maybe that's a different person.
Like casual narrator voice.
I was gonna say people don't like when Radwin speak to them sometimes because he sounds like he's like yelling at them. They're like, "Why are you yelling?" He's like, "Dude, that's just how he talks. He's from Cleveland, all right."
I miss Reckonor.
Talking about Old Haas.
No, well, Old Haas is like that too. He's got that fire in his voice.
Okay, so this is it. See if it works. I don't know if it will. Yeah, dude, listen to that. Listen, that's his voice.
Oh, okay.
It's so good.
Give me a sec.
It like takes 10 seconds to start, so I have to skip 10 seconds. Oh, his voice is just awesome.
This is Loggy, whose entire life revolves around eating and sleeping. And as you can see, he is not very happy.
It's so good.
So he's here in the server, huh? Wow.
That's what he said. I was like, dude, you got to get up 24/7. He's like, oh, I'm already there. So.
Does anybody know him here, or what his name is?
It's Warden on that server.
That's AI, isn't it?
Is it?
AI is his name is Warden on all the other servers, but he's AI arted here.
No, he's probably changed it then over here. Wait a minute, Radwin is FE Warden, so
That's what I'm saying, but I don't think that's Radwin though.
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
that's weird.
You're right. It's not Radwin. I was like, see, Radwin's his voice is very. It's not low, but it's strong. Like, why are you yelling at me? Like, he's not yelling. People say that about Indio too. I'm like, dude, he's just from Boston. All right.
Yeah, I did that for Sasha for a while. You know, when somebody new would come in, I'd be like, "Don't worry, Sasha's not angry. He's it's just how he is."
Right. Oh yeah, Sasha too. Listen these. Yeah. Yeah. Old Haas, yeah, he's got that fire also.
Sometimes it's easy to mistake excitement for anger, and it's not the same. People just get passionate.
One of these songs that's on my playlist right now, he starts off the song saying, "When you got passion, they tired of you extra." The rap song. It's true. When you're super passionate, people don't. They're like, "Whoa, like pump the brakes, bro." Like they don't really love passion that much. I've always been kind of passionate. Why are you so worked up? It's like, well, why are you not? I don't know.
Or Are they extra or are you just basic?
Well, if someone can track down that other guy, if it is AI, let me listen again.
His physical activity. And he always wears a smile. Because a healthy body is a healthy mind.
I don't recognize the voice.
Don't sound like AI.
No, it doesn't. What's kind of
like a few people here have similar voices. I think is it me? I think AI and Bemis sounds similar.
No. But you're right, though. There are people that have like voice cousins, voice
Yeah.
twins.
I have to check sometimes and be like, okay, which one is that? And go and- okay, it's that guy. Well, if you listen long enough, though, there's certain things that make it obvious who's who.
Mm-hmm.
Like Timbo and T-Wad are voice cousins.
Oh, yeah. Who else? There's a dude came in Thelion the other day, sounding like Witsit Gets It or whatever. Somebody was in here saying Witsit.
Or like, there's somebody who sounds similar to Flat Earth Professor Dude, but when he's not like talking in his shill mode, like his actual voice sounds similar to somebody else's voice.
True.
But you can tell the difference definitely when they're kind of like actually engaging in conversation.
We used to get like Napalm and another gentleman mixed up. Someone said that I sounded like Napalm sometimes, but I don't talk in that soft voice all the time. He's very good about keeping it nice and low and, focused.
There's a massive fanboy Globey in here that sounded similar to Witsit, and everybody was kind of like tripping because of how close he sounded to him.
That was,
But It wasn't him though, because he kept on like that cog disc, like it was obvious. So he kept going back to the ball.
Someone typed in the chat, like, yo, Witsit, you're like forgot a lot of stuff about the flat earth, bro. Yeah, I remember that. Sasha and Geppy get mixed up all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only so many.
Crypto and who was out?
Crack Villain.
Oh yeah.
Crypto and Crack Villain.
Gene and Battle Mod for me in the
Gene
time.
and Battle Mod. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. In my ears was like, what the fuck?
Agave and Battle Mod sound similar.
And there's somebody who sounds similar to Indio, so I have to like check sometimes, like which one is that talking?
You'll hear Agave when he comes in. He's from Canada, but he's Native American. He's got that. He sounds just like Battle Mod.
Hopefully, I'm retarded enough where I don't sound like anybody else.
No, you do. You do. I told you, AG. I said you sound like Crow 777. Almost spot on.
Dang.
Dude, if I
It
don't
was
have...
Dave and Larry, man. And Hank. Dave and Hank. I could not realize who is speaking.
And here I am all by myself.
I'm all
We'll find your doppelganger soon.
I look like everybody in real life. Like everybody's like, oh, you look like every white person.
AG, I want you to hear
look like a generic NPC.
Yeah.
Like, you could be anyone.
This is what Crow sounds like.
For us, it's pretty much lost, not part of the conversation. Anyhow, the first hour is free to everybody at crow777radio.com. That is CRROW777radio.com.
I don't know. Just something when the second I heard you pop in his live stream, I was like, is that Crow? But you have a similar cadence, and I think a similar mic to Crow 777. But yeah, you do have a doppelganger friend.
Well, I guess it's inevitable. There's enough people in existence where somebody's going to sound like somebody.
Mm-hmm. People get fraud mixed up with somebody else. I can't remember, like Orion or somebody like that. It's like, I've heard people be like, "Is that fraud?" It's like, no, dude, it's not. That's not fraud. Levelist said, "I've been told I sound like Deus Vault."
Oh, yeah.
I can see that.
I've met people who talk like J.E. in person.
J.E. Barrington, yeah, that's a very distinct voice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't miss that one. You don't even need to look at the screen when you hear him talking.
Yeah, I know who that is. Thankfully, we don't have any doppelgangers of him on here, so we have to double check. There's a few unique people here.
God
so
Rock.
far.
Can't mistake God Rock.
That's one of the skills that you like indirectly pick up from being here in this server, or maybe just on Discord in general, but you start to recognize voices a lot more. Like,
Yeah.
if some of you guys cross paths with me in real life, I could stop you and be like, hold on, is this
Wait a
Andy Hold My
minute.
Beer? Like, what the fuck? Gizmo? Is that you, bro?
That's gonna happen.
I know that voice.
Yeah, man. And
Elijah's another one.
oh, Elijah. Yeah. Except
Dude,
you'll be
if you
thrown
heard-
off
if
hearing
you
him in
heard-
real life actually sounding nice and clear.
If you heard Gregory talking in person, you know exactly who that is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's very distinct.
That's what's kind of scary is like people will make sock accounts and come here to troll, and you'll be like, "Oh, that's it. I know who you are." It's like you don't know the name. You just hear a certain voice, and you're like, I've identified this person.
There's
That's
stuff
kinda
they
scary.
can't help.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
like in the organic computer. They can't get rid of it. It's part of who they are.
It's very interesting. Pete, yeah, exactly. Leveless knows exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah. If he pops in, you're like, I know who this is.
One thing I cannot stand is on the freeway when someone gets in the fast lane and then just stays at a constant speed.
Yeah, no, right? If you're not
That lane is
hauling
good for
absolute ass, you can get out of the left lane. If you're not flooring it, just move over.
Like the speed limit on the speed limit signs on the freeway, that number it says 70. That's just a suggestion.
That's what I've always heard. It's just a recommendation.
Right. Like if you go faster than that, there could be bigger consequences. I'm willing to take those risks.
You're not even supposed to go slower. So it's like, move the hell over.
Well, they say in order to keep up with the flow of traffic, you're allowed at least 10 miles under, but you're supposed to stay in the far right lane.
They just need to raise all these speed limits up. I don't know.
Yep.
Like-
by 18%.
Yeah.
Autobahn the entire world.
Maybe. Because you go stand by a highway and you look like, man, they look like they're going slow. You know, don't get in an airplane. You know, go start going up a way and you're like, damn, they're going real slow. Yeah, I think that we probably could get away with having a faster highways.
But people would need to be able to put their phones down.
Oh yeah, true.
Like I've got my headpiece on, so I'm talking to y'all about looking at my phone.
There are a lot of people that
Go ahead, sorry. That was just a silly clip. Go
I
ahead.
was just to say there's a lot of people who've seen they can't put their phone down while they're driving, and it's worse than drunk driving. At least drunk people are trying to look at the road.
Like I'm guilty of looking stuff up while I'm driving, but for the time that the phone is in my hand and I'm looking something up, for like every 2 words that I read, I look at the road for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not so engaged in what I'm reading that I've just lost sight of what's going on the road.
Like I can understand somebody doing something like switching their music or, you know, answering a phone call or whatever.
Yeah.
But when people start staring at their stuff, like they're doing the infinite scroll while driving, no, bad. Put it down and drive.
Yeah, if you're
You see
surfing
people all the
while
time.
driving, that's crazy.
If you're on the chives, get up.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I've seen cops do this while they got the freaking laptop in there, and it's Facebook open. It's obviously Facebook open that they're looking at while driving. Oh, what the hell is even that?
Yeah.
It'd be different if they had like, a suspect or something open and they're like or they're running somebody's, okay. No, it's Facebook while driving on a laptop mounted there with the government funding to mount it there so that they can be on Facebook while driving. It's just weird. Same dude will probably pull you over and write you a ticket for being on your phone.
You violated the law.
Oh God, people are going to be checking their messages with their Neuralink while driving, or like multitasking, driving their car with their brains.
I mean, we already have what AI assisted driving, or what do they call it?
Yeah,
autopilot.
Pretty much.
I don't think you're allowed to take your hands off the wheel, but I don't think we're there yet.
Cruise control.
They got hands off the wheel because I've seen videos where like people put on autopilot to go to work and then they fall asleep while they're going to work.
What?
Yeah, I was gonna say people have slept while driving with these things. That's the point.
Yeah, I thought that was always like in the movies and stuff. I never knew that was because I thought they were still had these regulations where you're not allowed to. In a Tesla, you can't take your hand. You can't do that in a Tesla.
No, this is in a Tesla, dude. This is like an Asian couple that were on their way to work.
Somebody got in a car accident while they fell asleep, and it got in a car accident while they were driving. And,
No, they were asleep, and the car was driving itself.
Yeah, and it just wrecked because it can't recognize everything.
You know what's really funny? Sorry, go ahead. If you want to finish
Yeah, you're good. No, I'm done. Yeah,
I
you're
saw
good.
a video. No, just directly related. I'll drop the link. I sent it to Amish, our friend Amish, who's in this server. It was literally the same situation, but a horse and buggy. Dude was passed out, hammered in the buggy, and the horse is just like taking him home. It was really funny. The cops are trying to pull him over, and they're like, "Whoa!" Trying to talk to the horse, and eventually they just gave up. Like, well,
I would trust that.
Home.
I would trust that more than the robot.
It says here in the first quarter, Tesla registered one accident for every 4.68 million miles driven.
Wow.
With the Tesla self-driving. With the autopilot mode, it was actually more accidents. It was like one each 2 million miles.
Wow. And they've had to improve their software over time and stuff like that to recognize, lines on the side of the roads and then without the lines and stuff.
There is this meme gif going around where there is this Tesla, it's just parked there and people are pouring salt all the way around it and it cannot get out.
Salt?
Yeah, for the white line.
Wow.
I'm not sure how true it is, but it's just a funny meme,
Well, they also had this issue with this cold weather we had recently. Like the door handles were frozen over. And you have to, how there's no, you have to kind of touch the handle in a way to get it to extend out. And then you grab the handle. So like people couldn't even get in the car. And they had to like release an update that you use your phone to pop the door open. Stuff like that. It's just kind of interesting.
I heard somebody almost died in their car because they were trapped.
Yeah, and I've also heard there was some that didn't even turn on in the cold weather. Like they just died.
Well, batteries also have other issues with cold weather. Like it increases something that lowers the battery's capacity or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, it can mess with it.
Hey, but they look cool. They look sick.
Like, how cool would that be? Taking a nap on the way to work, dude.
I mean, that was the idea behind the whole, like, well, we'll just, fall asleep and turn the seat around. Like that was always the idea for me. It's like, well, you just kind of chill out in the car and it drives you wherever you're going. But with all these regulations and accidents and stuff, like, well, nope. It'll go crazy if you like don't touch the wheel and stuff like that. But just from what I've heard.
No, I don't disagree. Like the idea is that, like, you know, like they don't even have GPS mapped all the way out. How the hell are they going to have like the road mapped all the way out?
Yeah. Well, they're talking about doing, I'm sure you've seen like some pizza. I think some pizza companies are trying to do self-delivering little cars. I think like Domino's has something like that. Maybe I'll try to find a link.
Well, it's I used to deliver for Domino's, man. That's a brutal job on your vehicle, dude.
They will probably have more success with drones. But I could see pizzas being delivered on rooftops and stuff like that.
Yeah, right. Just
delivered your fucking food. Don't call back.
Well, I think what I've seen recently to counter that is they have certain bins where the drone will like hover to. It'll drop it in a bin, and then you go to the bin and take it out.
Yeah, just like pit stops, kind of ish.
Yeah, they have
landing pad.
They kind of have something like that with Amazon now, like these lockers. They just have put lockers all around your town, and then you can opt to have the delivery go just to a locker. So I would imagine it would be something like that. The drone would just go to the certain one designated location, and then you have to go there to get your stuff. But maybe that's just phase 1. But yeah, phase 2, phase 3 is the pizza's on the house. Like Tim said. But yeah, here's a Domino's self-driving delivery. Let me check the link. I don't know too much about it. I would imagine that it's only limited to certain areas.
Yeah, I'm not opposed about the idea about these self-driving cars and all that kind of stuff, but I also like the freedom that comes with just, driving an old car. But the main issue is still, like, where's the electricity coming from? What about the production and all this kind of stuff? Is it actually better,
Yeah, we should just be honest about what it is. Like, they're trying to hide it. Like, oh, and it's so green. It's like, well, is it really?
Then there is, of course, also the fear scenario we see in a Will Smith movie, I, Robot, where there is all these self-driving cars, and if they want you, they can just log into the car and make the car do whatever they quote unquote want.
Yeah. Or what was it, Demolition Man? Probably robotic.
No, you came through. I was just grabbing those links. Were you saying? Sorry, I kind of phased out there for a second, Tim. Were you saying that like the government can just shut off your car and stuff like that?
Yeah, like that fear scenario we see in I'm pretty sure it's iRobot, where he likes his old motorcycle because it's analog and it's with fuel, but then there is all these self-driving cars, and if there is anything, it could just be not even a warrant. If they just want to shut you down, they know where you are because the car is registered in your name, or you need to use your digital pass or something like that to use some of these city loaner cars or whatever it is, and they can just do whatever. And no one would figure anything out because you would just be gone.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's, of course, the worst case scenario, and maybe that is too much fear, but it's still the question with stuff like AI, like we have seen this in movies. So, like, could they take over if you are afraid or something like that? Or if for example, just like in China, you are getting a less credit score if you are talking shit about the government, for example. Like it could be petty stuff like that, like limiting freedom of speech and all that kind of enemy of the state because you're talking,
Well, that's scary because they're already doing. I'm hearing rumbles about stuff like that just in the car, the car business. You're having to like pay a certain amount of money for heated seats, or like unlock this certain option for the heated seats by like paying for it in your car. This could definitely lead to stuff like that. Oh, you were bad today. You're not going to be able to start your car.
Yeah, I mean, China is just a good observation point, because if they have a low credit score, you can't even take the bus or the train or anything like that.
Wow.
In some cases, like there has been some undercover documentaries released about some of these guys that has really low score, and their life is pretty much completely locked in place. They have their little apartment and they have the bare necessities, but they can't do anything. They can't take up a small loan. They cannot get any decent jobs. They cannot take the train or the bus or anything like that.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's like forced to behave the way that some other people think you have to behave.
Oh.
And I do see some good things with a system like that, but overall it's just nefarious in the essence, because like it would promote people to not throw trash around, for example, and all that kind of stuff, But then there is also the dark side of it, where it's the liberties,
Right, that's the trade-off. Privacy for security, right?
Yeah. And then there is again, we have built, well, historical wise, we have built this place by revolution and uprising and talking against when shit is happening, and we would not be able to do that because whoever was in power will have the program written down, and it would be impossible to do anything, in that sort. Like there would be no gathering and actually, shit is not a violent revolution, but just getting the message out, because it could be blocked anyway if everything is controlled digitally. Like we see some of it today, where you talk about certain things on Facebook and your account is just shut down, or you get in Facebook prison or something like that. And I know Facebook is a private institution and blah, blah, blah. I've heard all the arguments, but it's still there. It's still in plain sight, the worst case scenarios about what digitally, whatever, you know what I mean, is doing. It can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Elwin Benjamin was talking about how his bank, like Chase Bank, they were like, you're not allowed to bank with us. PayPal, you said some bad things on the internet, so you're not allowed to use PayPal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the banks is a completely different subject. Like they are really into this debit now, because they actually don't have all this fractional reserve has led to a point where banks from banks don't even want their physical cash. Like, for example, if I'm from Denmark and I travel to Spain and I have some Danish cash with me, I cannot exchange those in a Spanish bank, because the Spanish bank cannot get it exchanged in a Danish bank, because they don't want the physical cash, because it's just debit notes. It's nothing. And it's the same thing. Like if you have like $1 million and you go into the bank, they almost don't want to take it, or they will shut down the bank for the entire day so they can get the money shipped off. And if you want to withdraw $1 million, you cannot just go down there on a day's notice. Like they need time to get that money shipped to you, if they even want to do it. It could be a long,
I feel like I've seen this exact same video that you're describing. Someone was telling this exact detail by detail. He's like, I tried to drop off $1 million and they freaked out and closed the bank.
Yeah, I have seen several parts of it, but for example, the banks not want to exchange the money, like the Danish to Spanish thing or Spanish to Danish thing. I guess that's specific to this region. But it's just a common all over the world, I would assume. If it happens here, it happens everywhere, And if they don't want the physical cash or have really big issues about withdrawing or putting them into the bank or even exchanging them from bank to bank, like we have this issue that we have been predicting for a long time with fractional reserve banking and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, have you heard? Like I've heard in the conspiracy, the truther, movement, people talked about the idea of everyone going to the bank and withdrawing money. We'll shut down the whole system, stuff like that. But it's interesting because, they're saying that the banks don't have cash, really, that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the first things I looked into. It's like if you take $100,000 and you put them into the bank is only legally applied to have 10,000 of those dollars in. So the bank can take those $90,000 that is left over there, and they can lend them out, and then it comes in again as car payment. It's just a pyramid scam at that point, And today it has just grown so big that they don't even need the physical cash anymore. They just need your signature on a piece of paper, and you are the one creating the money, not the bank. When you sign that piece of paper, you are the one creating that $100,000 because you have promised to pay that back.
Right.
So it's actually this was like 20 years ago with the fractional reserve banking. Today it's just literally just a signature of the money is created digitally. It is still not out there in physical form or backed by anything.
Right. Wow. It's crazy, man, to learn about this stuff, because we don't really teach you this stuff in school. At least they didn't teach me.
Oh, they definitely don't want to teach you about money, because it's again, like, if you have no debt whatsoever, you're actually in a worse position as a company owner than if you're actually running on under the red line, Because if you're just saving up money, those money is not doing anything. But if you are spending all your money plus lending money, those money is working, or those fake money or digital money is working.
Yeah.
And this is because, like, they need growth. They need this perpetual growth, or else the system will crash. It's literally just in the math. We saw this in 2009. We were like, fractions away from a complete economic crash worldwide. Like, this bubble was about to burst back then, but then they quote unquote saved it, and we are just that system is living on borrowed time. This is why we see all this digitalization.
Yeah.
I mean, just see what the last 3 years have done, plus the pseudo war in Russia, Ukraine, like the inflation, like it just take 500 grams of ground beef. It's twice the price than it was 3 years ago. And this doesn't happen just for any reason, and it just didn't just happen because it was expensive 2 years, an expensive war. Those two things are just this sleight of hand scapegoats, but the system itself is just broken.
Yeah, eggs and everything's crazy expensive and stuff too. You're right.
Yeah, everything is like 100% on top of what it costs normally, or almost in Denmark. It has started to go slightly down again, but it's still like plus 80% or something like that.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, and I also we have probably looked into the energy crisis that has happened because of the current event, and it was like all the European countries was panicking, so they filled up all their gas storages, and in the end there was just gas tankers laying down in the harbors, but nowhere to sell it because all the gas storages in Europe was filled, and because the governments panicked, they bought all this gas into a high price, or the energy companies to a super high price. But when all the storages is filled and no one can sell, these gas prices from the gas tankers was actually down to like zero or under zero at times, because they had nowhere to place it. They were just storing it up in the harbors in big ass container ships. So this panic made us buy all these kind of things to an expensive price instead of just waiting and see. And this caused that everyone would have to pay a high price for energy and stuff like that, even though there was plenty of gas to go around, for example. It's just those small, when you pay attention, you just see how stupid it all is,
Right. Yeah, it almost makes you like, it's just such a silly game. But sometimes you have to play to win, right?
Yeah, panic. We have to do this. People comply, and they don't really question why things are getting expensive. Then these articles is kind of downgraded and not really promoted at all. But if you actually look at them, it's all there in quote unquote plain sight that there was no gas shortage at all. There was no shortage at all. It was just, built up to something it wasn't, so people would accept this higher cost. For example, the Danish government has just said in their accountmanship or something like that they had found, like, I think it was 100 billion Danish kroner that was just found. What I expect is that is the extra money they have gotten from all these. We have like tariffs and shit. Like there is like a 25% tariff on pretty much every goods in the country, and if everything is 100% more expensive today, that means that those 25%, it's still 25%, but it's still more, you know. So the money they had quote unquote found, it's just coming from all these tariffs. That is just a bigger profit margin today. And I'm 100% sure they have just found this money, but this money is not getting paid back to the people, you know. They're just gonna get spent on anything else, something else. But yeah, self-driving cars.
So it seems like this is a topic you're pretty interested in.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we should. Like, it's not like I care about the politics itself, but if we don't know what is going around,
we all know you love Biden, Tim.
It's just like I feel like when you're an adult man, it's your duty to actually pay attention to what is going around in society. You cannot just close your eyes and say it's going to be all good, because if you don't know, how can you speak up, you know? And we still have the power in the majority or the many. So there is definitely no fight that is lost, you know. And if we don't know about these kind of things, we cannot share the information or the knowledge to our next man. And if we are not sharing the knowledge to the next man, we are pretty much allowing the system to progress in a way where we pretty much just will live in our tiny boxes, live in our phones, and not come any other people near, you know. And that is, as we have spoken about many times here, that is one of the degradations of society that has happened, where we went from village to nuclear family to me, you know, and we have to kind of be conservative in that point and slightly move back, because it's not just about me. I know we can all have a decent life, but we also have to get people by, you know, or people near. And that is one of the main or most important features there, is that we are sharing the information that we are finding.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I like this place. It's a good place to share notes, because can't study everything. So I learn from you guys a lot of the time as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that's one of the main purposes of life. Like, sure, you can go out in the woods and you can live perfectly on your own, but yeah, I'm not sure where I'm going with this.
I mean, we're not all living in the jungle alone, so we kind of have to operate in this system and the grid and stuff. So,
yeah. I mean, how are we gonna progress as me beings with just a special set few that is doing all the things, or are we progressing when everyone is working on something?
Right, some collaboration.
Exactly. We don't have to be experts on everything, that's for sure.
I don't even think like being an expert, because it's just so funny how
I know,
friends are like, oh, expert this, expert that. It's like, that doesn't make you, you're not perfect. You know, you can still be wrong and be a quote unquote expert. I was like, fuck being an expert. I don't
They have just hijacked these terms. It's the same with conspiracy theory. Like, in my world, a conspiracy theorist would be a noble thing to be, because they are trying to unravel the shittery that is going around in the world, you know. Like, the police should be dealing with conspiracy theories every single day to unravel their thing based on evidence. The same with real journalists and stuff like that, but they have just hijacked these terms and turned them around. So now being an expert is something you have to idolize. No, an expert is just someone who has dedicated himself to a field. He can still be wrong. This is why there is other quote-unquote experts in that field. And if we had a real democracy, these experts would be on live screen debating these kind of things, so the public could get a clear, full picture of the situation and not just one side of the things.
Yeah, but instead they hijack other terms like science and this, that, and the other.
It's science, yeah, and people are getting triggered by these words. Oh, it's science. Well, then it must be right. I'm too lazy to look into that. I'm too lazy to explore other views or other opinions or other expert works. It's
weird too with the expert thing. They'll say, well, you know, all the experts agree It's like, well, even even the experts in just one field, you mean to tell me that they all agree on this one particular thing? You don't think there's any difference within that small community of experts? Oh, that one person, if they disagree, they're just wrong. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
From time to time. No, but all experts agree. It's like, I don't think that's true.
Yeah. Have you fact checked this?
Well, first of all, I don't know any experts. I can't. Do you know any experts?
No, I don't think so.
I was gonna say, I don't know no damn expert, but people say, oh, all these experts. You don't know any experts. Just stop it. But if we're just gonna throw the term around, we're expert flat earthers. They don't want to hear that.
Well, I mean, how long does it take to get a degree? How many years have some of these people been here?
You know what, dude? No, that's a good point. Exactly. 4 or 5 years, exactly. But I found this video popped in my feed yesterday. A dude talking about getting fake degrees and how easy it is. Here's a screenshot. The guy's tattoos, crazy. But he like holds up. He said he's got 5 degrees, PhD, MBA, blah blah blah. And they're all fake. I'm like, what? I mean, I was kind of familiar with that idea before, but I didn't realize that it was pretty. I guess it's really prevalent over in the Middle East or whatever. So people say, oh well, so and so has their PhD. Yeah, well, I didn't realize. It's super easy to fake getting one too. So I can get a PhD. But
what would happen if an artificial intelligence got a PhD and people didn't realize that it was AI until after it already got a degree?
That's the problem. That's why the fake ones work, because people were just, they'd like the titles. You know what I mean? Oh, he's a doctor. Yeah.
Accolades. Yeah. They want those brownie points of society.
You don't actually have to know anything. Like, the stuff they teach you in school, they just want to make sure you got your GED? Oh, you're good? Okay. All right, you got your bachelor's? Cool. They don't even care what you know, who you know.
Well, they don't care if you know how to use it. As long as you can regurgitate it and pass it and get the test, that's it. You've got the degree. They don't care if you actually understand and can use what you've been regurgitating.
Yeah. So as long as you have that piece of paper. So that's why it's like, now people, all they have to do is just go get the piece of paper, get it stamped. They don't even have to go to school. So,
yeah.
Oh, but these experts, these doctors, these PhDs, these guys, these engineers. Okay, well, how many of those people just have fake ass degrees? I don't know. Just, you learn to start thinking for yourself when you come here. I think that's what it really boils down to.
There's a couple maverick people out there who actually know how to do awesome things in this world, but most people are just they have that fake it till you make it lifestyle until they die. Like, they don't actually know what they're doing, but they've convinced everybody else, including themselves, that they do. But they don't really even know their own models or understand. They just know. It's like you can know how to do something without knowing why. Like having the recipe for something, but you don't actually fathom why that happens. You can just throw it together and make it happen. That's good enough. But then few people do know that recipe. They know and why it works and why that happens.
Yeah, those types of people, they generally don't throw around their titles. They're just throwing around information, whatever. So the title isn't what makes them, type of thing. So
we have a concept here in Denmark that is called forest kindergartening, and the concept is pretty much that there is no buildings, there is no playgrounds. It is just out in the nature and learning all the basics about these kind of things, and also taking responsibility, because often these kids 3, 4, 5 years old are just left alone, and they're just, there's still eyes on them, but then they climb in trees, they fall down and they hit themselves, and they learn, trial and error and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, good thing.
And it's not like they are performing much better when they get to school and stuff like that, but they are slightly more I don't know. It's not like the difference is super huge when they get into school, but it's still just like a premises for being individual. I don't know, but
I can add to that. Like, you see here, a lot of people have like quote unquote book smarts, but they don't have the street smarts. So it seems like that type of thing is like, here, learn some street smarts, and then if you're book smart, whatever, do your thing at school. But you got to have the life stuff, no matter what. Doesn't matter, you know.
Yeah, these kids are like, these kids are taught different things. For example, they are pretty much like super young Boy Scouts, pretty much, where they learn to handle a knife, they learn to use a saw, they increase their, what is it called, physical motorics or something like that. I don't know what the English term is.
Like a class on life.
Yeah, exactly. So there is a lot of things that is being enhanced in a very early stage, instead of just like, oh, here's a kindergarten and here's a playground, and it's pretty amazing. I like it.
I call that type of learning like lifeology. Like, you're literally studying from life itself in order to garner information and figure out how things work, which makes more sense than reading a dang book and sitting in a crusty room.
Yeah. But also these kids, like, for example, one thing I noticed with this documentary I saw is that there is no fencing, and they're out in the wilderness where there is lakes and stuff like that. And these kids, they just stop, 3 meters before the water edge, and then they're waiting for an adult before they go down and play with the water and stuff like that. So they also learn, like, there is boundaries, like.
How far is it?
What is it? Investigation with responsibility. I know this is a dangerous place, so I'm waiting for someone, so I'm not alone in this situation or something like that.
To do
like
it
these
carefully.
basic things. Yeah.
See, that makes sense. Learn that early, and you can live a long time.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what my point is. It's more like the concept. I just see so many positives with it. Responsibility, discipline, trial and error, stuff like that. Like also increasing. As I said before, the basic motorics of the body when they learn like handling a knife and see the knife as a tool and not a weapon, because stuff like that.
Yeah.
Some schools is actually starting to implement this in some of their teachings also, where it's much more creative and instead of just sitting in a square classroom. Like, it was a tangent, but I just find it interesting. And if there is a forest kindergartening around your place and you get kids, like, you should consider that if you're not home teaching them.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that I wish I had done different, that I could have done better, but I've learned now. So I know that the future is going to be better because I know where we're at now and what direction we're headed with certain things in relation to teaching the children. But it's like, it's kind of, you're walking out of Babylon. You have to get away from all of these old lines of thinking into something that's different, more centered and grounded on what's actually real.
The thing is, I actually think that it's not new thinking. It's just going back and see what worked in the past and what have we lost from the past. It's actually conservative thinking, stuff like this. For example, like the dad is taking his son out in the work field and teaching him in a young age. It's kind of like the same concept. We have lost that today because of social mobility and all this kind of stuff. But and I'm not saying we have to go all the way back to that archaic way of doing things, but taking concepts from it, Why should a kid be in school from year 6 to year 17 and then further schooling if this kid is very physical, and he knows he just want to be he want to be a carpenter. Why should he be in school those 5 extra years where he already has the basic math, he already has the basics of writing and all that kind of stuff? He could actually already be a carpenter student at age 12 or something like that.
Yeah. By the time he's 13, he's actually doing what he wants to do and what he plans on doing for the rest of his life, because that's kind of like the childhood dream. That's what he grew up wanting to do.
And he also learned
life path.
He also learns discipline like this, and he could with that discipline he could always reschool himself if something happens and carpentry is not what he wants for the rest of his life. He would have that discipline and a self-awareness and all that kind of stuff.
Like, you can expand upon it and move different directions if you like. It doesn't matter, because the brain's fluid. It's able to move, and you can adjust how you use the information you've learned. But what he's garnered from carpentry, he could apply to something else, and it would end up making him better at doing that because he has a different perspective.
Yeah. I mean, for example, like, one of the big things I would take from this is discipline and responsibility. Like, he learns from a very early age that what he is doing has consequences. Like, if he's doing a bad job or whatever, and he's learning to be responsible, and that just means that he is becoming a man in a much earlier stage. I guess that's my main point. Yeah, we don't have to be kids for 20 years or treated as kids for 20 years.
And it's okay to keep that sense of wonder, where you can see through the eyes of a child, like, your whole life. Like, that's not what, but sometimes you got to put away childish things, become serious, learn how stuff works, start applying yourself.
Yeah.
There comes a point. Some of these folks, they want to play, like, video games 24/7, and if you judge them for it, oh, God forbid, they want you to go to hell.
Yeah, and
all you really want them to do is be free.
And they could take up a spirit level in a much earlier stage and think like, hey, why is this working? Is water flat? Is the world flat?
Look away from the little rectangle and see what the world's really like.
Yeah.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
That is one of the most captivating things, though. These little black rectangles that everybody has everywhere. They carry them in their pockets. They have them mounted in their rooms, set on their desks. They're everywhere. Scrying mirrors.
Oh God, it's everywhere.
They want them everywhere, though. They like all these flashy, lighty things that manifest entertainment and ideas.
I think the owner of the Indianapolis Colts, he's been talking about this same thing, AG. He says that they promised him, he's an old guy, they promised him a future with flying cars, and all he got was cell phones. He said the future is on the phone. Yeah.
Everybody was promised the Jetsons, and they got The Walking Dead.
Yeah. That's all you've been saying, watch out for zombies. But he's saying the future is all on the phone now. It's not outside of us like they promised.
It'll give you a really high-tech prison that you can sit in your room by yourself and stare off into oblivion while you wear the future on your face.
Yeah, you know what? That's what I was thinking about when I played that Mirage clip. When you take off the VR, I don't know, 2050, everyone's wearing VR, and then you take it off, and like, whoa, is this real life? They're going to say...
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
So disconnected with reality. Like, wow, it's really flat and not moving out here. After I took off my VR,
I start thinking the VR is the real world. Now here, it's just something fake. This is just a dream.
They're gonna try and convince. I feel like that's the aim, right? Like, put you in a globe simulator, VR, and then you're good to go. Now you can fully experience it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I joined that modern day debate server. Should I just leave it then, or I don't know what it is? I mean, I know I've watched the thing on YouTube, and it's okay. I don't know.
Nothing happens on the Discord. There's maybe
might as well.
Yeah, just leave. Like the most I've seen ever is like 5 people, and it's very rare.
Yeah, Spake sent me an invite, so I just joined whatever. I don't know. I didn't really know what it were though.
Sorry, I was typing in the chat. You were saying something about other servers, Andy? What was that?
Oh no, I just got an invite to this modern, because somebody mentioned it in the chat. The modern day debate.
Yeah.
So I joined, and then Tim clarified what I already thought, which is, yeah, nothing really happens over there. So.
I think Miggy talks about not liking that style. I mean, there's a time and place for it, right? But I can see why there would be an issue with, like, here, you get 5 minutes, then I get 5 minutes, and then you get 5 minutes. Yeah. But I can see, like I said, I can see why that would be beneficial in some places.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because more often than not, it tends to bolster egos, and that's the real turnoff. And that's why I'm not so keen. But yeah, I've definitely heard other people say, like Level Up, in fact, on here, she was talking about how somebody could listen to a debate, and then it could be really helpful for them. Certainly if... That's another issue, though, isn't it? Because it's kind of like Logie always talks about, whoever speaks last wins sort of thing. That's how it can sort of be. But I guess you could also argue that whoever's more charismatic, I don't know, it's a weird one, isn't it? But I guess to the discerning person who's watching, they could look and then just realise, because there's more people been turned to flat Earth from Globers, and how insincere they seem.
Well, I want to point out that those debates, typically everyone who's watching them is just rooting for their side.
Yeah,
that's really what it is. I don't find them super useful. Now, it's different if you were at, a university or college and you had a philosophical debate where nobody had made up their minds, and then it is the audience. But with this is a polarized issue, completely polarized, because there's no nuance. It's either flat or it's not. So people have typically picked their side based on their cognitive bias rather than any evidence before it's even started. So it's really just who gets the best owns. That's really all it is. It's who gets the best owns. And one side goes away saying, I didn't get the best owns, we'll get them next time. And the other side says, we got the best owns. That's it. That's really all it is.
Yeah, they're appealing to their audience a little bit.
Yeah, your everyday man is not listening to it. Your Joe Everyday, who doesn't have a stake in the fight, is not sitting there saying, hey, you know what? I want to listen to a flat Earth debate, because it's not important in his life yet.
Hey, let me listen to 2 idiots argue over some crap I don't care about. Nope, back to work. But they don't care about, it's like a Glober arguing with a flat earther. They just see idiots arguing from afar.
Yeah,
and then they go back to their lives.
Yeah, Trump proved what debates were all about. He proved what debates are all about. And that's it. It's that stupid and simple. Hit the other guy in the crotch and watch everybody laugh. That's it. That's all they're about.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Oh, crap. It's like that thing on Idiocracy where ow my balls and everybody gets hit.
Yeah. Or it's like on The Simpsons where the movie that won an Oscar was Arthur C. Scott getting football thrown at his crotch. Oh, my groin!
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, debates in this arena where it is an actual debate are typically just, trying to see who can punch the most below the belt. Now, like Oakley's stream, that's different because that's not a debate. You're going into his house and you're trying to essentially attack him, which is what we do here. You're coming into our house Essentially, you're either asking questions or you're attacking, right? So it's not debates technically.
Right. Was the arena
So-
more debate style?
Yes, the arena was more debate style, but the guys who wanted to engage in the arena quit coming because there were rules.
Yeah, standards.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, if we do the debate again, I wouldn't mind getting one flat earther and one globe earther who doesn't have ego in the fight, who's just concerned with logical fallacies and stuff, and they just point out logical fallacies. They interrupt the debate period only for logical fallacies. I wouldn't mind that, because like I've said before, Globers can't have any authority on the server whatsoever.
Like a
I've really seen
referee,
them
though.
demonstrate the
flagging
authority in the
people.
proper way. Go ahead, AG.
I was just thinking like a ref flagging people, like, oh, logical fallacy, and throw up a flag.
Yeah, that's exactly how it was. It was working that way.
Yeah.
But they said that's not fair because without those free miracles, they don't have an argument. Now, it did used to work that way, but like I said, they got tired of not being able to even present an argument because presenting it was a logical fallacy. Like they based it off of a logical fallacy, like they presupposed something was already true to present their proof. It's like, well, before you present that, where's your curvature?
Right. No, but just let me have that one.
No, let me have curvature so that we can actually debate. Well, you can't because there's no debate if you don't provide curvature. They thought the debate was about all the derivatives, and it wasn't.
Mm-hmm. You got to build on a foundation.
Yes.
They're trying to work backwards, starting with the shingles of a house and like start building down underneath that.
Yes, it doesn't
You don't
work
have anything to put that on.
Yes. That used to be my prime example is you don't start building on the second floor.
Yeah.
And they don't have a foundation. They don't have a first floor. They don't have infrastructure. Hell, they don't even have the ground.
Right. Yeah, we're over here trying to build up.
How do you build without the ground?
You haven't acquired the property.
Right, exactly.
Or that's how you don't have the ground. You have to first acquire the property. Call that the axiom. Then you can start building. Then
So we're the landowners? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're the landowners. We own it. And they want to come in here and build a house starting with the shingles, like you said.
Yep. It's not going to fly.
Nope.
Attacking axioms now, they're attacking the ground, saying level is curved, which is a bizarre tactic, but it seems to work on some numpties.
It only works on people, on flat earthers. It does not work on the everyday man. It doesn't.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a great point, man. Like if you just told this is why I love that like you're just random sample of people off the street, including them in the conversation every now and again. I always say that if you just went and knocked on like 10 of your neighbors' doors and you're like, hey, you believe like they believe that the earth is moving if they believe the earth is a globe spinning. So technically like their house would be moving on that earth. So if you told them that, they'd be like, no, dude, just get out of here, you're crazy. And just like you said, if you went door to door, hey, level is curved, just shut the door.
They call you crazy. They shut the door. They tell you to take your meds and get out of here before they call the cops. See, the argument doesn't work. That's just an argument for the true believers on their side. It's not an argument against us. It's not an argument against the model. It's not an argument against anything. It's just like a mantra for them. It's their therapy. It doesn't work on the everyday person at all.
Moon, I would agree with you, but if an authority told them that the level was curved, they would believe it. Just like essentially the entire model itself is a contradiction, right, to reality. So on the one hand, you're right, people would go, level is curved.
Stupid unless it's, applied to this particular topic.
What's interesting, you say that. Think about the recent 2-year-long event. And now, like 80% of people are against it.
Yeah.
So you say that, but then again, you do have the natural human tendency to what? Rebel. When people are told something that's not true, it doesn't sit right with them, and they have to be distracted to not think about it. That's why we just live in a lot of distraction. And Flat Earth blew up a little bit more even, when everyone was stuck at home. Because what was everyone doing? Surfing the internet.
Yep. That's true. People will admit it. Like, I started looking at Flat Earth during the Coco era.
The thing.
Yeah. The thing era. Yeah. It's true. When you're not ripping and running, going to work and doing this, that, and the other, you have time to actually hear what's going on a little bit.
Yeah. So, especially when you are piling lies on them everywhere else. And now, like, the majority of the country believes that they're being lied to about lots of stuff now. I mean, you go turn on Tucker Carlson, and it sounds like Alex Jones from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? And this is like the mainstream, Republican, and a lot of the progressives. I'm not going to say Democrats, because generally that's where the brain dead people reside. But like on the more progressive side and the Republican to more right side, people generally are no longer trusting of the authority figures. Not saying I believe in politics. I'm just using it as a gauge.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this. Like, the more they push, I've always looked at it like a double-edged sword. Like, it will either keep you back, or it's going to kind of have the negative effect. Like, for example, the Tesla space car. Because I believed in space, but I was already questioning flat Earth and the globe and stuff. But then they tried to push, hey, we're going to launch this freaking car into space, guys. And obviously people are going to cheer for that, but there's going to be another set of people that's like, no, there's no way. So it has that dual effect. I think that's kind of what you're getting at, is that, some people will cheer for the mainstream narrative, but other people will wake up and see the lies and see the problem, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be beyond, my opinion, that the elite want everyone to wake up at the same time that everything crashes, because that's just creates a huge confusion.
Wait, say that again. They want that? Because I've kind of thought that before.
Absolutely,
right.
I absolutely do think the elite want everyone to wake up, because what's going to happen if everybody wakes up?
You said confusion.
Yes, massive amounts of confusion, because by the time everyone wakes up, world economies are going to collapse. Civilizations will be wiping themselves out.
Yeah.
The birth rate is tanked. Like, it will, waking up might just be part of a reset. May be completely natural, like, that thing that's programmed into us. But either way, it's going to achieve the same effect.
Like, at the end of the show, everybody realizes, oh, right, that was just a show. And then the audience leaves.
Yeah, but then they're in survival mode for several generations, and everyone forgets about it.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up, because I've definitely, with how ridiculous some of the stories get, it makes you wonder, is it intentional? Are they trying to get people to sort of see it without just directly telling them? So I've definitely thought that before.
Yeah, it's called revelation of the method.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard that before.
And it's, you reveal your plan, you reveal what's going on, and, in the end, the self-cleaning oven is going to clean itself, and that's humanity. But, when you get into that situation, you're teaching everyone, you're retraining everybody. We're like the tech priest in Warhammer. We don't know how anything was built, and we don't know how to build anything from scratch. All we have is a bunch of technology that none of us understands. But a lot of us do have, work ethic. We're self-motivated. And in the event of a collapse, a lot of the I would say, simple blue collar folk are going to, they're going to ride right through it. But it's going to be the yuppies and the upper class that collapse in it. Now, I don't mean the upper class is in the elite. But, that's changed hands too. But like I said, I look at this a lot less nefarious and more as something that naturally has to happen every once in a while. And it's programmed in us to do it. And the elite are kind of like, they're pretending that they know what's going on, but they don't really. That's why they have, what are the stories they have? They have alien invasion, they have they have pandemic, they have worldwide cataclysms like volcanoes and stuff. They have covered every single contingency as part of a so-called plan. Like, massive weather change, that's part of, that way when it starts to happen, they can say, see, we knew. We're the ones who did it, right? Because it's better to be held responsible than to make it look like you didn't have any control at all.
Yeah, people freaking out. Who's in control?
Who's in control? It's us, and we decided that this needed to be done. It's like, did you know?
Yeah, no.
Yes, we have weather technology. Yeah, sure you do.
That's funny.
We have life extension technology. Why are all the elite dying off? This is the thing. That's the thing. It's all bullshit. Because they've been claiming to have life extension technology for the past, 30 years? And why is George Soros dead?
Yeah, looking like a god. Is he dead now? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he was looking like a gremlin before he went, too, didn't he?
Oh. It's like life extension. And they're like, no, he didn't really die. It's like, wait a minute now. You ain't going to reverse all that organ failure. And look at him. Look at him. The man looked like he was at death's door for 2 years.
Yeah.
So. Just saying. They say a lot. The things don't happen. They keep, predicting things that don't happen.
True.
And then, because they're expecting something to happen, but the truth is they don't know what it is. They don't know which of these scenarios it is. They're just covering all their bases.
Does that bring you comfort, kind of knowing that it's not just like super nefarious people running everything? Or is it kind of more scary, do you think?
I would say it's like if you just accept it as part of like the natural human experience that's happened over and over, because we're walking on the ruins of it happening before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just accept it as part of existence, like the rain or like, taking a dump. Just something that's got to happen.
Cyclical type of thing.
It's just like a cyclical thing. So don't worry about it. And to me, just like, waking up is great and everything, because without the lie, you would have woken up.
True. You need the lie to wake you up, right? I've heard that before. I've heard other people say that.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't worry me. I should say it like that. Okay. None of it. Like, even if I'm in the line of fire and I end up, dying in a reset, I'm not worried about that either. I'm like, well,
you definitely don't seem worried.
I'm not. Once you stop thinking inside yourself what could be happening, all of it, it's a lot easier to look out from outside the problem, get outside of a problem to view it. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people are looking at the problem, but they're still in the problem. Mm-hmm. They're still looking at it all from a perspective of a single human lifetime or a single human's perspective,
Right. A fish in water.
Yeah, they can't see the bowl from the outside.
Right.
Or it's like being in a canyon, and you're like White River rafting in a canyon, and there's a helicopter above the canyon, and none of the paths make sense to you in the canyon, right? But the helicopter sees everything.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So it's all just a matter of perspective. So sometimes you got to get outside the canyon to see where it's going.
True.
Hey, did y'all say George Soros died?
Yeah.
When was that? I didn't see that.
God, that was a year ago?
No shit.
Yeah.
Damn,
so
let me
into that. George Soros. Is it George Soros that died? Let me check.
says
It says he's still alive.
Still alive.
Okay, still alive. Yeah.
Holy smokes!
But he hasn't been seen in like a year. He had some like health episode, and hasn't been seen in like a year. So.
Well, a lot of people in like the Q circles have been talking about George Soros a lot. So I was just curious. I hadn't heard that he died.
Yeah.
Dude was born in 1930.
1930. So he is.
Golly.
Yeah. I mean, there are humans who are 100 years old. So he's what, 93?
92, 93, yeah.
92, 93. That's not life extension technology. Holy shit. Make sure I'm or 80. Holy cow.
But how old would you want to live to be, though?
I would not want to live to be 93.
No, I don't think, like, I would want to be old and crusty. I mean, if we could stay young for longer or something, that would be cool. But
I mean,
why do you want to be 120?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to pick up smoking at 65.
Yeah. Just knock me out. Just finish the final blow, man. Yeah. That's funny. I was just going to look up the oldest person.
You know, I think yoga's worth taking up. I've seen some of these really old, like, girls that are like 80 years old. They do yoga and they're still spry. They really are. So there's something to that stretching stuff.
Sorry, I got it.
Yeah,
I bet Eldrico could attest to that.
I've done it a little bit, and but then I go through phases where I'm like, whatever.
Well, you actually go to like the studio? You do hot yoga?
Oh no! Just in my bathroom or downstairs.
Stretching.
Yeah, just a bit of stretching, nothing major.
Dude,
but
yeah,
they definitely feel better for doing it as well.
I like it. I mean, they do free in the park during the summer. They just have a lady come out and just host classes every week, like twice a week, and I would just go every time. It was awesome. I really like it. So,
when I was going through my real heavy, with the Eastern philosophy stuff, I was doing Tai Chi for a little bit, and that was pretty. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was just again in the front room, just watching someone on a screen and just trying to follow along with it, just trying to get that flow sort of thing that they do.
Yeah.
It was really cool, but I just stopped doing that. I do that. I just go through phases of things, and then no.
I served coffee to a guy. He would come in and he would tell me about his Tai Chi. Old guy. It was awesome. Like, yeah, that's cool. I support stuff like that. The flow stuff. Anything that's like flow, get into the flow, I'm down for.
Yeah.
I do a lot of sparring. That's my big thing.
The only weird thing I do is I have a feet suspension. I'll hang upside down for like 10, 15 minutes.
Hell yeah. I think that's good for you as well.
I cannot tell you how good it makes your hips and back feel.
I bet.
Because you can, if you hold a weight down on the floor while your feet are up in the air, and you just let the weight stretch your arms out, you feel everything pop. Everything. Just great. Like hard pops too. Pop.
So me, Mrs. the Vampire, is that what you're telling me?
A vampire.
Do you like garlic?
I love it.
Dude, yeah, those are tough to just come. You don't just find inversion tables everywhere. You got to get a good one so it doesn't just break your head. Wait, so how do you do it?
I have 2 metal mounted hooks in my room that are attached to the ceiling.
2 metal mounted hooks, and you put your feet in there?
You put the bar up there with the attachments on your feet with the hook on them. Bam. Wow. You jump up, you do like and then you swing your legs up and hook them on, and then you just hang upside down.
That's cool. So it's attached to your shoe or whatever?
No, it's this.
It's part of the.
It's
like a snowboard.
It like goes around your shin.
Oh.
It's a padded thing that goes around your shin, and it's got a steel hook on it.
Damn. Dude.
So you can just swing your feet up, hook them, and then you just let go.
Yeah. Damn, that sounds awesome.
You can do like sit-ups up to your knees and all that kind of stuff too.
Just in addition to that inversion table, and since you guys were talking about yoga, do you ever do breathing exercises while you're hanging upside down?
I mean, you
Wim Hof.
have to. Just naturally, you have to.
Right. You can't just be breathing all normal.
Yeah, well,
upside down.
that's the thing about like yoga. I think it's so beneficial. This is kind of my area of expertise because you have muscles in your abdomen that breathe for you. And if you stop working out as you age, like once you get to like 30, those muscles literally turn off. They just stop firing. So even if you go to exercise, you're only breathing at like 60 or 70% of your capacity because as you age, you just stop using these muscles. So like when you're hanging upside down, and this is a jiu-jitsu thing too. I think one of y'all said you did jiu-jitsu. When you're in a bad position and you're tired and you can't breathe, you're not supposed to try to take a breath. You're supposed to try to get rid of all of your oxygen. So like get rid of all the air that's inside of you, I mean. So you like blow out, and when you like excessively blow out and try, you can feel these muscles fire to push air out. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I was doing it while you were saying it. Are you familiar with Wim Hof? I'm sure you are. Or
yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say that's where I learned a lot of breathing. His breathing technique is really interesting. If anyone's not familiar, I'll drop a link. But yeah, I was doing the breathe out while you said it.
Well,
it's hard to get all that air out.
When you're on the inversion table, if you like sometimes when you breathe out and you force a little more air out, you'll get like an extra pop, and you can feel it when you hit something that has for your body that just isn't firing. When it fires, it's almost like a little jolt inside of you.
Trying to find a shortish kind of link for Wim Hof. Like 10 minutes.
Do y'all have any Globers in today?
Not since I've been here. I wasn't here for the most of yesterday. Did we have any action yesterday?
I was on here almost all of yesterday, and I don't think I heard one Glober.
I think I made a clip for that. Also, apparently, maybe you guys are familiar with CoffeeZilla. Apparently, Neil deGrasse Tyson had a space video game that never launched.
Yeah, I'm familiar with CoffeeZilla.
Here's a screenshot to that.
He does good review and does like financial reports of like games in progress, crowdfunding, stuff like that. He identifies things that are and aren't scams.
He says this one, yeah. GoFundMe trash. Episode 2. Neil deGrasse Tyson's quote-unquote video game. $400,000. No game.
Oh, $400,000? You ain't getting a game for $400,000. Yeah, more like $4 million.
Right.
Yeah. People don't know what it costs to make a game.
Bro, if you're going to play a space game, just go play like Mass Effect.
Yeah.
That game was sick. Like, if you like space, I'm watching a space show right now. Oh, one of my favorite things, I need to grab a screenshot of this. But so when you dock with your space station, they have these little handles that fold out of the wall, and you just grab the handle, and the handle like pulls you down the hallway. Maybe you guys have seen this before. I'll try to grab a little screenshot of it so you can see. Like little stuff like that, and the space theme is really cool in my opinion. You can still enjoy it.
In Space Engineers, I built a 0.5 kilometer Warhammer ship.
Damn.
Fully. I spent 3 months building it.
3 months on this thing, yeah?
Yeah, 3 months.
3 men died making this thing, yeah?
It's awesome.
No, space is cool. Like, I don't know why people can't just let it be fiction. For them, it has to be real. No, go look up. Like, it's not up there. It's not up there. It's on your screen.
Let me see if I got a picture of my ship on my phone.
All right, I got the clip. Oh, I need to grab some screenshots for you guys too.
I'm gonna post a picture of what I built. Here you go.
Okay. Damn. So it's like Minecraft, you can build stuff, or what's the game called?
It's called Space Engineers.
Space Engineers, wow. I had another friend in high school. He went on to work at like Tesla, SpaceX, and he was trying to get me into this other space travel game. I couldn't get into it really. But I'll go back and play Mass Effect any day.
Oh, here's another picture. One of the interior modules. It's a functional production module with a catwalk above it. All of that produces and distributes missiles.
That's sick. Good graphics too. I was thinking, like I said, I was watching a space show, and how do they do like food and resources and stuff like that? How the hell do you prepare for how long are they up there? Up there for months, right? So how do you?
Well, on the Enterprise, they use fecal matter that goes into the gets reprocessed, broken down to organic components, and is used to make the food.
Damn! So they're literally making food with your.
Yeah, it's not shit once it comes back out, because it's gone through the replication process of being completely broke down into organic components, like just the building block components. There's lots of other material in there too. So, but it is gross.
Everything in space has corn in it.
Corn. It's cornography.
All right, I promised 2 screenshots from the show, so I'm gonna grab those and try to post them.
When you end up having space battles, with your friends or other teams in Space Engineers, it's like the other ship is 3 kilometers away. There's no close-up fighting. It's where's the enemy? I don't know.
Fire.
So yeah, it has a pretty realistic version of what the model of space actually is, with inertia and all that stuff. So,
but these guys get so geeked up on the math and they confuse it with reality. That's what I realized.
Yeah,
it is cool. They probably enjoy it too, but they're just, but you see, we've done the math, and therefore it's but you. Doesn't matter, in Dragon Ball Z they have 500 times gravity and this, that, and the other, but we don't.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Just let it. They always confuse it with reality. They're not able to just separate it as a fiction theme like it is.
Where's the fun in that?
You can't even enjoy it in reality. That's the thing. Like, it's all on the screen, VR or whatever. That's what they need. I'm sure they're just waiting for VR so they could just put on the VR and experience their beloved globe.
Yeah. What's funny is I'm supposed to give up like all my sword and sorcery stuff and like my Lord of the Rings stuff because it's not real. Like I don't get it.
Right.
That's why I like hey, it's just the setting. You know what the word cosmos means?
I think I think you might have brought that up recently. Isn't it just like the setting?
Stage.
The stage.
It's the dressing of the stage. It's like, oh, well. So space is just an archetype for something. It's exactly what it is. It's a MacGuffin.
I mean, that description fits the flat Earth pretty well, actually.
Dude, when you combine that with the meaning of the word person, it gets even more interesting.
Oh yeah, the persona, the thing you speak through. That
an actor's mask or a character on in a play.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I take a way less nefarious view of everything than I used to. Because, like, are we doing this just because we're human? Yes. Yes, we are. It's part of the game. And you chose your character. And it's the way it is.
The element of mystery, it does keep it in kind of. I mean, you do get bored from time to time, but like when you start talking about stuff like this, there's no way that's boring. When he brought up the persona, being on the stage, it starts revealing like behind the scenes. That's what I feel like. That element of mystery is what keeps life exciting.
Well, there's also like a lot of people don't know. This is a huge decline. Like atheism is already really small, but there's been a huge decline in it. Especially since in the past 5-10 years, they've really started exploring what consciousness is. And they're like, we got a problem here. Doesn't seem to exist. How can something exist and not be attached to anything physical, right? So they're starting to see, you can't hide that for. And every time humanity has a big, great awakening, mandatory collapse. I think it's funny. It is funny that people are like, civilization has never been this advanced before, and we're going to make it off this rock, and we're going to go do amazing things. And it's like, no. This is the point where we destroy ourselves again. You never, even if what you were saying was true about being on a rock and you could get off, you never would, because it's programmed into us to not.
Hey there, Memius.
What's up?
Man, just enjoying listening to you guys.
You can just say Memus.
What did I say?
Mimi.
You said Memius.
Oh, I did. No. Yes, I did say Memius. I was distracted, but no, I know it's Memus, but the O is always confusing. Memus. There we go. But anyway, Mr. Memus, I like what you're saying there. That's let me ask you a question though. One of the things that I heard some time ago is that an atheist
Roboting real bad.
Hey, can you hear us, buddy?
Okay, I'll be back later.
Oh, maybe just drop and rejoin, or
no? I think he was going through. That sounded like he went through a bad spot.
Oh, okay.
As it progressed, and then
I think I'm in a bad spot. It's probably going to get worse, so I'll catch you guys a little later. I'll ask you later.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, like leaving the planet. I don't know why. Oh, in the show that someone said that like they had their last day on Earth and they were going to go back to space, and the person was like, "Man, there's just something so comforting about gravity." I thought that was funny, but I get where they're coming from, like where you're not just floating around all the time, and you know you're rested on the ground. They also have this idea where people are just born in space too.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be awful?
Yeah.
Have no attachment to anything, anywhere.
There's the vastness of space is always just does it not bring you a little anxiety? Like I look at even just Google Earth. If you zoom out and kind of move the screen around a little bit, and you see the galaxies like far away moving, like there's just something about those distances that kind of freak me out just a little bit. It's too damn big. And like they have to introduce the idea of warp drive and stuff like that, because if you just did space travel, it'd be so boring. You're going nowhere in this giant vast space, so of course you got a warp drive everywhere. They're not going to be able to do that in reality, even if even if space was real and people were like, oh, we're going to do space travel, that'd be so damn boring, wouldn't it?
Yeah, let me get on this ship for 42 years.
Yeah, like there's no warp drive in reality. I mean, we pretty much debunked the idea of space travel anyway, like propulsion in a vacuum. Does that even work? There's nothing to push off of.
Right.
But they're like, oh, well, if you just fart out the back, you can go forward. Doesn't matter. I don't know.
That's a topic that my brother-in-law and I have quite a bit about, the simple idea of propulsion in a vacuum, right? Which it's kind of like level being round. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't work in reality. It doesn't exist. But he's like, no, Newtonian mechanics. Equal opposite reaction. This and that. I'm like, dude, it doesn't work. So, and he's a pretty, like, I'll call him, a smart or intelligent guy, but he insists that the mechanics are right and it even works in a vacuum. So I don't know what to do with him sometimes.
It's troll engineering.
Yeah.
Troll engineering? What do you mean by that?
Go look it up. Google image search it.
All right.
Build a skateboard with a sail on it, blow into the sail. Plug a plug into itself, infinite energy.
I know what you mean now.
I'm not saying it's real, but I don't really see why people have a problem with the propulsion thing. Like, I could see how you could say it won't burn with no atmosphere, but in my mind, it feels like it makes sense that if you shot air out of one side, that it would go the other way.
Where do you get the air from?
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying that it's...
Well, let's it wouldn't be able to push out anything, right? It's not pushing out anything, right?
Yeah, that's the argument that I've heard. It's like when a swimming pool, when you're on the edge of the pool, you push off the pool, like the pool's wall, and then you start swimming through that medium. And then on the ground or a car, the tire is pushing off of the surface, and then you're going forward. So I guess the argument is when you're in space, like what are you pushing off of?
Well, what about like a fire hose that's pushing water out and it goes all squirrely if you're not holding it? Like, would it? In my mind, it seems like it'd be the same principle.
I'm glad you said that. That's what a spaceship would do if it had an exhaust and then push something out. It would just spin wildly like a water hose. Wouldn't be able to direct.
Good point.
Well, what they
hold on a minute. That's not correct. You're still dealing with the water pushing off of the medium of the air and the friction within the hose, right? Like there's all these things occurring, but in space, if you were, let's just say, ignite a rocket, right? There's this thrust, this propulsion, this push out of the rocket itself, but there's nothing to push against. It wouldn't even move, if that makes sense. There's nothing to change its vector. It wouldn't spin wildly. None of that would happen. Nothing would happen.
Just immediately disperse.
Just immediately disperse. That's it.
Okay.
So you're saying that a bottle rocket wouldn't work in a vacuum? Like if you could somehow shoot a bottle rocket in a vacuum?
Yeah, there's no propulsion in that area. So that's why they say jet propulsion doesn't work to a certain extent in our sky. Like planes can't fly that high because they start to lose the propulsion
atmosphere.
that we have.
Interesting.
So it doesn't work that way when the height of like planes can't just keep flying upward and upward and upward because they're not able to gain altitude at a certain level. So and like if you think about that makes sense, right? But you start to realize that you're losing, the level of motion when you're trying to go somewhere upward and you can't go any farther, like any type of propulsion. So what their claim is what they're saying is that they use a mixture of oxygen in their fuel mixture. So when they're pushing off of something, they're actually using oxygen to push off of within the. So it's just you can't just do it normally with the regular jet. It has to be a certain type of fuel mixture that will allow the oxygen to produce within the combustion.
I know someone made a video of a bottle rocket in a vacuum chamber, but one, it's not a perfect vacuum, right? It's not 10 to the negative 17 torr, 10 to the negative 7 torr. There's still like 0.1 psi in the vacuum chamber they have. And at the same time, the vacuum chamber is so small, as the rocket combusts, it starts pushing off its own gases as it fills the vacuum chamber. Because the vacuum chamber is like a cubic foot. So if you could fill the entirety of space with enough gas, you could push off of it. Take one hell of a rocket, though.
But what happens is that everything tries to equalize, so it's the same exact thing with the gas filling the space, right? So if we had breathable air here on Earth, and the vacuum of space was real, then that air would disperse out into the available space, and you wouldn't have any here. That's just what would happen if that was the case.
But if you blew let's say you blew a grenade in vacuum space, and you were right next to that grenade, it would blast you back, would it not?
We're trying to see this in the realm of like what happens here on Earth. So everything here has a certain mechanics. So when you start to operate within those mechanics, you're trying to apply that to places where those mechanics are different. If that was the case. So I would say like this, man, it's a hypothetical even, because there is no such place that exists. There's only the lower pressure that we can observe when you go higher in the Earth's sky. So what is the higher you go, the different changes, the level that it changes. So jet propulsion doesn't operate the same way. But at the same time, that place where they're telling you that it exists, it doesn't exist. But what we can see is the attempts that people make previous to like that a vacuum chamber with that bottle rocket that Mimas was talking about. For an instance, we can see that it doesn't work, and then all of a sudden when it starts to fill up with the gas, then it does again. So you can see for just a moment, like if it was like a vacuum, then how it would operate. But they do have like a way around that. So the argument still lands that their way around that is that oxygen fuel mixture that they use for like space travel and such. So if you think that this is an argument or a point, there's a way around it. Trust me. I've heard it before. So it's not really because you're arguing a hypothetical, and so they have their point for the hypothetical.
What's the lowest?
Go ahead. Go on.
What's the lowest air pressure measured going up? Do you know? 0.1 of a pound. Can it get less than 0.1 of a pound?
Yeah, you can get like in the 0.5 range, I think. And you can survive that for a little bit.
0.5 is like 120,000 feet, 100,000 feet.
Yeah, something like that.
So a contained system can hold a gradient pressure. That's not I don't think that's an issue. People would say that's an issue. That can. The heavier settles to the bottom, and the top would be it'd be the lightest for sure. That's not an issue, and I think a lot of people have that part in their mind stuck as in like, well, why is it when we go higher in elevation we get like thinner and thinner air? Like it's not the same. Well, that's a gradient air pressure. What does that mean? Like that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it grades out to nothing, right? Yeah. Like, what is it where they've falsely extrapolated a conclusion?
Most of these globalists would say that they want to make that to be the case. I think somebody speak. Oh, he popped out of here.
Because there's a gradient, it must go to a hard vacuum, and it's like that's just not. And why? Because there's a hard vacuum. How do you have proof of the hard vacuum?
Exactly.
It's circular reasoning, right? It's almost like I've gone this far. Of course, I'll be going further, but maybe you're not. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with concluding something. Like saying that because there's more gas pressure here and less here, that means it must do this. Well, that's just a fantastical statement. Doesn't mean it has to do anything.
And the problem with this idea or point is it's a derivative topic. It's built on a presupposition.
Right.
It's already saying that if it were a globe, this is how it would work in the vacuum of space.
Similarly, they'll say if you go down to the center of the Earth, the atmosphere will crush you.
Yeah,
so do that either.
But what I'm saying though is when you start to get into these discussions or point for point with these guys, you have to know the arena in which you're discussing, right? So if somebody's a globalist and they're full on trying to explain how it does work, then they can tell you all the fantasy stories about Narnia they want. And if you indulge them, they're going to take you through the ringer with it because they know their lore. And you probably didn't know about some other part of the lore that gave them like an explanation. But I'm telling you guys, it's not going to be worth the path for that. Because the most you think you can hold them down to like something how it doesn't make any sense, they'll say something to circumvent what you just said. And I'm trying to get you guys away from derivative topics like this because you're just going to debate them on something they probably know something about the lore more than you do. And so it'll be just like the whole Dave Farina and David Weiss argument when he was having, he just laughed and made fun of him. You're stupid. You don't know anything. And it sounds like also because we're trying to debate something that doesn't exist, like we're indulging that whole topic, like we're trying to figure it out. There's nothing to figure out. It hasn't been proved yet. So it's that simple, right? provide the evidence, and then we can move into the talk about like how it is or is not possible. But that hasn't been the case. The only thing we know is the gradient air pressure, but the way they claim it thins out to, practically nothing, then that begs the question, doesn't it? You follow me, Godric? And everybody who might want to like have that conversation out with these guys? We got to be prepared in knowing how to assess this discussion. Like, derivative topics are never useful until if they're humble, yeah, I would say maybe you can talk about it, but if they're all prideful and egotistical and they want to be right, then you can't give nothing to them, like no quarter whatsoever. You can't indulge them and hear them out. That's not going to go well for you. I'm telling you, the only thing they're going to have for you at the end of your explanation is a big old hand wave dismissal. Nope, you're wrong. Oh, you don't believe me?
But they think you can prove all these things in the ISS. They think people can go to space. They think that's happening.
I know. They think a lot of things, Godric. But the moment you allow them or indulge them and say, all right, tell me how it's possible, they're going to tell you what they tell you about the lore. And it's not going to make any sense, dude. It won't. But the fact is, you're going to allow them to take you there. You can't. You have to take everything away from them. Completely nothing. They can't have anything. And you strip it all bare where they can't even provide evidence and it's just a belief. Then they know the root cause of why they're saying the things that they're saying. They don't know that they don't know, man. So they're going to keep telling you stuff. All kinds of stuff.
When you're finished with that point, Mickey, it looks like we got someone new here. Dripsinator. No roles, so I can try to check them in, or you can try to...
Yeah, unmute him. I tried earlier. He was in here earlier.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Dripsinator, are you there? Yeah, he was just lurking earlier. He actually popped in here when I immediately tried to unmute him, but he didn't want to respond. So some people are really intimidated in this server, so I can see why they wouldn't chime in.
I can see why too. Yeah. Especially if you're being told that this place is full of people who don't know any better, they don't know anything, the lowest of the low, and then you come here and they're talking about like propulsion and entropy and all this stuff. I'd be like, damn, okay, I was not prepared for this.
Exactly. It's way beyond a level where any normal conversation would wind up, if you can't, this isn't just like a regular conversation you'd have with somebody on the street and two people who don't really know too much would be having.
Right.
This is something where if you haven't been doing if you haven't been in the conversation, like we spent years kind of honing our craft. We know exactly where they're going to go and how and why they're going to say what they say. So it's simple for us because we've been experienced in it, but they haven't. So to them, it's going to sound very like, whoa, this is too much. I can't deal with this.
Yeah, the YouTube told me they were going to be talking about a pizza in space.
I mean, we've exposed professors in here. They come into this chat. Just a regular old Joe, man, it's friggin' intimidating. But alas, we do want people to come in here and click the link on the description. If you're in the YouTube live stream text chat, click the link, come on in here, have a discussion with us. Let us know what you think the shape of the earth is. I mean, honestly, some people say it's concave, it's a globe, it's a donut shape. I don't care. Tell me what you think it is and why. And that's the only thing that I'm going to allow. Past that, then we're going to assess whether you're actually here to be speaking about this topic honestly or you're just trolling. So based upon what you say, please be careful also on what you say, because you might find your metaphorical head get lopped off. You finish saying what you say. So yeah, speak it truthfully, whatever it is. If you think it's honestly a globe, then say why you think it's a globe. But whatever precedes those answers, we're going to be able to tell if you're just in here for the funsies.
Hey, Miggy, what was the name of your show idea again? The name of the show?
Well, I'm starting with like the Wig Snatcher Club.
The Wig Snatcher Club. Here we go. Okay.
As a theme.
Sweet.
Yeah, just like fun little like ways that we can make it to be, you can be, supreme wig snatcher, or like acolyte wig snatcher, just kind of like what I'm thinking about, the different, and just kind of have fun with it. But the purpose of it is just because a lot of people don't understand that, and it's wig snatching is basically just a figure of speech saying that like if somebody snatches your wig, that means that the ideas and all the preconceived notions that you had previously to bolster your argument were completely taken away. It's like the rug being pulled out from right under you because you had no idea, you didn't know what you were talking about. So, like in the case of getting your wig snatched off your head, that's kind of the same way that your argument gets taken away. You're exposed, basically. It exposes you.
Yeah, the description is very fitting. Because if you come in here pretending with your wig on, the first thing we're going to do is just snatch it off your head.
Yeah.
If you don't let it tip off first. A lot of times people come in with the wig on and they take it off themselves, or it falls right off and you don't have to do anything.
You can hand it over, partner, or else I'm going to take it from
Exactly. You might as well just take it off yourself.
You might as well just take it off yourself.
Or it's getting snatched.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you won't like the snatching part. It's a painful process, but we'll build it back up again. That was a guy got in his feelings earlier today. I'm always talking he considers himself a flat earther. His name is Player One, and I don't know if you guys had a conversation with that guy, but I did this morning. And he was going on about the Pac-Man model, and that's fine. I was like, dude, you can speculate whatever you want, but he got into really passionately
what
saying,
"What is the Pac-Man model, Miggy? What is the Pac-Man model?"
Huh? What?
It's where
What is the Pac-Man model?
once you reach one side of the map, you disappear and appear on the other side of the map.
Why is that an incorrect model? Because that sounds like something to me that could be completely understood.
You and the rest of Vanu, you and the rest of the guys, and I put you in this category too. For some reason, and I don't know what, like when somebody starts speaking of something like that, you get extremely passionate, like Jojo the Idiot Circus Boy, like the movie Tommy Boy. Like, dude, chill, man. Like, take a breath and relax. Let me explain why this is like. And if you guys feel as passionate as you do about it, that's great. But it doesn't mean that it's going to turn that passion into reality. The only thing you feel about it is that it could be something in the way of another explanation and so on and so forth.
Well, you're talking about being passionate, and you're a flat earther. So regarding the idea that you are a flat earther, you're passionate. Okay, you are a passionate flat earther. So we are talking about the Pac-Man model and the Pac-Man understanding, and what I can refer from that is the toroidal field and the understanding that we live on a flat earth plane, but if you get to the edge, however it may be, you will be on the other side, and that's why they refer to this idea of the Pac-Man model.
You just finished asking me about what it is, and now you're proceeding to tell me what it is. What's going on?
No. Do you see? No, I'm not saying it's true, but I'm taking
No. Did you hear what I just said? You asked me what it is, and now you're proceeding to tell me what it is.
Well, I do know what it is, Miggy. I know what it is, Miggy.
Well, you proceeded to ask me what it is, so I'm trying to figure out, why did you ask me if you already know what it is?
I was just joking around, so I asked you what it is.
I can't tell if you're joking or not, Vanu. In this instance, you asked me, and I was proceeding to tell you, and then you jumped in as if you didn't allow me to finish.
Well, that's fine.
Just like the other character that was in here. You're basically acting like Player One. So,
you know me.
Well, I've started to. Usually, listen, your whole skit when you come in here is you're a few sheets to the wind, and I give that liquid courage gets you enough to where you can get on the mic and say things. I'm telling you, this is exactly what you do, Vanu. This is you.
Okay.
There's a pattern here.
There's a pattern here. Okay, there's a pattern. But the
pattern is once you get a few shots in with your whatever you're drinking there, then you hop on the mic and you start saying things. But the problem is because you can't control your inhibition, you start to rumpus the room, and then that's what I'm using. The term is rumpus.
I'm here for conversation.
No, I don't think so. You're here to rumpus, and you're here to say what you want, Vanu.
Well, if I'm interrupting the room, that's one thing. But I am here for a conversation, and you're implying that I cannot have a conversation without beer, and that is kind of
I think you get
quite offensive.
during the course. Yeah, during the course of having the conversation.
Let's examine it.
It's
I want to
I feel like as long as I'm not interrupted when I'm saying things, the whole thing will go.
No, let Godric
So what
speak.
happens?
Are we gonna? Is the Pac-Man? Is that
What did you say, Vanu? I'm sorry, Godric. I was still speaking to Vanu.
I want to hear Godric speak because you just abused me and you just.
How about this? Isn't that better? Because it's not about being abusive. What it is recognizing a person who comes in here and says that they want to have an honest conversation and placates to the audience. And the audience says, "Aw, let Vanu speak." But guess what, Vanu? You've been here a couple of times, and what they don't know is that you do get snoggered when you're in here, and the conversation deteriorates because you start to lose your inhibitions as to like what's happening, and then it turns into a shit show. So no thank you for that. And plus, like I said before, you asked me what the Pac-Man model was. I was going to proceed to tell you, and then you started to interrupt me and then tell me, "No, I was just kidding." Well, I don't know that. And then you proceeded to tell me exactly what it is. So yeah, you're being dishonest. And if anybody white knights for you, it might go well for them too. So I don't want that to be the case. So I'm stopping it now. Anyway, back to the chat. But we're not going to allow you to say, I'm going to speak to Godric because he says something. First of all, you're just a guest in the house. You don't moderate. Okay? So apologies, Godric. I know maybe you don't know Vanu, but he has a history here in this chat. All I'm saying is people need to realize that when they come in here and they're starting to ask questions and we're starting to have a conversation, let the conversation happen, but don't interrupt people when they're speaking. That is a pet peeve. I don't care if Godric knows you. I know you. You've been in here and I've seen the way you are. And the honest truth is when you get snoggered, you come in here because you have liquid courage to speak. And I think that shouldn't be the case. You just come in here and have a conversation. I'm going to allow you to speak once more, but if I hear interruptions again, guess what? It's not going to happen.
All right, thanks, man. Thanks for unmuting me. But
go ahead, Godric. You can ask your question.
No, I heard this Pac-Man. I was going to ask what about the Pac-Man. Is that really a conversation?
Supposedly, some people like the player one that was in here, he was carrying on with the Pac-Man model and I basically was asking him what he thought about it. And there was a guy, there was a guy, and I keep forgetting his name, man. His name slips my mind, but it's a proponent of who actually made I guess he was leading the charge, let's say. Somebody might know his name and will chime in. If you do know it, please let me know. But he's an English fellow.
Nesbitt.
Darren Nesbitt.
Well, Mickey, can I ask you a question?
I don't know why I can't remember his name. Yeah, Darren Nesbitt. That's the guy.
Well, he's Mickey, can I ask you a question? But let me finish saying this. So Darren Nesbitt is leading the charge for the Pac-Man model. Or at least he was when it first exploded onto the scene back in like 2015, 2016. I might get the times wrong there, but somewhere around that time frame, when everybody started to develop these like camps where they're in, like with Flat Earth, that was one of them, and he got quite a following. So I think he was one of them. I think Hollow Earth was another. There was a couple of other camps that were forming out of like not seeing that the Earth is a globe and all that kind of stuff. But beyond that, other people started to get their own ideas. Which player one had his idea that the Pac-Man model on top of having two celestial poles was a great way to look at the Earth, because he's saying that the AE map doesn't explain a lot of things. And then this thing that he has, of course, what he was trying to say was that it goes into how it explains more things. And I'm like, well, that's great. But at the end of the day, it's a speculation. And the gentleman got pretty like passionate about why it can be something that we can say, matter of fact, this is what it is. But I was like more of the side of like, it's okay to say stuff what you think it is, but when you use these statements as this is how it is, this is where you're going to fail, because the verification method will not precede that. You will just say, this is my best guess, and that's about all there is to it. So you can't say that it's... And he got all in his feelings about it and started to, overtalk me and interrupt me, kind of like what Vanny was doing. And because of this Pac-Man model, and I triggered you a little bit, sorry, but because of the Pac-Man model, the way he was explaining it, I said, so who follows this, like what you're saying? Because I never heard it explained the way you have. And he's like, basically, I just thought of it myself. And so he's the originator of his own.
Well, he's not
Pac-Man
the
model.
originator of this Pac-Man, because I've heard it for many years.
Not the Pac-Man model, of his own version of the Pac-Man model.
Okay, sure, but you're saying, Miggy, so you're completely refuting what this man has to say, and he's probably a flat earther, and you're refuting this information. And I find that very distressing. Because
listen,
what is the hang on, Miggy? What is the alternative to the Pac-Man? Okay, Miggy, can I say one thing?
I can say
Thank you. I appreciate it. So you're talking about the Pac-Man model as if it's talking about the globe. We are not talking about the globe. Okay, the Pac-Man model is a simple understanding or a concept of thought. When you're talking about a flat Earth model, we all live on a flat Earth. I am a flat Earther, and it's the same. I don't have a flat Earth role on this server.
Because you were talking about concave Earth as being a possibility. That's why you don't have it. And I make sure that you don't have it until you actually acknowledge that the Earth isn't curving anywhere. So I've heard you carry. I'm just addressing why you don't have it.
I am a flat Earther. I am a flat Earther, hands down.
Can the Earth be concave?
Mickey. We can talk about concave another time. No.
Can the Earth be concave? All right, then why did you indulge this conversation?
Talking about how light works, to the human form, it is always flat. Okay, hands down. But that wasn't the point of the conversation. And you got me backtracked. What were we talking about, Miggy?
Well, because of your liquid courage, you forget things. So I'm going to remind you, we're talking about the Pac-Man model.
Okay, so the Pac-Man model. So we're talking about the flat Earth and the disc. Do you think the disc goes, if it is this disc that goes around the Earth, Antarctica...
Nobody said a disc, Manu.
Does the Earth... Okay, no, but sure. But let's just say hypothetically, it's flat. So does it go beyond Antarctica, or does it go back to square one?
Cares?
No, but we have an inner Earth. No. But this is what the Pac-Man model requires. It adds the...
Wait a minute. First of all,
the Pac-Man model does what?
So we're talking the Pac-Man model. The Pac-Man model implies both the globe and the flat Earth.
I know. That is why I'm saying that it's... Listen, and I was telling the guy, Vanu, that exactly what you just said is kind of like what he was leaning towards, but he didn't say it in so many words. And I'm like, no, you're just speculating, man. Like this, and he got on his feelings about it, and for some reason started to run over what I was saying, and it was unfair. And I was like, I was like, relax, bro, chill. Like, and it spiraled. You spiraled because he couldn't have his matter of fact statement. Because I'm not going to allow anybody to say, matter of fact.
That's fair enough, Mickey. But
this answers the question about the azimuthal equidistant projection, the things that don't line up with it, like, how we would see the sun traverse from Capricorn to Cancer. And so because of that, this Pac-Man model will give us the right way to look at, because it explains, he said, the 24-hour sun in the south. Now, have we ever witnessed, he said that, the 24-hour sun in the south.
Okay, sure. And but when I refer to the understanding of this Pac-Man model, I'm referring to going, an understanding of passing by these corners of the Earth and appearing on the other side. And that's what the Pac-Man model essentially means. If you've seen a Pac-Man simulation, you see that you go from one side and you appear on the other side. Perhaps that's true, because what is the alternative? The flat Earth goes on forever.
I'm not.
The inner Earth does exist within Antarctica.
There's a thing about like that. Like, I'm not disputing like when people have speculations. I think you and like most of the other guys that are listening would probably say, I'm not saying that a speculation can't be done, because you can speculate on whatever you want, because there is no way that you're going to figure this whole thing out. But that being said, if you come in here inserting that as it's the gospel truth, then you're gonna get mowed. You're gonna get cut down. Like there's nobody is gonna stand in front of this council and then proceed to say that this is how it is. I don't care who you are.
There's one thing you should know about me. Miggy, there's one thing you should know about me.
What's
My name is Gerald. And there's one thing, I am open to only speculation, and that's where most of my thoughts come from. And especially when I engage in rooms like this, I'm here for speculation, because the idea that the earth is flat, it is behind me. It is years behind me. I know the earth is flat. I know the earth has been flat for years. I'm not here for the conversation about the global earth, because that's done for me. I'm only here for speculation.
Well, we're not going to look into things where people are like the person you were speaking to, and I don't know, man. It's maybe because that day that you were speaking to the character that was advocating for the.
I was never speaking to that person. I was never speaking to that person.
I don't like to be called a liar in this live stream. For one,
I never called you a liar.
If you could, you're acting like I didn't say what I'm telling you. I heard you guys say. So what I need to be happening right now is for you to admit that the conversation with the guy that you were having was about light bending upwards and how it's a possibility. Well, if you would allow me to finish saying what I heard you say, the conversation you were having with the person you're having it with was about light bending upwards, and the guy was proposing that some people by optical, the way we see in the far distance, it could look to be concave. And you were advocating
I never advocated a conversation about some guy that said something.
Okay, so now I'm a liar, huh? So now I'm a liar. So now I'm a liar. So now I'm a liar, huh, Vanu?
Why do you think that I'm talking about you being a liar?
No, just be honest. Like if you're not honest, listen. If you're not honest about that conversation you were having with the gentleman, I'll allow you to be here being honest. But if you're telling me that I lied and what I heard was not that. I muted both of you guys because of it.
Are you listening to me?
It was that bad.
I have never had a conversation with a guy that has told me about anything.
Sorry. I'm going to have to do that because you are lying. You're actually saying that I didn't hear. The reason I came in here and muted both of you is because you were having that conversation in here. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I can remember it. Details, dude. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I was sitting in here listening to all of you. You didn't know that I was sitting in here like I was a moderator. So you were carrying on with your lovely little conversation about concave Earth. And, I would just see where it went. And sure as shit, dude, you guys were like saying the light bends upwards and wow, it's a possibility. And I came in here and I'm the party pooper, right? The party crasher. I came in here. It's like, yeah, what are you guys talking about? And, you guys were saying that this and that. I'm like, no. That's not possible, because if it were that you're claiming what you're claiming, then it's going to be a concave Earth. So you're leaning towards the idea that optically, well, you can see light bending upwards. So come on, I mean, that's lends credence to. No, it doesn't. Like you guys we're just talking out your ass. And now everybody that's listening to is going to have this wonderment of like, well, is it possible what Vanu's saying? Like, and so I said, you guys need to just like not say that. And you guys, both of you, got in your feelings. You didn't get as sturdy as he did, and he came at me pretty tough. So he got the boot. You didn't. But you telling me that it wasn't what I heard, and that's something different, man.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
These characters, bro, like they come in here and they act like they didn't say. I didn't say that. What do you? Okay, now you're straight out saying that I'm just fibbing to everybody because I just want to say things. You either admit that that's what happened or kick rocks, dude, because I don't want to deal with liars in here. Just admit that's what your conversation you were having, and so be it, right? I don't take anything away from somebody that was trying to be honest and say that that's what was going on. However,
you're not going to get honesty out of him. I just went and looked back at like his little history on the server, and it ain't good. Let's put it that way. Vanu, all I see is him saying unmute me, going back to like 4/14 to 2022. Okay, so it's a pattern.
His thing, Indio, is this basically. Usually when he's got enough in him, he feels strong enough to have a conversation in here, and then he starts to cut people off, ramble, and get into like these obscure, because he just admitted I love to speculate. So that's all he's here for. He's not here for like getting to the root cause of why people have the cognitive dissonance that they do with the globe. So for him, it's most important to come in here just talk about like what can be and not what is. So it's, and I mean,
well, I really read one of his posts, and this says it all. Yes, we are in a subjective reality. That's the point. It's not objective in traditional physics. Traditional physics has been shut down by quantum mechanics. And he rambles on about collective consciousness. And he's a weed smoker, so obviously he's been smoking too much. You know, stop doing gravity bong rips.
It's just, honestly, man, like it's like, and then when they tell me like, I didn't say that. What do you mean? And they're acting like that. You guys are gonna run me freaking hot, man, with that whole never said that kind of bit. Like, don't do that song and dance with me.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
I mean, geez, man, what are these guys? The depth of the nonsense, you know? He's like, I am a flat earther. Like, bullshit, dude. Like, you wouldn't be having it. Freaking hell, man. Like, it just bugs me to no end.
Think what he just said, right? Think of what he just said about, well, the Earth has to go on forever. But he's also said, reading his text, we live on a metaphysical plane. So does that have an edge? Like, if it's a metaphysical plane, is there edge to the metaphysical plane? Because that's the argument he's making, right? This Earth, there has to be an edge, so we have to have a Pac-Man Earth.
Yeah.
That's the logic, basically. And there's no logic behind it, especially if you think nothing's real and everything's just a metaphysical plane. You're contradicting yourself. You're a troll. It's obvious.
All bets are off. Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of like, everybody's like, and here's the thing too. It's dangerous too, because like when these cats start speaking, for some reason this high sounding nonsense makes sense to some people, and like, dude, let him speak. Bullshit, man. Why are you gonna let this idiot speak? He's gonna tell you some stupid things, and what is it gonna mean to reality? Is it gonna turn something into something else because his thoughts are, because he can think of something extra perceptive? Ooh, like, that's great.
I know, it's just imaginative ramblings. I mean, we could all just sit here and imagine. Let's all imagine that pigs fly. Let's imagine, you know, we can imagine whatever we want.
I was just bullshitting. And you know this, man.
I love it. Yeah, no, that's like,
oh my God. Like reading his text is like a wow.
Yeah, you don't know the depth of Vanu until you start looking into the shit he
astral
posts, man.
Projection, ethereal body, DMT. Wow.
I'm telling you, some people don't know him, but the history he's had here from the time that I've known him, like, this guy will spin your wheels harder than the Glober will. Because he lives in that realm, bro.
Just park the car.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when I was younger, I used to think that like psychedelics was something meaningful, but no, you're just on drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
You're just on drugs.
That was
I could get in the whole history of LSD and like, you know, how people, like the way people perceived it changed depending on how it was portrayed in pop culture. So like when people first started taking LSD, no one claimed to be having like religious experiences. Until that was like put into the media. You are going to have some crazy religious out of body experiences. There's like 3 different phases of LSD administration. Like in the, like when it was first kind of like rediscovered in the 40s, and then in the 50s, and then in the 60s. And it like morphed how people describe the experience. So like whatever they were subconsciously exposed to, what their expectation of was of what the experience would be, is kind of like what the experience was.
Wow.
Yeah. We can open Pandora's box if you like, and watch this. Vanu, what do you think the shape of the Earth is and why?
Well, it depends when we're talking about what is the shape of the
concave?
Earth.
Can we fly to China?
It's not concave.
Am I going straight up?
It is flat. Indo 07 is flat. And I'm a flat earther. And I was really actually quite honestly offended to my core when someone said earlier that I'm not a flat earther, because I am to my heart. Yeah, Miggy, I know you said a lot of things tonight, and really it is quite offensive to me as a person, and I hope you understand that you offended me. And you probably don't even care that you offended me. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't. Shut up, man. Just shut up, man. I can't listen to that no more. I'm sorry. I can't listen to that. Oh my god.
I'm telling you, dude, like I've been dealing with him for a while on the server. Like to me, it's like he's having these like late night 3 a.m. chats, dude, when nobody's around. And he's really sparking the interest of like some flat earther who's very new to the topic because of how he speaks. He allows for everything to be the case. And then like what happens is because it sounds like crazy that everybody else listening is like, whoa, flat earthers are thinking like this. And like, you know, it's a bad look for them.
It's a LARP. Like we all know what you're doing, Vanu. Trying to make it, and nobody gets offended if they're called not a flat earther. Like, is it really that integrated into your identity that like, is it like misgendering you or something?
Yeah, oh my god.
Helio and I were talking to him about the drug stuff. That his brain seems scrambled. That he's not coming out with full coherent thoughts. Like he's got something he has to say, but it's only saying like every third sentence for that. And no one knows what you're talking about.
Well, we used to screw with people that were stoned. We would like echo every third word. I literally had this chick pulling her hair out one time.
Damn.
That's kind of like that 70s show where they would, Fez or whatever, where they'd mess with him to make him think he was tripping.
Yeah, we would do bugged out stuff. We used to screw people hard. You tell, like, one thing you can do to somebody that's really stoned, you ask them if their eye is itching, and they'll dig a hole straight through their fucking head. Because you know how weed dries out your mucous membranes? So if you start like rubbing your eye, that shit'll itch like a crazy, like people will literally just like try to dig a hole through their head. All you have to do is, hey, don't your eyes itch? And that's it. I've done it so many times, especially if like you're in a room with people smoking weed and it's like full of smoke, right? So that's automatically just irritates your eyes anyway. Yeah, I did that as like a prank for probably a decade. Yeah, it's fun stuff.
Yeah, it's part of something that I've noticed. Usually, people that come in here, what we have to deal with, or put up with, I should say. But most of the time, it's because the audience is like, "Let them speak, let them talk." I'm like, "Hell no." What you mean?
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Thanks, CB. I love that. But yeah, it's like I'm not gonna let this guy spin everybody's damn wheels for like however how long. Like shit, man, we have to have a standard here.
Yeah, and like it's useless speculation.
Right.
It's not even plausible, the things that he's saying.
I can throw in 2 cents. My mic working.
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
It's like drawing a line in the sand at some point. Objective reality has to be a standard. If you're making a claim about objective reality, you better have something to back it up. I'll shut up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Clap it up. There's not an iota of evidence for a Pac-Man Earth. Not one thing. So it's complete and utter. I don't even know what you would call it. It's just imagination.
Yeah. A cool idea at best.
Yeah, and I told a guy this morning, player one, I was like, dude, that sounds like, you have some kind of speculation going on there. I told him the idea about what you could think the Earth is outside of what they're telling us from like, the globe and that. I go, somebody can come up with something and I don't see any problem with that. But the problem is when you're in here passionately telling somebody like, no, this is like, that's an issue. Because you don't need to feel that way about the topic. You can be like, hey, this is what I think. What do you guys think? And we're like, yeah, I don't jive with that.
Man, you're not speaking. We're done with you, man. No one figured out what the Earth was until Pac-Man was invented. Come on,
yeah.
Dumb dude.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah, this kind of surfaced today, I think. Player one was in here with the listening pass, and I gave him the voice, the VC verified. So he jumped on the mic, and it sounded cordial at the very beginning, and then it just like turned into a shit show where I was talking about like, well, you know, that's what you think, but it doesn't make any sense to like say that it's a matter of fact, and you know what? But this is the only way it can work. I'm like, geez, Louise, man, he just came on like as sturdy as can be, you know. And now I'm like, nah, this guy's he's got a little puffiness to what he's saying, so I'm gonna see if I can take him down a peg. So I kept honing in and hammering down.
Say goodbye. Screw you, Venu. The dude wants to like do his parting run up. No way. Get out of here.
You want to stay here? Yes, I do. You don't want to leave this show, right? No, sir. The last
hit the bricks.
thing you want to do is get kicked off this show.
Dude, you know how we know you're not a flat earther? When you said it was a disc.
Yep.
It was game over. Get off the Flat Earth Society website to determine what flat earthers think. There's no flat earthers on there.
Shame. 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 Shame.
Yeah, that's sad. You've been here for 12 months and you're still calling it a disc. Yeah, you didn't even learn. You didn't even listen the whole time you were here.
Hell no.
After 12 months, you still can't fake it.
Yeah.
Dude, you have no hope in acting class.
First day on the
you're
job.
gonna need like 15 years to learn the script.
Freaking Vanu.
I kicked him. I didn't ban him. I just kicked him.
That's good.
See if he's motivated enough to actually just click the link again and come back.
Well,
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
He might be in a inebriated state, man. He won't know what's what. How do you get back in there? Oh shit! I'll just keep drinking. Just saying, man. Like every single, it's what he does. He comes in here, spins everybody's wheels, and then expects that he's gonna spark up another speculative content conversation. I'm like, no. Not only here to talk about stuff that we can speculate, man. We're talking about stuff that really is level. And that's difficult because a lot of people from the globalist side just want to talk about fantasy parsec light time dilation garbage, man. Like,
dude. Oh, we got to do some zany space news. I just saw this yesterday.
Oh yeah, lay it on me.
Hold on, I gotta find it. Hold on, I have to find it, man. I saw it on what do you call it? Telegram. So but I didn't like
NASA fan.
Here we go. I found it. It was actually from 2014. Damn.
Ooh, that's right when it first started. Yeah. That's
I don't know if we've done this before. Star Trek like space shield surrounds the Earth.
What?
Yeah.
It sounds familiar, but I don't. Let me see.
Star Trek force field discovered around Earth.
What the hell?
Serious?
I feel like I want to like for the guy.
Shields up.
How did they? What was the article like? What did it say? Like how is that shield even conceivable?
Scientists discover impenetrable Star Trek-like force field surrounding Earth. Yeah, dude. That's from 2014.
Yeah, what scientists were actually discovering that? Like, I need to speak to those guys. Are they another version of Vanu or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
Vanu with the degree. Like shit.
They didn't have to add the Star Trek in there though. Like, why did they have to add the Star Trek part? They could have got away with just, hey, there's a force field, blah blah blah. But the Star Trek, like, just making it sound stupid.
Wait, is that a real story?
Yeah, that's a real story.
Yeah.
Can you share that in the chat?
Yeah, it is. It's in live stream voice text.
Oh, okay. I'm driving. I wasn't looking at it. Thank you.
Yeah. Zany Space News. Well, we used to get into like the different topics as to why hearing what they're... Dude, I'm telling you, it's so far-fetched, these ideas that they have, that it's almost like, why would they say some stupid shit and then expect to get away with it? Well, it's simple. Because the lore that everybody believes in is that far-fetched. Like everything. Mm-hmm. From just like how time shifts to different... Like people that are in the ISS experience time differently than people here on Earth. Some interstellar kind of bullshit. And then you got the idea that the unit of measurement for light to travel from a star to the Earth is measured in parsecs, which is another Star Trek reference, I would say. And on. Like there's tons and tons of like heaps of garbage that you have to take in with this lore business.
I just typed in outer space and just hit Google News and immediately something stupid comes up.
Yeah.
Hold on a second, man. A new one. Okay, so astronauts are now making parts in space that they can't be made on Earth. MIT scientists built a microwave science box that could let astronauts build parts in space that can't be made on Earth. Now they're gonna have like these unobtainium ray guns, right? And we're never gonna be able to verify them because they can't be made on Earth. They can only be made in space.
Right. Of course.
They went next level on the fantasy, right?
Yeah, it's like a no holds bar kind of like free for all. Think what you want.
Well, now they can make up items, right? Now they can just make up materials, items, whatever, just like Vandu made up in his head. Now they can make up things in their head and say, our little microwave-sized box can make them. You just have to be in space to make it. Trust us.
The weirdest part about it is I sit here and I listen to you guys, and I go, how can you believe that? How can you believe that? But every third thought, I'm like, oh, shit, I used to believe that.
You guys,
what's up, Crit?
Vandu's mad at me for some reason. He's all up in my DMs right now. It's like it's fucking cringe, dude.
If my mic's still working, is it still working? No.
Apparently, if he ever finds me on another server, it's battle. It's battle. It's time to fight. Like, are you even going to remember this encounter?
What were you saying? What did he say? Oh, sorry.
That's what happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
Go ahead, Andy.
What did he say that was so bad anyway?
I didn't say anything about
it. No, not you.
Oh,
the other guy.
Oh, okay.
Dude, he was just gibberish. The other night, guys, what was it last night, Miggy? I don't know if Miggy took off. He said he's just here to speculate, not anything else. And then he said he's a flat earther, but the Earth's a disc. So in Pac-Man Earth and concave Earth and whatever Earth.
So he's not in here for what we are in here for is to expose the globe Earth statements as in like whatever they're claiming is not right to real. Excuse me. So they're saying things that you can't substantiate. So he's in here for things like that, things that you can say without having it being substantiated. As in what? Okay, so we figured out the Earth isn't a globe. What else can it be? Let's just have a free for all. But that's the point. It's like, and a lot of flat earthers might agree with him to say like, well, we know the Earth is flat. Let's see what else we can think of. And to some extent, you can probably get into a sidebar conversation. But when it comes to like the entire world, people that are here haven't heard the fact that they don't know that what they don't know is incorrect. We have to have a chat that keeps like a baseline for them to come to the truth. So it's not like well, we've already talked about that. Let's talk about something else. It's like we need to keep talking about it because people don't realize the information they're hearing, they can't substantiate. So we need to keep saying the things that we're saying until it starts to make sense to people, or at least provoke a conversation for that specific idea. We can't just have a free-for-all the whole time.
Well, and guess what happens if we're speculating the whole time and we're just talking about, you know, pie in the sky, you know, totally in between the ears, made up stuff. What are we not talking about? Right? We're not talking about the facts. We're not talking about objective reality. We're not talking about, you know, what you can directly test and prove is real. We're not talking about that. We're being distracted. And that's what he's here for, is to distract, is to make sure no actual information is transferred from one person to the other. Because you're always down in Alice in Wonderland, playing games, right? Instead of, you know, dealing with the topic, which is the purpose of the server.
Right. And it always goes back to that. So I'm sorry if this hurts everybody's feelings. We're not here to speculate the whole time. It's good to get inside bar conversations every now and again.
We have a day for that, don't we? Don't we have Speculation Sunday?
Speculation Sunday. Yeah. I always tell people, man, get together with your buddies and let's all have it out. Get it all out of your system, man. Tell them everything what you think, and that's fine. But usually we want to keep business as usual so people can know they can depend on at least one day for the guy who's like really all about the business to have like the time or a moment where they're letting their hair down and saying like, what do you think they can be? And then, you know, we can get into that. But to be like that the whole time, then we're going to have an audience who doesn't know when we're speculating and when we're not. So that's why it's hard for us to get into speculations here in this particular live stream. Now you can go to another channel possibly if you want to really have it throughout the week. But like I was saying,
that's a good point, Miggy. That people aren't going to know when we're speculating versus when we're not. So when we say the globe model predicts X, Y, Z, they're going to think we're just speculating. Or if we say, hey, you can see freaking 300 miles, they're going to think we're just speculating and that those aren't actual facts.
Exactly. And that's why I'm saying nobody knows what point of the conversation somebody comes and starts to listen on YouTube. They don't know what part of, like, they didn't hear you say, I'm just speculating. So what they hear is like you in the middle of what you're speaking sounds to them like that's what flat earthers are saying. And so there's no like taking it back because they just heard you and then they're going to log off and they're going to think that 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is all about the speculation. And it's like, that's why it's like, it's just to make it to where there's a little bit of order here, right? So we can have some structure where it doesn't have to always be about, dude, it's so boring. Why are we talking about the Earth flat and stationary? I mean, we already know this. Can we go to some other, think of some other things? Yeah, you can. But the guy who doesn't know, maybe you're there already. You're there. You arrived. You already you don't need to talk about it anymore. What you can do is help other people realize that. At least, I mean, we can't just say, okay, I'm good. I'm here. I don't need anything else. I'm going to go ahead and speculate because, I know the Earth is flat and stationary. Yeah, but the other guys don't. So can we help them come along? Because, I mean...
And there's other flat Earth servers that will let you speculate all day long.
Hell yeah.
There. Yeah. Or start your own or whatever. That's not the point here.
No. I think the reason why people like that, you have iterations of characters like Vanu. They love to stay in speculation. What else can it be? Let's have a chat. Yeah, you can talk about that all till the cows come home, man. But what benefit is that going to do?
Dude, that's your type of intellectual flexing, right? Who has the most fantastic, vivid imagination?
Yeah, you said it correctly, man. It's intellectual masturbation. You're just jerking yourself off because you want to sound high-sounding nonsense, lofty intellect. Like, great for you. Like, you sound complicated when you're saying that. You're a complicated rock. You know, like, no one cares. Like, the thing is we're trying to get down to is why the hell are people telling us the Earth is a globe when it's not? And stupid articles come out and people are believing this garbage. And if there's no baseline for truth, then we're just like no better than the globalists, you know? That's the way I see it anyway.
Yeah, like I said, we got Speculation Sunday. If I'll show up there, we get a lot of people, we'll make it 2 days a week. If it's freaking booming, we'll make a speculation hour every day. Right? But I mean, serious, like, but it needs to be segregated or something. It needs to be qualified that, like, this is speculation, but this isn't the basis of the server, right?
Mm-mm. Yeah, no, I totally agree. And then the reason why I was saying that with Speculation Sunday, because it was clear that everybody has like their own ideas, and I even said that's
live stream voice text most times.
Anyway, what's that?
Titus, can you hear us?
What would you say?
Yes.
Did somebody say something?
No,
yeah, I think somebody hot mic in there.
Yeah, I think someone hot mic.
Titus, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't realize I was able to speak on here. Sorry.
No, you're able to speak, man. I don't think I've ever seen Titus. Is he new to the server? I'm on my phone. I'm kind of cleaning my dog's area, so.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, I was just joining to listen. I somehow unmuted myself and talked. That wasn't intentional.
No, that's okay. Like, listen, are you new to the server?
Just joined today.
Yeah, I just joined.
Excellent. So, you know, as it is with the server, we like to introduce everybody to the topic of the Shape of the Earth conversation. But also, we want to get to know what you think the shape of the Earth is and why. So that question will fall to you. I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor. So 2 things, right? What do you think the shape of the Earth is and why? So go ahead, Titus.
Well, I'm not like entirely sure. I've grown up with the idea of it being round, but I honestly just joined here to listen to and have some arguments that I can work with. I do believe that it's round, and I think the existing evidence, like from NASA and stuff, I do believe it, but I honestly I don't know for sure. So I'm really here to learn about it.
Okay, is there anything specific in the particular evidence from NASA that you would think would be a good, strong way of saying, look, man, they have a good reason to say the Earth's a globe? Could you point to that evidence from NASA that would lead you to think that it's a good evidence of the Earth being a globe?
I think one of the best arguments, that isn't actually from NASA, but just came to my mind, is how the waves on the ocean, right? They are produced by the gravitational force by the moon. And that would only work with a globe and not just like a flat disk. Like according to physics, right?
Okay, according to physics. So the light of the moon, is that what you said?
No, the gravitational force of the moon. It pulls on the ocean and the water, and that's how waves are created.
Okay, gravitate. You're kind of muffled.
Technically, it's tides, not waves.
Yeah, that's all I'm talking about.
Oh, the tides. Okay.
So is there any like actual experiment that demonstrates that?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, no, there ain't.
Well, that was easy. Easy enough, anyway.
So you can correlate tides with the position of the moon, but it would be what you would call a weak correlation, because there's huge areas of the ocean that have no tides at all. They're called tidal nodes, right? So if you Google anthropomorphic point or tidal nodes, if you just Google that, you can look at a map, and then the map that shows a big, huge blue area, something like half the world doesn't experience tides, half the oceans of the world. And then if you look at actual data, right? So if we take the island of England, they have tides, right? So England's in one spot. It's a small island, but the tides at that small island, they vary depending on where you are on the island by up to 11 hours. Right? So you'll have high tide on one part of the island, and 11 hours later, you have high tide on another part of the island. Right? So, but there's a variation over the whole thing.
Right.
Right? So if the moon is pulling and raising the water level of the ocean, right, pulling it up, it should be high tide everywhere.
Yeah, like again, That's just
even more. Some places have 2 tides a day. Some places have 4 tides a day. Some places have 3 tides a day. I heard in Tahiti that they have tides the exact same time every single day, no matter what. Yeah, so like this tidal theory, this gravitational tidal theory, I don't think, just in my opinion, more than my opinion, I've never seen any data to actually support it, quite honestly. I learned in school the same way you did. The moon causes the tides. That's it. But if you actually look for the data that supports that or the experiment that proves that, it doesn't exist. And that's a lot of things with the globe so-called model, is that when you look for the actual data to support their hypothesis, there's like nothing there. And you can do this over and over and over again. So I'll give you, for instance, Coriolis, the Earth-based Coriolis effect. So you go look for the actual data to support this. It's just not there.
Yeah, right.
Okay, and there's the other one. Oh, so the weight of an object varies by latitude. If you actually go look at the data to support this, the data actually shows something else, something completely different. So it's like there's a bunch of these ideas, right? And they all sound good. It's like this, right? So over the last couple hundred years, someone's like, well, if the Earth's a spinning ball this size, then this effect will be noticed, right? And it just goes into the books. So there's the Eötvös effect, which is like supposed to be, if you fly in one direction, you're gonna weigh less than if you fly in another direction, right? If you fly like with the spin versus against the spin, the object will register less mass. Like there's all sorts of stuff like this. But then when you actually go into the real world and try to like actually measure this stuff, it just doesn't, it's not there. So I'll give you another one. The what do you call it? The electromagnetic field of the Earth, right? So they say that the compass is supposed to point north and south, but then they have this something called magnetic declination, right? So if you actually take a compass, the compass will not align to like the celestial sphere, right? They say there's something called magnetic declination, that the field is tilted, or that the magnetic north is moving, or they always have some weird excuse why it doesn't match the model. A Band-Aid, duct tape. Yeah, that's really what it is. There's just like, there is no consistent globe model. There's just like a bunch of little pieces, right? Oh, we should observe this because of this and observe this because of this. And then they're all isolated from each other. And then each one of those has like a Band-Aid thrown on it because it's not actually observed. Mm-hmm. And they'll come up with something else from some other thing. Right? I'll give you a perfect example of this. Is like dark matter, right? So dark matter was created because everything is moving wrong, right? They're supposed to, the galaxies are supposed to have a radial velocity that's way faster than they are. And when they said, oh, it doesn't because it doesn't have enough mass, they're like, well, it must be invisible matter. Or the universe is supposed to be expanding at this speed, but it's expanding at that speed. Oh, it must be invisible dark energy. And instead of saying the model failed, right, that their model is wrong, they say they made a new discovery and give themselves Nobel Prizes. They discovered something they can't see and got a Nobel Prize for it.
I'll tell you something. I did some research. I don't know why they call it duct tape. There are no ducks used in the making of duct tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Nobel Prizes come with big cash prizes too.
So yeah, joking aside, the gentleman that was asking the question.
That was a bad joke. That was a dad joke.
Yeah, dad joke. But Titus, did you understand what he was saying? Because we got to hear, like, at least some of what he said made some sense to you.
I mean, not entirely, but I get the point. Like how they.
He said nigger and quit.
I thought he said later.
No, he said nigger. Yeah. I guess
his point about black matter was perfect. Anyways,
black matter.
Yeah, you brought up that they had to create black matter.
No, he said dark matter.
Oh, sorry. Well, kind of the same.
That's why he said nigger, right?
Yeah, I guess
he heard black matter too.
Well, dark matter, black matter. When I hear dark, I'm thinking darkness.
Yeah, but it's not black though. It's dark because that's the way they would say in their paradigm. They don't call it black matter at all. It's called dark.
Black.
I was stuck with the black holes, I guess, in my head, and dark matter. But that was a perfect point. Dark matter. They had to create that, and it doesn't even exist.
They called it the thing is
dark matter.
Well, the thing about that is that like they're like, oh shit, gravity. Our gravity model don't work. We're wrong. They didn't say that. That's what they should have said. Instead, they said, we made a new discovery. What the hell? How do you do that?
But they're talking about something isolated, or like they can't present, right? They just said the word dark matter and all of a sudden it exists, right?
Yeah.
Well, but
there's no physical evidence for dark matter.
You get their cronies to high five each other, and then they're just saying, "Yeah, scientists agree." And then the thing that precedes it is you're stupid and we're not. So, there you go.
Well, I mean, that's like cheating on your wife, getting another lady pregnant, and then saying, "Yeah, I expanded my family." Like what? No, it's not how it works.
My family's growing.
Yes, I have a growing family. Yeah. No, you're a cheater. Like. Your theory's wrong. Sorry, your hypothesis, that whole hypothesis was wrong, and you have to start over or fix it. You don't just say there's something invisible out there that we can't see. That's like the I wouldn't say God of the Gaps, but pretty close to that. Special pleading. That's what they call it, the special pleading fallacy.
They also have dark energy too. I don't know exactly what it is, but to explain something, I guess.
Dark energy is for the expansion of the universe.
Also a question, where do you hear the part about Tahiti having tides at the same time every day?
That's I heard that, but I have never been able to verify it. Well, put it this way: the source I had that did verify it doesn't exist anymore.
That's usual on the internet sometimes with such information, like about dinosaurs and such.
No, it was on a website, and that person took the website down.
Yeah,
it was a flat earther named Southern Israelite. And he came up with a lot of good stuff, and he had a website that had it all on it. And that particular one, I never backed that up. That the tides in Tahiti happen at the same time.
Do you have information on that there are some places that it happened 3 times a day and sometimes only 2?
Yeah, I got that. Hopefully that meme still works. Oh, I mean, the different tides. Yeah, you can just find that yourself. That's quite easy to find. So, I think that's like in Seattle, they happen something like 4 times a day. In most other places, they happen like 2 times a day.
Yeah, and I think that's people's misconception about tides is that they think they're only happening when the moon is pulling the tides. And there's this whole kind of story that's backed up by why they would say that. And the correlation to that is what usually gives it bolsters the argument. But then again, you hear in those we'd call it the black swan of the tides argument. If it happens when the moon's not around to affect it, then what is causing it then? Because it wasn't the moon doing it. So
yeah. So I just triggered. It's in the live stream voice text. So this is some of the stuff I say from them. So if you look on the left, if you look on the right-hand side, where these are the tides for England, right? And it shows you the hours, how far they're off and how far they're different. And this is just the island of England, right?
Wow.
So you would think that, it's a small little island, the tide should be the same, right? Why is it varying? And apparently, once when you actually start digging into it, like instead of these like ninth grade high school answers, when you start digging into it, they'll say things like, well, the biggest determiner of the tides is the shape of the floor of the ocean, right? Like how the coastline is shaped, what the currents are, right? That those are more of a determining factor than the moon or the sun. And at best, the only thing they could say about the sun and the moon, at best, is that it's a correlation. When they start saying it's a cause, right? Like the moon causes this or the gravity causes this, that's a leap of logic, right? Because I guess we learned in school that correlation isn't causation.
Yeah. But does it say anything about some places having like it 3 times a day and some 4 and some 2 times a day?
Not in this particular one, but you can actually you can find that. I think one place is Seattle, Washington, where they have 4 tides a day. So so that's so at the shoreline of the Northwest United States, they have like 4 tides a day.
Yeah, that's how it is.
There might be some in Norway too. That's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah, because you guys have those fjords, right? Fjords and stuff. So I think that determines how the tides happen. Like the water doesn't flow all the way out or something, and then the water rushes back in.
We have we have the world's biggest known maelstrom, called Saltströmmen. It's like a small gap where like lots of water.
I've seen video of it. I've actually seen video of that. Yeah, it's crazy. What is the tidal barrier? Something like 25 feet or something, which is I don't know what's that in meters. That's fucking 10 meters maybe.
But it's a lot. It's a lot.
Do people try to kayak on that stuff? That would be fun.
I've actually thought about it, but I don't think it's that safe to do.
Yeah, that's why you do it.
Yeah,
that's the point. No, I mean it could be deadly. I mean, people used to go over Niagara Falls in a barrel. I mean, it can't be more dangerous than that.
I'm curious as to what is under the choking point. Maybe there is something there, or close to it. Maybe it something is spewing in water and out water at regular times. Maybe.
Well, yeah, and the actual theory, the actual so-called theory hypothesis of gravity tides. Isn't that I'm sure you've seen the diagrams where they show there's a bulge that goes towards the moon and it's the water's bulging on both sides. That's actually not it. So it's not that the water's getting pulled to the moon per se. It's that there's a hydraulic action, right? So the water gets piled up towards the moon. But the tide itself is a hydraulic action, and it's not the moon is pulling the water off the surface of the earth. It's that it's just moving it in a direction. And because it creates this flow of water in a single direction, there's a hydraulic action. I'll actually post a video about it that's from a physicist. That it's called "What Most Physics Teachers Get Wrong About the Tides."
Yeah, I think I understand. That's how I imagined it working when I was a Glober. Yeah, basically. Because you can't move solid land that much, I guess, compared to water. But gravity doesn't exist, so yeah.
Well, I mean, the latest thing is that there's an ocean underneath the Earth that's 3 times larger than the ocean that's on the surface.
Yeah, I heard that.
And it actually flows, like, it actually is transferred. So you got the water on the surface, right, in the ocean. It's actually going in and out from underneath. So they're connected. They're not separated. It's not like, there's the ocean on the surface and then there's a barrier of ground and then there's water underneath. They're supposedly it's all connected.
Yeah, but what about the guy that went very deep in the ocean and he filmed like the bottom of it and you could see like a solid barrier that was kind of translucent or something.
Yeah, he bounced off it or something.
Yeah. So
that's what they said, I guess, is that they went down to certain depth and they saw like a lake underneath the ocean, basically. Like basically a lake of water within the water, and that when they tried to go through it, they bounced off it.
Yeah. I mean, the firmament thing might be like a mine prison trap type thing similar to the globe. So maybe that is like a sort of controlled opposition type thing. I don't know. Maybe it is.
It also might not have been water. Just because it looks like water doesn't mean it is water.
Maybe a denser liquid.
Yeah, it could be like because it's under high pressure, right? So, it could be just some other.
Maybe a different form of water, different to ice and normal water. Just water in super high pressure.
Yeah.
Just hypothesizing now.
Yeah, well, yeah, because because of the phase transition, right? Things behave different under high pressure than they would at other, in other conditions. So it could just be like the right temperature, right pressure, whatever it was. You know what I mean? It was denser than water. Could be freaking meth. Who knows, right? Could be natural gas, methane, like oil. Right? Maybe oil maybe oil it, freaking, that pressure is translucent, right? So have you ever seen gold? Like gold, you ever seen the gold particles? Like at if the gold particles are different sizes, they actually get different colors.
Wow.
Ever seen that?
No.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you a picture of this. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so this is all like gold, depending on how small the particles are. And I guess when it's at the smallest possible size, which is basically a gold particle that's 40 gold atoms size nanoparticle, it's black.
Cool. I don't necessarily believe in atoms. I haven't looked too deep into it, but
well, I mean it's a concept, really. I mean, that's like it's a concept that goes back to like the Epicureans, right? They came up with the idea of atoms.
It makes more sense in my mind that the universe is infinite. That you can, even in the way you can zoom down, like there's no end to how far you can zoom down.
Yeah,
but
that's probably
just
true. Yeah, I mean that's probably true. There's probably no freaking end to you zooming out either.
Maybe there is a firmament, or maybe there isn't. I am 50-50 on that. So, yeah, colloidal gold. That's a interesting thing. I've talked to a guy who on Discord who experiments with colloidal gold and colloidal silver and using it for plants. He says it makes them grow bigger. I think he said, and he said it tasted better. Maybe placebo, but yeah, that's interesting. He says it becomes like organic gold and organic silver. Just like you have organic iron compared to normal iron and other such elements. I don't know if it's true, but that's what he's saying. I asked him to like publish a paper on it or something, but he says he's still working on experimenting with the stuff. I don't know if he's going to publish it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean things like the firmament. That's all That's all speculation. I mean,
not all. There was that Go Fast rocket. They bonked in something that might be firmament, and also they found like some weird glass shards in a desert somewhere. I just heard it somewhere. And also you have the underwater submarine that we just talked about. That might also be like the firmament, but underground one or underwater one.
Well, I mean, this my personal thing, I guess you'd call it my personal thing, is that the idea that the Earth is like some thing that's limited, right? Because when we think of things as objects, right? Here's a toaster, here's a chair, right? It has edges, it has a boundary, right? It to us it seems well defined, but like you were saying about atoms, if we zoom in far enough, they're not well defined. You can't tell where the chair ends, right? And the air begins. When you zoom in far enough, you can't determine what the difference is, right? So this perception is just ours, right? So people like that freaking Vanu guy that came in here with the there's got to be an edge and like can't go on forever and like what does that even mean, right? So nobody can even like really conceptualize, at least us as human beings, like what is forever. What is infinity, right? Infinity is just not something that even exists, right? So infinity is a concept we have, right? Infinity means whatever number you come up with, you can always count a number after it, right? So you can always just keep continuing it forever and ever, like the counting, right? So
it's not finite.
Yeah, exactly. But it's also not a thing, right? So infinity is not a thing; it's an operation, right? Yeah. It's a verb. Right? It's that action where I can always count something after it. That's not a thing. But finite, that is a thing, right? So infinite and finite are actually not two like opposite things. Because infinite is the act of counting.
Yeah.
In which it doesn't stop. So like when we start talking about, okay, is like reality, so we're all born on the earth and we experience this reality, like we're going, is there an end to this reality? Is there a boundary? Is there a border? Like, where's the edge? All that stuff. Those are just concepts we have in our head from dealing with like finite objects in the world, right? That we deal with at our scale. But to try to extrapolate that to like the Earth, I don't think that is logically justified. I think it's a category error that you're trying to like compare two things that aren't really comparable.
But if there is an end, how would that work? I heard some people say outside the firmament there might be like
there's no cosmology that you can invent in your head that doesn't have this problem.
Yeah.
Right. So the modern cosmology, right, that the universe is infinite and expanding. Expanding into what? You don't want to know what they say? Oh, space didn't like. It's expanding, but it's not expanding into space. It's creating the space infinitely far away from the center of the Big Bang or whatever, right? So like they have to do this like leap of logic too, where they just like hand wave like where's the edge, because this question is not answerable. It's not an answerable question.
Yeah.
By anybody. But that's the thing. It was proven to be not answerable 2,000 years ago by Zeno with Zeno's paradox, right? Zeno's paradox of which one is it? The easiest analog is like, so if I'm like 10 meters away from a wall, right? I can go halfway to that wall, right? And if I keep going halfway to the wall, right?
I know.
And even an infinite amount of times, I'll never reach the wall.
So now you're talking about
see that wall, but that you can think of that wall as the boundary, right? So if we talk about like the boundary of reality, that wall is the boundary, right? And if we can think in our head, well, mathematically, I should get there. I know I can walk up to a wall. Like you have this paradox, right? And we're trying to apply this paradox to the universe and the earth and all that stuff, and saying like, oh, there must be, or there should be, or there is. It's not an answerable question. And like people have to just come to terms with it's not answerable, instead of going, well, like where's the edge of the earth and all that stuff. It's like, where's the edge of the universe? What I tell Globers is this: where's the edge of the universe? That's where the flat Earth edge is, right at the exact same place. And that just they can't say anything because they don't know where their edge is either. Right?
I mean,
I would just say that the edge has not been confirmed, if there even is one.
But but I say like the edge of the flat Earth is the same place the edge of the universe is in the modern cosmology, meaning it's no place. It doesn't exist. Like the need for an edge is in our own. It's our own human desire, right? It has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, good point. But if we were to be able, if you are able to explore Antarctica, which we aren't really currently, if there is like a physical boundary and there's nothing behind it, then we do have the answer, I guess. But we have to assume that it is a boundary.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't have to assume anything. We can just go with what is, what we can actually prove, and just like, there's nothing, you're not required to speculate. And it's okay to say I don't. Yeah, and it's okay to say I don't know, or no one knows, or no one's ever gonna know.
I'm saying that I don't know. Maybe
there isn't enough humility in the human condition. Put it that way. Like we think we can know everything. We think that we can behold everything, and just. I think that that's a mistake. That idea. I'm not saying we should stop trying. I'm just saying that. Not accepting defeat in some areas is probably a mistake, because then we end up wasting a lot of energy and effort into exploring things what we can't find the answer to. I mean, how many words and time and effort and money, you name it, has been spent on trying to resolve wave particle duality.
Oh damn! I don't know.
Yeah, endless.
Doesn't make sense.
Endless, and exactly. And we can't make sense out of it. Nobody can make sense out of it.
I'll postulate this here. I didn't even know they were spending money on that. So,
look, wave particle duality was fleshed out in like the early 1900s, right? And like we're no farther along in like. They've been talking about it in freaking physics classes and conferences and like you name it for freaking decades. And they're no farther along than when they started. When they first said, oh shit, when we measure it this way, it does this. We measure it that way, it does this. That makes no sense. So it's the same thing at the same time. It's two things at the same time, which makes no logical sense. And they proved that and it's been proven that there's no hidden variable. That means that there is no variable out there a hidden variable, as in there's something else that we are not accounting for that's making it do this, right? Something we don't know about, that a missing part of the model.
I'm wondering.
It's been proven that there's no hidden variable. Period. It's just.
What do they say is like vibrating? When they are talking about like wave particle duality, if it is a wave, it has to like be something in a medium, to make it a wave. What is like vibrating?
It's not a wave like that. It's a probability amplitude, that type of wave.
Yeah, so I'm not expert on it.
Yeah, it's not. It's the probability that you're going to make a detection in a certain location. So if you think of a bell curve, right? So like a bell curve, you're going to you have a probability, a lower probability of detecting it at the edges and more in the middle. But so when you do the double slit, it's 2 bell curves, right? Because there's 2 slits. And because we know waves, like two waves will interfere with each other, these are probability waves. They interfere with each other probabilistically, and they make a interference pattern, an interference pattern of probability. which is mind blowing, right? That's some mind blowing shit. But
you just add them together,
Yeah, exactly. You just take the superposition of both of them, right? So, and that's why they call it superposition. But this is just the mathematical description of it. What it's actually doing in reality, between the slit and the screen, nobody knows what's happening. Nobody knows. Nobody can figure it out, because when we do a test, we try to measure it one way, we get particles. We try to measure it another way, we get an interference pattern. And like, no matter how we jigger and finagle and like do contortions to figure out what's happening between the slit and the screen, we can't figure it out.
I'm pretty sure.
But we've wasted a lot of effort. But the thing is, we've wasted a lot. My point was that we wasted a lot of effort, a lot of words, a lot of talking, a lot of mental thoughts of probably tens of thousands of human beings, right? Instead of them going out into the world and doing something productive, they've been trying to figure out this riddle. And instead of saying, well, we can't figure it out and giving up, or like devoting less time to it. No, it's like, people name their freaking pets this shit, and I'm gonna start a company. I'll just call it Quantum something, and people just think it's super smart and cool because I put Quantum in the name, right? I'll name my cars Quantum Automobiles, and people just buy it because the name sounds cool. It's silliness.
Yeah, it's silly.
I was gonna wait till later to mention this, but I'm watching a movie in the background here called Moon 02 from 1969. And it just hit the scene where there's, I guess, a base on the moon, and it's like a Grand Central Station. It says, "Welcome to the moon, May 9th, 2021.
Wow.
Ooh, they missed the date.
Anyway, you guys should, it should be a movie we watch in the, there's a movie theater in here, isn't there? One day, should check it out. But they thought we'd be going to the moon. Back in 69, we'd be going to the moon regularly by May 9th, 21.
Getting sleepy. Good night.
We'll be back right after these messages. What's up, y'all?
I'd still like you back in the corporation, though. Starting exploration flights again? No. But when I set the first flight to Mercury, you tell him to call me.
Quasicodo, was that new Toyota Corolla expensive?
Guess so.
That is hilarious.
Water gas.
is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science. There are still questions.
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into
typically
space.
mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like this?
I'm just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
What it is. He can disappoint you, right? Oh, I'm so sad that the International Space Station is only a couple hundred miles. But even in a person's despair at that moment, they still fall back on the fact that it's a globe and the fact that there are orbits around the globe. So totally doing people a disservice by making them feel pain and then still resting on a foundation that's still alive.
Yeah, but where's the edge? Where's the edge, man? If you can't tell me where the edge is and take a picture, then Earth's the ball. Yeah, because it makes sense. The wave mixer. Go ahead. What were we talking?
No, I was just going to say my favorite to rebuttal with that is where's the edge of your space? Infinitely expanding.
Yeah, that's where I tell them the flat Earth edge is. I tell them it's in the same place. Wherever their edge is, that's where our edge is. No matter what we would say, right? You're like, oh, it's a million miles that way. They'd be like, well, what's after that? Well, then there's metaspace, and that's a million miles further. Well, then what's after that? Well, then we have metaspace, and then, that's why it's an infinite regression fallacy. No matter where you say the edge is, they can just say, what's after that? Where's the edge of that?
Turns into a white abyss.
Yeah. I mean, what space is space expanding into? How about that?
Oh, dark matter. Yeah.
Yeah, the universe is inside of a black hole, so it just can't escape itself. They could actually probably write that up, and people would believe it.
People still see that Milky Way meme where it's like you are here and it has little arrow. It's like, God, so dumb.
Yeah, who took that picture?
Exactly.
Did you ever see the debate? So there was the Flat Earth Conference in the UK, and Dave Murphy and a couple, I can't remember who else was there, but they debated 3 astrophysics students.
Oh, I did see clips of it.
So there's one part of it where he got one of them to admit that, well, we don't actually really know what the Milky Way looks like, because if you actually take a telescope and zoom into the Milky Way, the stars are so close together that you really can't make out the actual distances to them, because they're just too close.
Too dense, yeah.
Yeah, it's all too dense to really make out the actual form. So it makes you wonder where they got any of it from.
I tell you though, that riff in the sky, it is really pretty.
I don't know, I haven't seen it in a while.
We used to just go out into the middle of nowhere to honestly study the sun and moon in my architecture class. And man, I became infatuated with that riff and the way that it would just move across the sky. And that was 2013, so I was still kind of starting. I was pretty globe skeptic at that time. What the hell's going on here? This doesn't make any sense. How are the constellations the same? But yeah, it goes back to that little song, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, How I Wonder What You Are."
Well, I mean, that's also the height of arrogance, because people, every civilization that's ever been, every people, every group, every tribe has had their own little story that they told each other about what the stars are, right? And they all told each other it was a fact. But now it's now it's the truth. Now the story it's not a story anymore. Now it's the truth. Now we know. That's the height of arrogance to me. to claim that now all of a sudden, like, now we figured it out. The things they claim that they can determine from looking at the light from stars is mind-boggling, right? They claim they can know where it is, how fast it's going, what it's made out of, right? How old it is. So they can get the age, distance, size, speed, and composition just by looking at the light from it.
Just about 8 pixels, right?
Now think about this. Can they do that to anything on Earth?
Not that I know of. I mean, besides maybe like noble gases and things like that, and recognizing color patterns and not
but in a lab, right?
Measurements,
But they already know what it is, right?
Exactly.
We already know this is helium. We're gonna take it and we're gonna send a current through it, and then we're gonna look at the spectrum. So they already know what it is. They don't know what the stars are, so they don't know. So they're like backfilling. But no one can like take a picture of something and go like, oh, that's a tree. It's made out of like, this molecule and that molecule, and it's 20 years old, and like and it's like 3 feet in elevation, and it's like, it's been sitting there for like 10,000 years, and they can't tell that from a photograph, no matter what light the goddamn thing emits.
Also 10 miles away, and they took a picture of it and they were like, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's like when they were like, Uranus is like it smells like farts, right? Because we detected, hydrogen. We detected hydrogen sulfide from a distance of 16 million miles away using spectroscopy. But then, right, if you go, okay, cool. So let's look up the most, and they detected it at they claimed it 3 parts per million. This is what they claimed. 3 parts per million in Uranus. So if you look, right, the most sensitive equipment they have on Earth is called gas chromatograph spectroscopy. Now they have the sample, and they take the sample and they put it in the machine, and the best they can do is 9 parts per million, 3 times worse. And they actually have the physical sample, right? They have the physical thing right there in the machine. But they claim that they can look at something and get 3 times better, 3 times better sensitivity from looking at it out into space. These claims are ridiculous. And the thing is, people buy them. That's what blows me away, because they never say to themselves, why don't we compare this to what we can do on Earth? Because if we could do the things that we claim in astronomy we could do, every crime that was ever committed would have been solved. Right? We would know like every freaking thing in the room. We'd be able to tell everything down to the goddamn atoms.
But they buy it every time, man.
You'd be like, well, the person that walked in here, he was a 6'6", half Chinese, half Scottish man. He was 168 pounds. He was wearing like Aqua Velva cologne, and he had 32 cents in his pocket. He just came from Taco Bell, which he ate at like 3 hours ago. He walked at 2.3 miles per hour through this building. His mother went to Dartmouth. His father went to Yale. What the?
What's crazy is even some of the phones or the security devices we hang around us all the time, like, they're kind of getting this information too, even on like facial recognition, like, oh, this person has and they have like weird arbitrary scales for it, but they're like a happiness and sad scale. So they'll push like sad advertisement, right, when you're kind of like low about something. And they use all this stuff just to sell instead of like, like you're saying, like solve crime, like shoot.
Well, I'm waiting for the day, and the day's coming very soon, probably in the next decade, where machine learning makes the entire profession of physics obsolete. You won't need them to come up with their stupid theories anymore, because you're just going to feed a bunch of data into the machine learning software, into a neural network, and it's going to make predictions, and the predictions are going to be accurate, and no one's going to know how the machine does it, and no one's going to care. Because the machine isn't going to have to make up a story, right? The machine isn't going to have to make up a little story for all the variables.
True. Yeah, that reminds me of that Pennsylvania project or the Philadelphia experiment, where he talks about in the year 2156 or something like that, that a supercomputer basically controls all aspects of government and the justice system.
I mean, machine learning is pretty crazy.
It is pretty crazy. I mean, I've seen robot arms figure it out. I'm just like, whoa.
Yeah, but it's like they're not artificially intelligent. They're really just probability machines, right? That's all they are. Probability and correlation machines. And the thing is, if there's a pattern, the thing is going to detect the pattern, and it'll be able to make predictions based upon the pattern. And it doesn't need any stupid theory. And this is an example I use, right? So if I film myself chucking a football, then chucking a baseball, then hitting a golf ball with a golf club, and I filmed all this, and I fed that into a neural network, all that video. I could take a basketball, and it could predict where I'm going to throw that basketball, and based upon how fast my arm is moving, predict where it's going to land, right? How far away from me. Guess what didn't come out of it? Newton's laws of motion. Newton's laws of motion didn't come out of it. It didn't know the mass of the ball, right? Doesn't know what acceleration is, doesn't know what a force is, it doesn't know any of that stuff. Doesn't need to know any of that stuff. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, we didn't make up a little story for the variables. The machine doesn't need a little story for the variables that we tell ourselves, right? We tell ourselves like these little stories for these physics models that we make up, right? This causes this and that causes that, and it's like, but these are just little stories we tell ourselves. All they did, right? Some goofball physicist came up with a mathematical model that'll make predictions, and that's all it is. It's when they start like making that philosophical leap, when they start saying X causes this and this causes that and this causes the other thing, when they don't have the experiment, right, to prove the cause and effect relationship. That's like I said, I can't wait for the day till all these and machine learning as a utility is going to expose all these physicists as basically all their claims are just empty. Because we hear, like, I don't know how much you consume of mainstream shit, but I've consumed a lot, and they have stories. But what they really just have is our mathematical formalisms for making predictions that were discovered by human beings by trial and error, basically. Oh, let's try this model. Oh, that don't work. Let's try this other mathematical model. Oh, that don't work. Oh, finally we got one, right? And if it's good enough, it makes a prediction that's good enough like 99.9999% of the time. That's good enough. Well, I'll tell a little story, and I'll get my Nobel Prize, and then people will interview me, and then they'll ask me questions about shit I have no idea about, and because everybody thinks I'm smart, they'll care about my opinion. They'll ask me about war and peace and frickin', what to do about welfare programs because, I'm a scientist. They came up with some stupid model somewhere. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like, people ask him questions like, why are you asking this guy? It's like asking actresses and actors about, like, geopolitics. Man, great, they can have an opinion, but I'm not taking it as advice.
Have you heard anything about the Eratosthenes moonlight experiment that QE was talking about the other night?
I'm going to try and be as diplomatic as possible. I heard about it because I saw the thing, but I didn't watch the whole. I don't know. Did someone actually go out and do it?
I don't know yet. That's what I was trying to see. Like, I watched the whole presentation, and it's true. It apparently true in theory, but it didn't seem like anybody actually went out and did the demonstration to actually validate whether or not.
Well, I just want to caveat this. We came up with this almost 4 years ago now. I don't know if it was me. It might have been Mike. It might have been me and Battle Mod.
There is a demonstration.
Jay Smith, and we came up with this years ago of doing it. I tried to get him to do it because he lives like in the middle of nowhere. I can't do it where I live. I live in the city, so I can't even see the moon barely. Put it that way. There's so much like light pollution. But he lives in the sticks, so we're trying to talk him into doing it.
Gotcha. So it really hasn't been validated, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
No, it
I
has.
don't know. It has? Oh, let's hear it.
Yeah, it has because they're going off the fact that you can use a moon dial. They use a sundial, but they can use the moonlight, full moonlight, to tell the time.
Oh.
That doesn't seem to me to be the same thing. I mean, maybe I'm not understanding it. I saw the moon dial.
So check this out. So this is the deal. I don't know if Kiwi covered this in his presentation, right? So the moon is significantly closer, right? And it's supposed to be a ball, right? So you should have
smaller.
And smaller. So you should have diverging rays. You should be able to get diverging rays off the moon. So, like, if you do the Eratosthenes experiment, you should get a different result.
Yeah,
completely different, because you have the supposed curvature of the Earth, and then you have the divergent rays. So that means, like, if you did, like, the shadows should be significantly longer when they're on the horizon than the sun shadows. If the moon is on the horizon, because the reflection, right? So when you're reflecting off of the sphere, the rays don't go parallel. None of the rays are parallel when reflecting off the sphere. They're all divergent. So divergent rays would be the only rays that hit the stick, right, and cast the shadow. But when the sun is on the horizon, right, you're on the maximal part of the curve relative to the moon, so the shadow should be longer than it would be if it was the sun. Significantly longer, probably maybe like 30%, or maybe could even be longer than that, maybe 200%. I don't know. I'd have to do the freaking math. But the fact is, you should get a different result. It should not be the same.
Yeah, that's why it causes problems for them.
Yeah, like, moon dial shouldn't work, right? The moon dial should only work like at a very for like 3 hours, basically when the moon is like directly overhead.
Yeah.
The difference would be so small that you can't tell the difference, right? Like, you know what I mean? Because the angle, it would have to be directly overhead, and that would like it'd only be a short period of time. Because you got to think, if you're on a curved surface, you know, that's their argument, right? So like, the shadows are longer when you're further away from the moon being overhead. The length of the shadow increases, right? But if it's the moon is sending divergent rays, that difference is going to increase faster than the sun, right? So say like the moon and the sun are directly overhead. If I go 500 miles to the west with the sun, the shadow will be one length, and if I go 500 miles to the west with the moon, the shadow will be a larger length. It would be even greater length. So you can't use the same scale as you would with the sun with the moon dial. You could for a short period of time where the difference in the shadow lengths isn't going to be very much different, and that would only be when the moon is nearly directly overhead.
Right. Yeah, but I think if they're correct, then during a full moon, you can use the sundial to tell the time at night accurately, fairly accurately, all night, I think.
Check out a moon dial. How does this work? Plus, yeah, got the other problem is that the moon is slower across the sky than the sun, right?
I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding this because Eratosthenes' experiment doesn't involve sundials or moon dials or anything. It doesn't.
Well, I mean,
in my mind, it's not.
But a sundial and moon dial cast a shadow.
Sure,
that's how they work. So
yeah, so the full moon's casting the exact same shadow, like if it was in the position that the sun was in.
And they should be different. There's no doubt they should be different. Just from the fact that difference in distance of the light source.
Yeah, I did think that was
93 million miles. 93 million miles versus 300,000 miles. So like the rays aren't parallel. They can't be as parallel as from the sun.
Well, they wouldn't be close to being as parallel because the moon is a quarter the size of Earth. And what do they say? The sun is 1 million times larger than Earth. So it wouldn't even be close to parallel because the moon is smaller than the Earth, which means they would have to diverge.
Exactly.
And they would diverge off the sun too, but for all intents and purposes, given their supposed size and distance to the sun, those rays, they say, in theory, for all intents and purposes, can be considered parallel because the sun is so big. But with the moon being as small as they say it is, they would have to diverge, which means it would necessarily produce different angles.
Yeah, it can't be the same. I don't know if anyone has done the identical. I don't know if anybody's done the identical test to Eratosthenes. All I know is we talked about it here for years.
Well, QE was saying the other night, and I couldn't really grasp what he was saying as far as whether or not there has actually been an experiment that was used or that was demonstrated showing that the angles are indeed exactly the same. And his point was, if the angles that the moonlight produces and the sunlight produces are exactly the same, it destroys heliocentrism with mathematical certainty in such a way that he now said that this idea is now his third favorite proof.
Is this the same talking point QE developed? Is this the one where he used my pictures?
I have no idea. He was talking about basically using the moon to do the same thing that Eratosthenes supposedly did. And when that is done, you get the exact same results that you get with the sun, which is physically it's mathematically impossible given the parameters of the heliocentric model.
Right. So
the lunar Eratosthenes, basically.
Yeah.
Yes.
He made some presentation and he used my pictures here. This one. And I wasn't sure if it was this one or another one. Because
but I watched that presentation and it didn't seem like any experiment had been done. So,
well, you can't do an experiment. It would just be tests and observations.
Okay, fine, whatever. Just a measurement, whatever you want to call it. I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
That's not really the point. Has it been demonstrated? Has it been done? And the presentation didn't really come off as having something that has actually been done in reality. Yeah, this picture, I believe, was used.
Yeah.
The picture you just posted was used, yes.
Yeah, that's the one. I did that. I did that on my wood floor. That's a piece of polystyrene. And it just shows that in two different positions of the light source, we get the exact same result, flat or curved.
Well, so here's like the problem. When we talked about this years ago about this test, the issue was, is the shadow going to be well defined enough to actually measure? And that, I don't know what the answer is. I mean, you would need a really seriously full moon, bright light, clear sky, no ambient light. You know, that's really what you're going to have to cancel out is ambient light. Like kind of, because obviously the moonlight is not as intense as the sun. That's pretty freaking obvious.
Wouldn't you also need to be directly beneath the moon? Wouldn't the moon need to be at your zenith? So you'd have to be somewhere on Earth where the moon is directly overhead, like the supposed Eratosthenes experiment.
Yeah, and that's hard. But listen, I'm telling you, we did this a long time ago. I tried to find, it's called the sublunar point. Well, you can go on Google and look for the subsolar point. That's easy to find. There's calculators. The sublunar point is super hard to find. Like, there's no calculator for a sublunar point. A place where you can go where you're directly under the moon, where the moon is absolutely directly overhead at zenith.
Well, when you say super hard to find, do you mean super hard to find or impossible to find?
I couldn't find it. Let's put it that way. And I'm pretty good at. I've been using frickin' the internet for a very long time. I'm good at finding shit. Not to brag, dude, but I can find anything. I found references to the subsolar point. I could not find a calculator. There was web pages that would have subsolar, sublunar point, and it would have the calculator for the subsolar point, and then underneath it would say it said the sublunar point is not known or something like within 5 minutes because the moon moves too fast or some shit like that. Because according to the heliocentric model, the moon alternates, like, so you have the ecliptic, which is the equator of the celestial sphere. It's supposed to be like a line that cuts through the equator. So you got the ecliptic. The moon will deviate from the ecliptic by 2.5 degrees up or down. So when it alternates up, like, back and forth, right? So so you have to be. So if there was an equator and the moon was at the northern extremity of this, you'd have to be at 2.5 degrees above the equator for the moon to be directly overhead. But I don't think that. Hold on, that's not exactly right because the moon's 30 times the Earth's distance. Like I said, I don't know. It was hard to. I couldn't find any place that had the sublunar point, any calculator or nothing. Nothing that could make a prediction where we could actually go do it. And I looked for a few days, man. It's not like I just Googled for 5 minutes and tried to find it. I looked for days. We talked about this for a long time. We talked about this for a couple of years.
Okay, I had never heard of this before until the other night when QE brought it up, and I thought it was really fascinating.
I don't know if he ever heard us talk about it. I don't think so. I don't even think he might not even have been, because I think we talked about it mostly on the old server.
Yeah,
I'm sure we talked about it here too, but I don't remember him being around ever being brought up.
All right, then why is QE, if the experiment actually has not been done, let's just say, okay, it actually hasn't been done, the Eratosthenes lunar experiment has not actually been duplicated or even, demonstrated at all. Why, in his mind, is a moon dial a satisfactory substitute for wells? Essentially, that's kind of what he's saying, I think, is that a moon dial is a substitute for a well. It would produce the same result in that you should get a different reading from a moon dial as a sundial.
It's the same in principle.
Because the direction of the shadow.
So is that mathematically certain?
Well, if you're on a ball, right? Any vertical, if you're on a ball, any vertical stick, right? Like the hand of a moon dial will cast a shadow, right? And that shadow is the direction is at some angle proportional to whatever latitude or longitude you're out in the ball versus the relative position of the moon. So if you can just take a sundial and use it like a freaking moon dial, then those angles are identical.
That's what I was thinking, is the premise that the sun and the moon are the same distance if they line up shadow-wise. That's what I was wondering. Is that his premise?
But that is
I'm trying to understand how the moon dial translates to a lunar Eratosthenes experiment. I don't see how they translate. Because that is essentially what the presentation,
to
as far as I can understand, that's what they were.
To do it rigorously the same, you'd have to do the exact same thing, right?
That was what I was thinking.
You'd have to measure that distance, the length of the shadow, and the distance apart between two locations. you don't need for the moon to be at zenith the way he claimed that he did it, because you can just check it against the heliocentric one. So you can just take
this. Would it be easier to establish a point in the sky where the moon is and then go find that exact same point for the sun? Since you can find a subsolar point but not a sublunar point, would it be possible to just locate the moon in a particular position and then locate the sun in that same position and then do the experiment with those parameters?
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
And so that I don't keep getting yelled at for using the term experiment, what word do you guys want me to use? A measurement? Like what? Demonstration?
Yeah, that would technically be a measurement. That would be a measurement. So you're measuring an indirect measurement of
okay. So if it was done like that, if it was reverse engineered or however you want to phrase that and say, okay, we can't find a sublunar point to match the subsolar point. What if we find the moon at a particular position in the sky and then match it with if we can match the sun's position in that same position and then do the measurement with that would produce equal results with Eratosthenes' experiment. That would basically be apples for apples at that point, right?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
So would it be easier to do that, to locate the sun in the sky at the same position as a full moon? Would that be an easier route than finding the sublunar point?
Well, I mean, it depends. You'd have to actually go freaking look and see if you could actually do that, right? You'd have to, I can't just tell you off my head is what's rarer, finding a lunar subsolar point or finding the moon and sun in the same position in the sky? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, which is the more infrequent thing. I don't know which one it is. You got to go research it and find out.
So it sounds like what we're theorizing here, postulating, nobody's actually done these things.
Probably. Excuse me. Probably not. I tried to get Kosho to do it because he did because he was one of these crazy Eratosthenes people. Tried to talk him into doing it because he's enough of a fanatic to actually go out and do it.
If you're looking for the moon and the sun at the same point in the sky,
eclipse,
then what? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was already thinking that might be legit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is it? So it's there's a solar eclipse, and then something like 19 years later, there's a lunar eclipse in the exact same place. I think that's it. It might not be that long. Could be 9 years. I forget.
From what I could understand from watching that presentation, and I'm not the smartest guy. I don't understand this stuff, so I don't want to correct QE especially. But it didn't seem like it would be an apples for apples comparison to compare Eratosthenes' experiment to moon and sundials. It didn't. I couldn't understand how that would be comparable.
I didn't watch the whole thing, so I kind of skimmed through it, so I can't really say what his argument was. I'm just aware of the lunar Eratosthenes, that you shouldn't get the same result.
Well, no, you definitely 100% shouldn't. Absolutely, that's not even up for debate. The point that my question was: A, has anybody ever done that? And if anybody hasn't done that, which it doesn't seem they have, then how are sundials comparable to Eratosthenes?
I didn't watch it, so I can't say what his argument was or wasn't. I'm not saying it can't be the same, but yeah, I mean the angle. There's got to be some reason why it doesn't work.
Well, he was in here the other night. He is convinced this is a globe killer. This is as powerful in his mind as gas pressure, and I just couldn't get there with him. And I'm assuming at this point it's because I'm not intelligent enough to understand what he's saying.
Like I said, maybe I'll go back and watch the video. It seems to me that even if say I took a sundial, right? And I did do the sun and moon, they were in the exact same position with the sundial. I should not get the same shadow cast by the sundial. Okay, but it's not going to be. But it's not going to be based upon the direction. You'd have to actually measure the length of the shadow cast by the sundial, not the direction. So if his argument was the direction that the shadows cast, that would be an erroneous argument. If he said like the length of the shadow, you see what I'm saying? Because the length of the shadow is going to be different because the rays coming off the moon would be divergent, and if they're divergent, then they're spread out.
Okay, so I guess maybe what he's saying is the fact that sun rays in the heliocentric model are supposedly parallel, and those parallel rays allow for a sundial to function. Divergent rays, which are a reality of the heliocentric ball's moon, would not allow for a moon dial to work in the same way that parallel rays that help a sundial to work. It wouldn't work the same. So that, yeah, okay.
And sundials have to be positioned by like your location on Earth. I don't think there's one sundial that's universal that you can take everywhere, right? They're made for like your location.
Right.
So to just use it like as a moon dial shouldn't be possible because, like I said, the length of the rays will be different than those predicted by the sun. They'll just be different. The shadow length, as predicted by the rays cast by the sun, will be different than for the moon because the moon's closer, and it's like you said, it's smaller, and the rays are going to diverge.
Yeah, necessarily.
Yeah.
So would they be able to just say, well, it has everything to do with where you position a sundial and how you position a moon dial, and all of those things are accounted for in the divergent rays and the parallel rays. There's no problem here.
I didn't really understand that.
Well, what I'm saying is a heliocentric fanatic, right? A heliocentric ball religious zealot priest. Would they have some kind of convoluted explanation as to how a moon dial works in one way with divergent rays and a sundial works in another way with parallel rays?
Yes, always.
Yeah, gravity, refraction.
They always have an answer. They always have an answer.
Well, no, there are some things where there is no answer.
They don't have an answer. Listen, they just want to create the appearance of an answer. They don't even care if it's a legitimate answer.
Dark matter.
It's like getting. It's like listen. It's like getting congressman. And you get caught cheating, right? You just got to get some press out to refute it. Like that's. It doesn't even have to make sense, right? Right? You're like, oh, it wasn't him doing that. He was kidnapped by terrorists. Like because your side, right? The people that are on your side will justify whatever your press release, because it's your side. You just got to have some answer, right? Some plausible freaking answer.
Well,
say anything.
If the Eratosthenes lunar experiment was actually done and demonstrably produced and could be reproduced a 7.2 degree angle with moonlight, right, as being the same angle that the sunlight produces, that would be mathematically irrefutable, right? So is the moon, what I'm asking is the moon dial and the sundial, is that in theory, or has it been done where the angles cannot be refuted mathematically?
I don't know. I don't know for sure. I'm not even exactly I'm not even 100% sure how a sundial actually works. I mean, I know like generally how it works, but like how to read one and what to expect, like exactly what to expect, I'm not exactly sure. I just know generally how the sundial works. Shadows cast in a part of the sundial. It says it's day, night, some hour, right? I know they're different depending on where you go. Moon dials might be shaped, like if you have an individual moon dial, it might be shaped different because the moon doesn't travel across the sky at the same speed as the sun. So you can't use the same scale as, you know, because the shadow moves around, as far as I know, moves around and points at different parts of the dial. And depending on where that shadow is pointed, tells you like what time of day it is. Now, if you use the moon instead of the sun for that timekeeping, right? We're just talking about timekeeping. It can't possibly be the same because the moon is, you know, apparently moving slower or faster, whichever one it is.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming that Q at this point I have to assume that Q.
No, the moon appears to move faster, right? The moon goes across the sky faster than
Yeah, the moon overtakes the sun. Right.
But they actually say that the sun is slower than the moon or whatever. And they say that the Earth rotation is what's making the difference.
Okay. Well, I had never heard this before like 2 days ago, so to me this is super fascinating, and maybe for you this is old hat, but Huey was making it sound like this was groundbreaking and revolutionary the other night, and I'm having a hard time grasping on how that's so.
It's not really like old hat to me. It was just like, it's just something that's been left undone that hasn't been worked out. I probably wouldn't be happy personally unless someone actually did not an exact replication, but pretty close to an exact replication of Eratosthenes, but using, I don't know how you're going to get the measured distance. That's the problem, because Eratosthenes' measured distance between Alexandria and Said is just shit. That's a shit. like seriously.
Well, he paid somebody to walk. I mean, come on, Indio, bro. He paid somebody to take those paces, man.
Yeah, like dude. What's funny about that? What I found out is that the Greek word for that person that's supposed to pace out that freaking distance,
actor. Or
it's
something?
The only ancient Greek literature text it's ever appeared in. It's literally like a profession invented for Eratosthenes. And then you have the problem where his actual locations was wrong, and then you have a problem was it simultaneous? Like, how did he do it simultaneously? And then there's so many problems, right? And then here's another problem. There's published work on this is the length of the stad in the first place. The variation of what a stad is in the literature, in the Greek literature, is 30%. Right? So you got to think it's a variation from 100 to 130. So say it was say we're using decimeters or something, right? 100, it could be 100 decimeters or it could be 130 decimeters. Then when you walk 500, whatever they claim it is 500 miles, right? That's a compounding error. You're off by 30%. Right? And they said his error was 10%.
He used the Olympic stud, right? Right?
No, but that's the thing. Stad was not a standardized thing.
I know.
Yeah,
nothing about their story makes sense. They say sticks. When I was in school, they said it was sticks. Now they're saying.
Oh well, yeah, well.
I've heard buildings.
I've heard sticks and wells. There's combinations.
Yeah. It's ancient Greek mythology. It's constantly changing.
There is a paper that some college kids did the Eratosthenes type deal. They did it in Boston, as a matter of fact, and they used a building or something, and then they the radius of the Earth, what they got was off by 180%. So it's look, let's face facts. Eratosthenes is shit. Okay, it's just a shit. The whole thing is shit. It's just crap. Why they even tell kids in school that this is worth anything, right? Like I don't know why.
It's sorcery, bro. It's just spell casting. They're casting a spell on little children that, that they can't end up getting out of for some reason once we become adults.
Well, it's just like another plausible story, right? It's just a plausible story. Like it could have happened, maybe. And don't forget that you're stupid if you don't believe it. And you need to pass this class. Your parents are going to beat you. So, buy our story. I mean, I think someone should just like get a car, find a straightaway, something fairly flat like Kansas or Canada or somewhere. Do this shit simultaneously in the moon, about 100 miles apart. Use the odometer on your car or the mile markers on the road. Figure out. I'd prefer the odometer of the car. On a nice flat, newly paved, properly inflated tires. And get the distance, and then do the test.
You would prefer a car to someone walking it off?
Oh, yeah. Why, you want to volunteer?
Oh, yeah, I'll walk my dog 200 miles for you, Indio. We'll get right on it.
Hey, if you got a big enough dog, you can ride him.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's just like I said, I don't know exactly what Huey's argument was. I know the Eritas, and he's like, maybe he thought of something I didn't, which is a possibility.
I think it's just the fact that okay, if a full moon is casting the exact same shadow as the sun would from the exact same position, then it's game over. You're not going to get. It would immediately apply.
The thing is, it hasn't been verified. It's exactly the same, as in the length of the shadow, because that's what we want. That's the variable we want to know is the shadow length, not the direction.
Right.
I mean, like I said, I think the biggest hurdle for doing a comparison is how well defined the moon shadow is. I don't know. I haven't tested it. I mean, maybe you can get a very well defined moon shadow. Because if you want to measure its length, right, you need to find the edge of the top part of the shadow. So it's going to have to be well defined, so you can get an accurate measurement.
Yeah, to get the angle measurement. Yeah.
Well, there's He might be doing the thing that Mike Bull did with the sunrise and sunset eclipses, how they're impossible. Except the moon is 400 times closer. That's the thing. If the moon is 400 times closer, even if the moon is in the same position, parent position in the sky, it can't be. Unless it's actually both at zenith. I gotta think about this for a bit. I mean, maybe that's the argument he made. Oh, and about the sublunar point, you can find things to tell you where the sublunar point is right now, but you can't find things to tell you where it will be. Like, I can't find a thing where I can type in, like, July 25th, 2023, where's the sublunar point? You can look on time and date or SunCalc, and it'll give you a generalized location, but I don't think it'll give you the exact sublunar point. But I mean, I don't know how close you have to be.
Yeah, wouldn't the time and date, India, wouldn't that be sufficient, or do you think that would not be?
I don't think it has like an exact like latitude and longitude. So that's why I think like they show a graphic, but I don't know like how accurate that is. You know what I mean? Because the moon in the graphic is huge. It's like the size of freaking Texas. So it's like,
okay. Well, no matter what you show them, I know that they won't accept it. But if it's mathematically,
they'll call it a discovery and give themselves Nobel Prizes, man. Like. Like they'll come up with some stupid theory, call it a discovery. They'll call it dark mooner or something, and freaking give themselves Nobel Prizes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How parallel rays and divergent rays can produce the same angle. Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah. Refraction, or we discovered something about the atmosphere we didn't know. It's being focused. It's being focused. The atmosphere is focusing the moon's rays so that they come in parallel, just like the sun. See, I just came up with an excuse for him. It wasn't that hard.
In their mind, it all already works. So any excuse that seems to make sense, yeah, it's good. That'll work.
This is like Stockholm syndrome, man. This is like battered wife syndrome or something.
Yeah. Good point.
No, it's more like George Orwell, man, where you change the past.
Yeah, that's true.
East Asia has always been at war with Oceania, man. Didn't you know that?
I stepped away for a bit to shower up and get ready to head out. But did any ballers come through?
No.
What was going on with that dude? The guy that Miggy muted a bit ago.
Oh. What's going on with him? Lots of drugs, a little bit of mental illness, some alcohol, and a lot of Fantasyland stuff going on in his head.
Oh yeah, he was talking Pac-Man Earth.
Pac-Man disc. Pac-Man disc.
Yeah, he added the disc too. That was crazy, bro. Did you hear me? I was hitting that suspense button in the background.
Yeah, I know that.
Disc.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, don't say that.
Yeah, if the Earth's a disc, why don't you just put a big tower in the North Pole and make the Earth a sundial? Yay.
I see somebody in the chat. Let me throw my fishing rod out, see if they'll come in.
So I have a few conversions lately. I'm super excited about that.
Oh, hell yeah. Tell us about it.
Family members, parents, they're starting to like not call me crazy anymore. Now they're starting to admit they're crazy too with me. It's wonderful.
So, what was it? A certain like sequence of words, or was it a certain argument?
Well, I've been talking. It's not my parents, my wife's parents, but I've been talking to them for the last 2 years, and they actually had a preacher come into their church and quote a Bible verse and said, "Yeah, that means exactly what it says." And he didn't say anything else, and they just looked at each other because I was showing them the same scriptures like over the last little bit. So that made them go home and start thinking about it. And then he downloaded Dave's app and they started devouring videos. And then they started coming over here and asking questions. And now they're fully on board. That's cool.
Let's go.
And I also have a really close friend. I think I told you about this. Really close friend. Been working with him for the last 18 months. Now he's on board. I have some other close friends. They're on the edge. It's really cool, man. And a lot of it has to do with this forum because I studied this issue for so many years and had all of this information, but I didn't really know how to boil it down and into something that could be presented in an irrefutable, logical way. And so this forum has really been a tremendous help to me as far as disseminating the information so that you don't look insane.
Dude, that's freaking awesome. Makes me glad you said that.
So I'm super happy about this, man. So this subject matter has sadly damaged a lot of my relationships, partly because I've been, probably maybe a little overzealous about it, but mostly just due in part because so many people are so emotionally attached to the globe that if I've just discovered that when I speak to people about it, it's almost like I'm attacking their religion or literally their worldview, like how they view the world is under attack. And when
that is what you're doing. Listen, you're attacking their entire psyche, worldview, like their being, right? Because they've lived their life under one paradigm, right? And it's an existential paradigm, right? So it's not just like, what I want for dinner. It's more like, what's my place in the universe? What's my place in the world? Why do I exist? Like all these existential questions. And they're founded on this idea that the Earth's a ball. A lot of them, their answers all go back to that, right? So I've deduced my position, well, not deduced, but like come up with my position of where I fit into the reality, what the purpose of my life is, based upon the idea that I live on a ball. Take that ball away. Now, what did you do to them, man? You just ripped out all the bricks and foundation and mortar and everything out from underneath their house.
Yeah. Well, quite literally, it's literally an attack on their worldview, how they view the world. And so...
Well, I mean, this is the thing with me, but like, I don't understand why they don't see it. Why they don't see, like how, like their emotional reaction to something that should be just fucking inane, right? It should be no different than you walking up to them and saying, I believe in unicorns. I believe in ghosts. I believe in elves, right? If it's that trivial. But when they have that emotional reaction, like, why don't they have that emotional reaction if you say, I believe in ghosts or I believe in UFOs or I believe in unicorns? The fact that they have an emotional reaction should make them go, whoa, and self-reflect and go, why am I doing this? Why am I feeling this? Why am I thinking this?
I've actually experimented with that exact thing, India, like with a few of my family and friends. I'll ask them this question. I say, is it possible that you're a homosexual? And almost everyone laughs at that. They'll instinctively laugh at it because it's so outside the paradigm of possibility that there is no offense taken. It's a laughable proposition. It's the idea of their sexual nature is so innate to who they are as a person. To be able to conceive of themselves being a homosexual it doesn't upset them. It makes them laugh. And so then you go, well, could the earth be flat and they turn into a wild animal? And you go, wait a minute.
Listen, do you know what you should ask them? You should ask them, have you ever right after that, ask them, have you ever considered you're a flat earther? Watch them fucking spiral.
Right. I think maybe you are, if you react that way. Shoot. But you're right on target, though, VK. I've been thinking this for a while. You just go and tell people random silly things. Grass is purple, sky is, whatever, and they wouldn't react at all. But then you mention something about the Earth, and they start freaking out. Yeah, you should pay attention to that. It's like a programmed response.
Yeah, the fact it can have any effect on any relationship you have at all says it all right there. Like, why? Something is just like, what they always say. Well, why would they lie? There's no reason to lie. And they come up with they say all these things. It's like, it's not even important. Well, then why are you so emotional about it?
Yeah, I know, right?
No, it's kind of. Yeah, I agree with you guys. Anyways, I've had a lot of success lately in due in part to this forum, just helping me really kind of boil down everything I've learned and throw away a lot of stuff like Antarctica and treaties and all this kind of stuff. At the end of the day, that's not really what's important. Those things are all kind of exculpatory. They're supplementary. It's not part of the argument as far as the core tenets of how you can arrive at the truth about where you live. And so I'm really grateful for this forum, for all of you guys. I feel like everybody in here I've learned stuff from Lou, Indio, like all of you guys, Clay and Blatt, everybody. So I'm just really grateful for you guys. It's actually helping me to feel sane, knowing that there are people in the world who know where they live.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing is to, like you said, get rid of certain arguments, right? Anything that's not falsifiable, just get rid of it, right? So, like, claims about space or NASA or whatever, yeah, eventually it's going to go there, but don't start there, because fundamentally, none of that stuff, like, they can't prove space pics are real. We can't prove. I'm talking about proof. We have evidence they're fake. They have evidence they're real. Even though that evidence is pretty weak, that's just basically I trust you evidence anyway. But like, either way, neither side can prove one thing one way or another, right? You can't prove it one way or another. That's why you stay away from that, because that's just an endless argument that can never go anywhere, because we're not the perpetrators and they're not the perpetrators, so we can't prove either way, like, the veracity of space programs, frickin' moons, satellites, stars, black holes. All that stuff is just esoterica in the sky that nobody can actually prove anything about. So you just stay with the thing that same with Antarctica. Like, you can't prove anything about it, right? Only a handful of people have ever been there. The people that do go there, we know, like, there's, like, it's another thing. We have evidence that they're lying, right? We got the fake 24-hour sun videos. We got the lies of Colin Brady, who said he navigated across Antarctica with a freaking compass, like, just ridiculous shit, right? So we have the evidence that, there's something fishy going on, but you can't prove one way or another whether it's bullshit or not. Like, you can speculate, but you can't prove it definitively. You just stay what you can prove, right? It's the shape of the Earth. That's accessible to all of us. We can prove that. One way or another, we can prove it. Like, they can prove it to themselves. They don't even need you. So that's what I try to stick to that. Like, and this is just like, this forum, like, I'm like I said, I'll accept the compliment, and I appreciate it, because there's a lot of people who put in a lot of time and effort into this shit. And, like, our arguments or the way we approach everything is, we didn't start here, right? This has just been like sharpening a knife, right? We've been sharpening this dull ass fucking piece of metal that we started with until where it is now. And that's like going into combat with Globalraptor trolls and freaking assholes and, pseudoscientists and you name it, and just sophistries and liars and weeding through all their tactics until we've come to, like, where we are now, what's effective, what's the most efficient way of dealing with this subject, because the subject is so broad and there's so many rabbit holes. You have to, like, pick and choose, like, your battles and what's efficient to argue. And,
exactly, and that's what this room has really helped me to do, is to not go through certain doors. instead in just going through the conversation. And then you want to talk about airplanes. Okay, let's talk about airplanes, but let's first talk about what airplanes need, and that's a radius. Things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Boil it down to first principles. Yeah.
So, and really, that's what this forum is really, one of the things that this forum has really helped me to do. So, that it is funny. When I first came in here, I wasn't using the proper verbiage, and I was getting yelled at. I was a lot.
We get anal, bro.
I used the word planet and experiment, and apparently I was using the wrong vernacular, so I'm a LARPer. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? So just being in the community also helped me understand the proper vernacular that I should be using as well. So it's really complemented my entire psyche, my life, my relationships in a lot of different ways. Not just feeling like I'm not crazy, because I know I'm not crazy.
The English language has been co-opted, so you have to be very careful about what you say. Right, because they try to like play this like, okay, the planets are around there, like, you know, the planets are around and Earth's a planet, so like the Earth has to be around too. This is not actually a logical argument, right? But they're trying to play like a rhetorical, definitional game. Oh, I'm going to say planets are spheres, and then I'm going to define Earth in the English language as a planet. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. Right, so that's completely fucking illogical. So we try to be very precise with our language, right? So like, you know what I mean? Because so we don't play these games because they're really just games, right? They're not like it's not an honest discussion when they start doing that shit. But you also got to remember, some people can only think in the words and verbiage they've been taught. So they can't. When you say Earth, they automatically planet comes to mind. They like visualize the cartoon in their head. Like so, like it's like. So, like, interacting with people, it's just a fine line balance you have to do. Especially dealing with new people, right?
Yeah, I had to come in here to see that the word planet was actually, you know, part of their vernacular, and it's definitely something we shouldn't be using because it assumes their argument true from the outset just by simply using it in our vernacular. So,
I still do it by accident. It's that hard to get rid of it. I still do it. I did it like about 10 days ago in here. I used the word planet, called Earth a planet by accident, right? And it's just like you can't. It's something that's been like ingrained since childhood, like to refer to the Earth in with those terms, and it's hard to get it out of your system. Atmosphere. There's another one. Like you can't even talk about like. You have to say clouds are in the atmosphere. You can't say clouds are in the air. Like it's that's another thing that's ingrained. It's like the entire language is just. It's like like if you can limit. We're seeing this in modern times with other topics, right? With pronouns and that type of thing, right? So if you just change definitions and change the language, then people can't even express contrary ideas because they don't have the words to do it. And if you don't have the words to do it, how do you communicate that contrary idea to other people? You have to basically fucking read like, okay, here's a dictionary, memorize this dictionary, and then we can have a conversation. Because I had to make up all new words to describe my ideas. Right? So if they take the words out of the English language that refer to things that aren't part of the code paradigm, how do we discuss it? We can't.
Yeah, now do we give up the word level because level now means curved? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, imagine they get rid of the word horizontal out of the English language. Or the word horizon, and they start calling it something else. Then they just redefine it. They call it ball edge or something, right? And they get rid of the word horizon. No, seriously. And they're like, hey, like when you go to the beach, you're like, man, I could see all the way to the ball edge. I could see all the way to the ball edge. How are you going to go like? And then someone comes along, they're flat earth. They're like, that's not a ball edge. How? But they took away the word horizon. So like, how are you even going to discuss it? Right? Yeah. They won't know what you're talking about. Like, and you don't know what they're. You'll know what they're talking about, but they won't know what you're talking about. Like, yeah, it's language can be a weapon. Obviously,
it is a weapon. It is a weapon. Whether or not you know how to use it is another thing, but it absolutely is a weapon. That's why I'm convinced, like, part the spiritual aspect. At least part of the spiritual aspect of the heliocentric ball spinning model is sorcery. We have literally had a sorcerer's spell has been cast over us, over humanity, utilizing the television as its main focal point, as its main instrument of its main power instrument, or its main focal point of how it has convinced people that we live on a spinning ball is with these damn screens.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Have you looked into the scrying mirrors at all?
Oh yeah. Do you know who John D is? Do you know who John D is?
No.
You don't know who he is?
No.
Go go research that guy.
And I'll find him just by John D.
John D. D-E-E is his last name. John D. I'll give you the short rundown. He had something called the God's Eye. And
this guy used to be, he's an occultist. He's a long time. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but he was buddies. Yeah, he was an occultist. He was friends with Mercator. He kind of developed cryptography. Gerald Mercator, right? The guy that made the Mercator map. But that wasn't his first map, right? His first map was a flat Earth map. Then Mercator made his other map, right? His globe map. And he was friends with Kepler, and like John D was like, and he talked to demons, and like had this like what was called the God Seal, and he would talk to an entity, right? He couldn't say demons back then, and he was an advisor to Queen Elizabeth, and like this dude has a very checkered frickin' history, right?
Wow.
In the occult. And if you look and then if you start making the connections between John D and you go Kepler, okay. If you look at Kepler, the cover of his book, it's called the Mysterium Cosmogoria. That's his book with Kepler's laws of planetary motion. And then if you look on the cover, it's the same emblem, right? The same symbols that are on John D's God Seal, right? It's a sphere nested in a square, nested in a triangle, nested in like a pyramid. Like a bunch of nested Platonic solids. And it was the same thing
what you're talking about, Indio, is exactly the kind of information I've been looking for. And I watched the heliosorcery thing that was done here recently. I wasn't very impressed by it. I felt like it was really trying to drag the Roman Catholic Church into the whole thing and saying that the Roman Catholic Church is guilty for all of this. And it just didn't sit as true to me. I'm not a fan of the Roman Catholic Church, but it still at the same time just wasn't very compelling. This John D connection that you're talking about with Kepler and all these other people and their connections to the occult is really to me more where the story lies.
It goes back further than that.
Any videos or any kind of articles or sources that kind of connect all these dots?
No, it's just kind of stuff me and another Bong Saw. He was Samad here. I don't know if you ever met him.
No,
he's like Samoan. It's like some research that me and him did. We connected a lot of dots to it's really weird, man, because there's connections to like Norse mythology and like the Rainbow Bridge and the Void and like weird stuff, dude. It gets really weird, man.
Well,
so there's a lot of this archetypal right? So there's a rainbow bridge you can cross to enter into Asgard, right? And underneath this rainbow bridge is a void, and in that void is the demon Ragnarok or whatever. So this isn't it. That's not the only mythology. This type of symbolism is another thing where you have to cross a void, and if you fall into the void, there's a demon, right? So if you take that to space, right? And I was talking about a minute ago. So how do they tell how far stars are away? The spectrograph. What's a spectrograph? Spectrograph is just a rainbow. So you have to cross the void to read the rainbow, bro. It's fucking, dude, it's crazy, man. Yeah, wow, right? So we're going to look at stars across this black void to read a rainbow so we can go off the earth into heaven, right?
Can you post? I mean, am I asking too much here? Can you post any kind of like articles or like a couple of video or something to get me started?
Yeah, there's really no video. It's just like me, just like individual research that kind of I did. There's really no video. or anything. Maybe I should make one.
Okay, I'm gonna look up John D. Give me a few things that I can look up. Then hold on, I'm getting a pen. Give me a few things I can look up here. I got John D at the top of my list.
I can post like links in the live stream if you want.
Yeah, that would be awesome, because I've been really thinking about this for the last several weeks. When I realized that, I started looking at scrying mirrors because somebody pointed that out, scrying mirrors, and I was like, okay. So
the scrying mirror has something to do with it too, because the scrying mirror is also a black void.
That's right. Yeah. So I went on, if you want to know what somebody believes, you go ask them. I don't go to a Christian to ask them what a Muslim believes. So I went on several occultic websites, creepy crap, by the way.
I'm sure.
Asking them, like asking occultists, what do you think a scrying mirror does and who is able to use it? How do you use it? What kind of mental framework do you need to be in to use it? So, just went to these occultic websites to basically investigate the scrying mirror and see, how do these people who say they work, how do they think they work, and what do they have to do to make them work? And it was really interesting. There were several parallels when I went and read, then you go and read these, the patents on plasma screen televisions and what monitors do the human brain, and what type of what level of theta, beta, whatever brainwave you have to get into that the television will put you into, and how you download information and all of these things. It was freaking uncanny how comparable watching television and using a scrying mirror has absolute overlap in not just how they're used, but what they do to the mind. Whereas when a person watches TV, they're not by their own free will, but they're getting into the exact same brainwave activity and the same mindset as someone who is willingly attempting to enter into that same mindset by using a blank scrying mirror. It's weird. There was so much overlap between the two. I don't see how
beta wave production or whatever. What are they called? Beta. Are you talking about beta wave?
Yeah.
Beta wave production. Yeah, I think it's beta wave production when you start watching TV. Your brain goes into a beta state, and it's like a state of not hypnosis, but you're
suggestion.
It's yeah.
Because it mimics the same as right before you're going to fall asleep. It takes about 15 minutes. Then your mind enters into beta wave like format. So it becomes more susceptible. You thought it was what? Seconds?
I thought it was seconds, dude. I thought it was like within 7 seconds.
I read somewhere that the most effective, everything becomes effective after 15 minutes. Around 15 minutes. Like, I guess you have to be in, maybe you enter into it right away, but the state of suggestion comes like between 10 and 15 minutes in, I believe.
Well, from my understanding is your brain, you start making the beta brain waves like within seconds. That doesn't mean you're fully in the state. What it does is, how they say the right side and left brain, right? So the right brain, which is your intellectual, rational thinking brain, that has to calm down. Right, so that it probably does take that part of your brain 15 minutes, but the only part of your brain that's active is the emotional, artistic, the fantasy part of your brain. That's what uses the beta state. So once you're in this state, you become, like you said, suggestive, impressionable. You're on emotions, right? You're not rationally thinking or critically analyzing stuff. You're just absorbing information, right? You're absorbing the feelings. That's the only way I can put it. Absorbing the feelings of something, right? The emotions.
And when you read about how to use a scrying mirror, it directly correlates on what a television does to a human being.
That doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all.
There is a direct correlation. It's just that one is intentional and one is unintentional. That's it.
I don't know about that. Which one is unintentional and which one's intentional? I'm trying to figure that out.
Okay, no, hold on. They're both intentional in the sense that they both accomplish the same purpose. What I'm saying is that when an occultist uses a scrying mirror, they are sitting down with an intent of entering into another state of mind. When a person's watching TV, that's not their intent. They're not intending to be downloaded with information. They're intending to just be entertained. But we don't really understand the physiological responses that our minds and our beings are having as we sit down in front of these screens. That's what I mean, is one is intentional and one is not intentional. A person who's watching TV doesn't intend to go into a trance-like state and be downloaded with false realities that are programming them to believe things that are false on a subconscious level.
Like Meme said, it probably makes you like in a dream-like state. Like, because it's not a natural thing of like, so like when you actually experience something or go drive a car, that's one thing. Even though you can like go into a trance driving a car, or I go play baseball. That's a lot different than like watching it on television, right? Sure. You kind of experience it on television, but you're not really experiencing it. It's closer to a dream than it is waking reality.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's something.
Which is why I don't watch TV. To be honest,
something I've been looking into for the last few weeks is, because I'm a Bible believer. The Bible says that the whore of Babylon deceived the whole world through her sorceries. And I've really been meditating on what is sorcery and what does that mean, and what does the occult think sorcery is, and what are some aspects of and tools of sorcery that they feel are powerful in their craft and to be utilized by the adepts, that sort of thing. And as I started looking at it, I found scrying mirrors, and it was like, whoa, wait a minute. The heliocentrist points to one of two places for evidence. They point to the sky or they point to the television. They never really point anywhere else. The sky or the TV is their only sources of evidence. So I started looking at like the television, and that's how I connected to the scrying mirror. And there's something here. I just can't quite put all the dots together yet. So I'm going to look into this John D guy. And who else did you say? John D. and who else?
Well, I mean, like it was like a little. I mean, there isn't a lot of information because they wrote a lot of stuff in Latin, so you really have to kind of like dig. I mean, there's like a little stuff about each one of them, right? So there's stuff about Kepler and Galileo, and it's like little snippets of like, I guess you'd say, information where they're all doing well, first of all those dudes did astrology, so yeah. don't go get it fucked up. They only did astronomy to do better astrology. It didn't have like the purpose that they have now.
Yeah.
Astronomy means the measurements of the stars, right? And astrology is the study of them and how they affect human events. But they only wanted to measure the stars and planets better so that they could do better astrology. It wasn't, the purpose was not science. Okay. It was not science at all. And like, it's funny that you mentioned the Babylon thing because, how do we measure things in the sky? Right? What are the units that we use? Right? We use a sexagesimal Babylonian number system.
Oh, okay. No. Stop. What is that? What you just lost me.
It's sexagesimal. So it's called base 60. Right? Base? 60 minutes, 60 seconds.
Okay. So, okay. I've heard of this
60
before.
degrees. 60 minutes and 60 seconds. So the units are in 60s, right? 360 degrees. This is the Babylonian sexagesimal system, right? It's a base 60 instead of base 10. You count up to 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 60. And then you start back over at 1.
You said 60 degrees, 60 minutes, and 60 what?
Seconds.
Wow. And that's
how they denote latitude and longitude. But latitude and longitude are not actually like locations on Earth. They're actually positions in the sky.
Say that again?
They're positions in the sky. Latitude and longitude are positions in the sky.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
well,
they're actually, the system came up with to have units of measure angle measurements for the so-called celestial sphere. Right? Not for the Earth. It was for the celestial sphere, right? So that was the standardized thing.
Yeah.
And that's just how they subdivided the circle. The circle subdivided into 360 degrees.
That's how they came up with the globe. They wrapped a celestial sphere. This is my theory, anyways. I've heard it from other people. They wrapped a celestial sphere around a flat Earth, and that's how they came up with the globe.
Something like that. I mean, yeah, essentially, yeah. Basically, they correlated like, okay, if I look up in the sky and I see Polaris 45 degrees above the horizon, I'm going to say I'm at 45 degrees, right? So you can almost think of it as like a concave Earth thing where you're like in the center of this ball, And as you move around, how you see, the positions of the stars in the sky tell you where you are. And I mean, that's not that surprising, but to go from the sky's a ball to you're on a ball, that's a leap of logic.
Yeah. So what did you call this, brother? You called it the Babylonian sexagesimal. How do you spell that?
It's hold on. It's I'll post it in the chat because if I can fucking spell it right. Yeah, I'll spell it right. No, I won't spell it right. It's sexagesimal or base 60. Yeah, I'll post a link in the chat. I don't know why my
brother. Thank you.
Yeah, it's in the chat. So it's basically counting, instead of counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then starting over and adding a digit, you count to 60, then start over. Right? So you count 1 through 9. You count 0 through 9, and then you add a digit. And you count that 10, the ones, right? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, right? When you add the 20, right, you're adding another digit and you're going up a digit. With sexagesimal, you're doing 60s, right? So you're counting up to 60, and then you start over, right? And then you add a 1. So it'd be 1.01, 1.02, 1.03, all the way up to 1.59, right? And then when you get to 60 again, it would be 2. The notation is actually a colon, so it'd be like 1 colon, and it's just a different way of counting. But there are differences. There are some things that are not what's called commensurable, right? There's some numbers that can be expressed in sexagesimal that can't be expressed in decimal, and vice versa. And this is not a new thing. Like, people have known about this for a long time, about this so binary, right? The binary is the same thing. That's called base 2. So you're only using 2 digits to denote everything. This is just how they did it. But the key thing is Babylonian, right? Came from Babylon. It was invented there. And the 3 wise men, right? They came from Babylon, right? And why did they come from Babylon? Because they were magi and they were looking at the sky and their stars using their Babylonian freaking, system of observing the sky. They traveled to Bethlehem, right? So this isn't like, there's a lot of correlations between different occult, esoteric, religious things, at least in the Western world. But the thing is, it only matters to the Western world because we're the idiots that claim we discovered the globe and went around the world and forced it on everybody else. Right? So it doesn't matter that there's no magi in frickin' China and they're not using the sexagesimal system, or in India, or in South America, because they're not the idiots that ran around and told everybody that the Earth's a ball and forced it down their throat. So it's only relevant to Western civilization as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. What's funny is where the usury-based money system that we utilize also comes from, right? Babylon.
Oh, of course.
That's where it originates.
Yeah.
So to me, when I found out that usury was invented in Babylon and taken out by a certain people group who now utilize that exact same system to rule all of the banks, it's like, holy crap. This is very fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tie-ins. Like, there's some tie-ins with Copernicus and the Pythagoreans, and there's a lot of weird stuff. So in Copernicus's Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, he writes in the beginning, there's a part of the foreword that says something like, it talks about they only found, I can't remember exactly how they put it, but it references something that happened to the Pythagoreans, because the Pythagoreans originally did not write anything down. Everything was secret. So Pythagoras also thought the Earth was a ball, but everything was secret in their little cult. They didn't write anything down. So nobody knew what they were up to. So they didn't write it down. And then at some point in time, somebody did write something down and sent a letter, and that's how they were discovered, and they slaughtered all of them. And there's a reference to that in Copernicus's Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies about the person that did that. Right. So it's like, that's a weird place to put it to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's not, it's just me. It's just weird to like have this thing that's supposed to be about the earth revolving around the sun. And there's some reference to the Pythagoreans revealing a secret by writing it down and getting everybody killed. Like, because Copernicus sat on the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies for 30 years. He had written it, but didn't publish it. Supposedly, this is what they say, and then he published it on his deathbed. And, the whole story that, you had to agree with that the Earth was the center of everything, but that's just a bunch of bullshit. Now, if you look into how, this happened, there's a particular person named Rheticus. So he came up with first trigonometry tables, right? Because back then you had to calculate trigonometry by hand. Nobody had a calculator. So they made tables, right? There was no such thing as slide rules. So they wrote down the angle and the sine and cosine of every possible freaking angle, right? And a table that was like in a thick book. And you would just look it up, even though he made mistakes. So Rheticus went around trying to convince, right, the Catholic Church to publish his book, or to allow it to be published and circulated, and how great it was and whatever. He was basically like a PR person. Now, why he did this, I don't know. But it turns out that Rheticus' father was a doctor and an astrologer, and he was killed. He was hung for stealing from one of his patients. Rheticus himself was tried and convicted of raping a 13-year-old boy, getting him drunk and raping him. Yeah, so all these characters have these checkered pasts, these main characters in this heliocentric shit that came up, right? From Copernicus.
I've never heard of Rheticus either. How do you spell his name?
So Rheticus. You're probably not going to find the reference to the rape in the Wikipedia article. but
oh, really?
Yeah,
we won't find that, huh?
I don't remember if that's where I saw it, but I deep delve into a lot of these people. This is a few years back that me and Bong did this, because we started seeing these little teeny connections.
Yeah.
Like this is weird. Why does this guy know this guy? Why is John Dee associating with Mercator? Why is Mercator associating with Kepler? Why is John Dee associating with Kepler? Why is the Queen of England talking to someone that's practicing Satanism? Why does frickin' John Dee practice why did he invent cryptography? And this weird shit. John Dee was doing some really weird stuff, But he had these connections to all these people that were involved in the heliocentric model. And then Kepler was was accused of killing Tycho Brahe. And Tycho Brahe had his own model of it wasn't the heliocentric model, and it wasn't the Ptolemaic model. It was something the sun was the center of the universe, and the sun, the planets revolved around the sun, but the sun and the moon revolved around the earth. And he made a working model that did that. And Kepler, but he had taken the most amount of observational data, and when Kepler was his student, or whatever they were to each other, and supposedly Kepler killed Tycho Brahe to get all his stuff.
Yeah, to get his measurements.
Yeah, to get his measurements. So that's the rumor, or it's obviously never proven. There's some evidence that he did die of poisoning, because they did dig him up and he had cyanide. I guess he had a fake nose because he had it cut off in a duel. This is Tycho Brahe. And they found under his nose was a bunch of, under the cap that went over his nose was a bunch of blue. And I guess that's an indication of cyanide poisoning. So, whatever. Anyway. But, and then there's the whole farce of Galileo. So the Galileo farce is that he was tried for, publishing, for going against the heliocentric, for going against the Earth as the center of the universe, and he was put on trial, and it was the church versus science, and he was whatever, and his book was banned. All that stuff is horseshit. Galileo was put on trial for forgery. So back then you needed something called an imprimatur to get a book published, right? Because you had to go to the printing press, right? So they had something called the papal censor. And the papal censor would go, okay, what's your proposal for a book? Okay, this is it. All right, we'll give you an imprimatur. You're going to take this imprimatur, you're going to bring it to the frickin' the printer, hand it to him, and he'll have your book printed.
So how do you spell imprimatur? What I don't understand what you're saying.
Imprimatur is like a seal of approval that they would stamp on your book that says, yes, the Pope approves this book.
Gotcha. Kind of like a Library of Congress number or something that a modern book.
Yeah, but if you published a book without one of these, you would get killed.
Okay. So what is that called? How do you spell that? The thing that you're imprimatur? How do you spell
Yeah, IMPRIT UMUR, something like that. I'm probably spelling it.
Imprimatur. Imprimatur. Okay.
Yeah, something like that. So what Galileo did was he had one to have it published at. You had to go to a specific printer. So what Galileo did is he took the document that said he could have the book published, went to a completely different town, gave it to that printer, and then published a completely different book. And basically back then that's forgery, right? Basically, because you're basically saying it's for this, but it's actually for that. You basically are committing fraud. So that's what he was on trial for. It had nothing to do with the contents of his book. It had to do with he did some dirty shit that he wasn't supposed to do. And he went on trial, and the person he got the so-called prosecutor was a cardinal that didn't like him and what he used. But he was trying to bring up, we didn't have the same rules of justice, right? So you could bring up, you could just try to savage their reputation to get him convicted on that. So what he basically said is, he believes in the, heliocentric, he believes that the earth is not the center of the universe, yada, yada, yada. So, that was only part of it, right? That was part of, basically, an opening argument that wasn't part of any evidence for his trial. And then when Galileo was convicted, he was just put on house arrest. But he still published books and he still did everything that he did before. So the whole idea that Galileo was all this stuff happened to him to stop the heliocentric model, it's just a bunch of garbage. Copernicus too, his shit was approved by the Pope. The forward is to the Pope. It opens up Copernicus to His Holiness, right? So the idea that the Catholic Church was against the heliocentric model is actual shit. That's just propaganda.
I know.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't understand why they did that. Why would they do that for propaganda? Why would they say the church is against this idea when the church was absolutely for it? Why did they try to separate themselves from it? There's some mysteries there I don't really know the answer to.
Well, at one point, the church was against heliocentrism. I mean, as I've read the early church
I've never been able to discover that exact point because there's nothing official. It might have happened later because I do know that the Catholic Church had a list of banned books, and I've heard, though I don't know, that Copernicus's book and Galileo's book were on that list, but I don't know that. I don't that's just something I heard. So it's but as far as actual official documentation, hey, go look at the oldest copy of Copernicus's book. Go look at the oldest copy of Galileo's book. Go read, because they actually have it. Go read the Trial of Galileo. You can actually read it from the Vatican itself. Had nothing to do with it had nothing to do with them being against the heliocentric model. Had nothing to do with that. And there's a line of connection between all these people too. If you look at who taught who, because Copernicus was a professor, but it's professor in a different sense than it is now. So he taught somebody, and that person taught another person, and that person, Galileo is one person removed from Copernicus in connections. And Kepler is only two generations removed from, or two people removed from Galileo, and then Mercator and Kepler and John D were all in direct communication with all three of each other. So like, there's connections there. This isn't like just like a big coincidence, right? That all these people did shit independently. They were in correspondence. They talked to each other. They had the same beliefs. Like it wasn't, you know,
it's all connected.
We got to think. Yeah, we got to think. It isn't like now. It isn't like where there's millions of people, right? You only have small numbers of people in universities. A university would probably have like maybe. I would be surprised if there were 100 people in what was called a university back then. Because you needed sponsors. You needed to be wealthy. You needed, like, it wasn't like you didn't apply to a Pell Grant for the freaking king of Norway and get into university and then, like, fill out an application and, like, all this stuff. It wasn't like that. It, like, like, to get into, like, getting taught at a university and to learn mathematics and, like, and astrology, right? So these are classes that were taught: mathematics, astrology, medicine. Like they were all like together. You'd learn. There wasn't specialization. Like you would learn everything.
Sounds like the think tanks of their day.
Pretty much, right? So they're basically like the Yale.
Yeah, well, that was the very beginning of universities being set up. That's when they were organized. That's supposedly universities of today are based on those 1600s universities.
Yeah, what do they call it? The Bologna system,
exactly.
Or something. Yeah, so the Bologna Russia just got rid of the Bologna system. So if anybody wanted to know, they like after they left the Soviet Union, they went to the Bologna system, and they just switched back because they said everybody's getting dumber.
So am I wrong? Doesn't it sound a little fishy that all of that springs up after the Protestant Reformation? Right? All these people get together, they start thinking on their own without the church being involved, and then all of these other universities get formed to kind of retake control of the narrative. It's kind of what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's the whole Protestant Catholic thing, I think there's a lot of stuff that we don't know about. I almost think that, like, it was kind of like Protestant Reformation was like the Catholic Church branching off, like, kind of like, we're going to create a church that we can do things that we can't do here. Right? Like, I don't know what you call it, like your underling to do dirty shit that you can't do because for whatever reason. But I don't know. I don't know enough about it, quite honestly. But I do know, like, the heliocentric model in the Protestant church, they do all coincide. But to say the Catholic Church was completely against it, that's not true. Maybe they became against it, and like we have to also admit that England seriously promoted the globe. They were not Catholic, I don't think, at the time. I know there's other people, because Scotland was a big thing, and they were like Presbyterians, and there was like huge like Protestant stuff going on there. I don't know enough about like the religious that aspect of it, the Protestant versus Catholic, and how that interplays. I have not gone down that rabbit hole.
But, well, you can just imagine. You could just imagine how powerful the Vatican would have been at that time. So they would have done anything in their power to regain narrative, regain control. At least that's how I view it.
Yeah, but there's also like the Vatican. It was also split, and then you have the Orthodox Church, and like I don't know enough about it. All I know is like in this little area of Europe, right? Started in like Venice and like Italy and Rome and that area, right? That little what would you even call that? Central Europe. Yeah, so basically Central Europe, where like the heliocentric model, I'd say that strip from like, Denmark down to freaking Italy, like through Germany, through like all that stuff, where that stuff like really took off. Plus, that's where the Bologna system was, right? In that little area, they had the same, the Academy of France and all those places. They were using the same basic system of education with like, you needed a benefactor, right? You needed somebody to actually like pay for your shit. Most people, they couldn't afford to go to university. So you needed like a sponsor. I think Rheticus got the king of Austria to sponsor him or someone else. And Kepler had a sponsor to pay for his stuff. Galileo had a sponsor to pay for his stuff. Copernicus had a sponsor to pay for his stuff. But I think Copernicus actually taught at university. So I think he was partially, self-made.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that that's still going on today with the Rhodes Scholarship. Clinton, they're just grooming future leaders of the world.
Fucking Rhodes it's definitely happening today. It's definitely happening today, dude. I mean, even if it's what's a Pell Grant? What's a government grant? You can only go to universities that are approved by the Department of Education, right? So the same thing happens today. It's just like more impersonal. Instead of just like, here's some guy sponsoring some other guy.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's all incestuous bullshit.
The Rhodes Scholar thing. This is how I make fun of globers or really anti-flat earthers that come out with an attitude against us all. You Rhodes Scholars think it's a globe. That's so funny. What geniuses. What savants.
Bill Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar.
Doesn't mean he was smart.
Just says a lot about him.
It just means he was in the right groups.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's like a predictor of just being a sociopath in my book.
Yeah, that's the word that comes to mind when you look into Rhodes himself, how he fucking pillaged all of Africa, or all the diamonds, all the gems, took all the minerals out and amassed so much wealth that he set up, he could afford to send everybody to school for generations to come.
Yep.
I wonder who's running that slush fund.
Well, conspiracy theorist idiots will tell you reptilians and robots.
I would say
Are they hold on, man?
Which I used to be. I used to be a reptilian robot conspiracy idiot. That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
That's how I can talk about it, guys. That's how I know.
I went on a website a while back. Looked at a couple websites of the top 10, top 20. Looked at multiple websites, and pretty much the only conspiracy theory I didn't believe was the reptilian one, which actually, after I realized that, kind of made me think that might be true just based on that.
Well, that's the thing. That's what got me here. That's what led me to actual truths, was sifting through all the stuff that I can't falsify myself. Reptilians? Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a fun thing to think about. Why is the Vatican, hallway? Why is their main building? I mean, you're inside of it. It's a fucking snake head staring back at you. It's weird as shit looking. But again, conspiracy, people who are against people who research conspiracies will just say, oh, that just looks like it. You can dump conspiracies theorists. There's no, it's just a coincidence. It looks just like a serpent's face. That kind of stuff. The only thing I can falsify is the globe. So that's why I stick with it.
No, I agree with you. A lot of that stuff is when it's neither here nor there, and it can't be falsified with a calculator or direct observation. It's people are going to believe at the end of the day what they want to believe. And people even do that when the calculator says they're wrong. So Serpent's Face.
Yeah, I hear
Serpent's Face isn't going to do enough to convince somebody. I mean, if a calculator isn't going to do it, I agree with you, man. That's creepy as all hell, that building with the serpent's face. That's weird, man. And if you don't think that's weird, I think you're weird, man.
I agree with everything you just said, yep.
So this base 60 Indio, that is fascinating. I've never really heard that before. It's called Babylonian sexagesimal. So I guess there are several different ways to do math. You said base 10. I know the binary, the base 2. That's kind of how the computers are built, right?
Yeah, you can literally use base anything. Okay. I mean, and they have their, each one has their benefits and drawbacks. So a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot of people, some people have promoted something called base 12 because it has the most ways to be divisible without having a remainder. Without having an infinite number that comes after the decimal. So I think you can divide 12 by like 2, 3, 6. What else was there? Not 9. Maybe it was another one. No, I think it was base 12. There's like 5 ways to divide in base 12. But if like base 10, you can divide by 2. Try to divide by 3, you get an infinite decimal. Try to divide by 6, you get an infinite decimal. Try to divide by 7, you get an infinite decimal. Try to divide by 9, you get an infinite decimal. Right? Because of the base, right? There's always going to be that remainder. So people have argued we should be teaching base 12 so that we have the most, so you don't have these like these
infinite
undefined. Yes, exactly. So it's not an actual number, right? Because it goes.
So that's why there's 12 inches in a foot. That's why there's 12 inches in a foot.
Yeah, probably. It's easy to divisible by. Yeah. So I mean, there's all different. Like each one has like a different use. So like one good thing about the sexagesimal system is like it's easy to find what's called a Pythagorean triple, which is a right triangle that has a certain ratio of sides. So it's like a 3, 4, 5 triangles, a Pythagorean triangle.
Yeah.
So like it's easier to find them in base 60 than other systems.
Well, so that to me is just. So you're saying the sexagesimal system is straight out of Babylon?
That's where it was invented.
Holy crap!
And it was invented before Eratosthenes. So when they say that Eratosthenes measured 7.2 degrees, they're lying, because the Babylonian sexagesimal system of degrees wasn't introduced into Greece for 300 years after Eratosthenes was dead. The Greeks subdivided into 12. So that's like they subdivided into the zodiac. So when they divided a circle, they would divide it into 12 pieces. Because degrees is really just a circle, right? It's a semicircle.
Sure.
So if you're like standing on a flat piece of area, right, you're in a half a dome, right? A half a circle. Right? So it's 180 degrees from your north horizon to your south horizon.
Yes.
But the Greeks, do you know what they would have measured? They would have measured 6 degrees. But they wouldn't have called it degrees. They would have called it 6 segments. But that was their unit, right? So that was their smallest unit. They didn't measure in angles that small. They didn't have units to express 360 degrees. So it's a question. How did Eratosthenes measure in units he didn't have? That he didn't even know existed. Eratosthenes is a fairy tale, dude. The whole thing is a fairy tale. It never happened. Like I'm pretty 90% sure he never lived and it never happened.
I agree with you. Their story is all over the map. It changes from source to source.
They don't even have an original text.
How do you disprove a fairy tale? How do you disprove Santa Claus? They got us chasing our tails.
So the earliest known reference to Eratosthenes, Pliny the Elder wrote about Cleomedes, who wrote about Eratosthenes. Okay? We don't have Eratosthenes, we don't have Cleomedes, but we have Pliny the Elder. Right? Pliny the Elder was alive something like 1,000 something years after Eratosthenes. He was in the Roman Empire. So we have a 325 BC Greek and like a freaking, I don't know, whatever he was, like 600 AD. So like almost 1,000 years separating them, and he don't have the original text. He don't even have a secondary text. He's got freaking Cleomedes. Who knows what Cleomedes had? And Cleomedes is something like 500 years after Eratosthenes. So, like, it's a bullshit story. Bullshit story, man. Someone made that shit up.
So, yeah, as a Christian, I don't know where you are in that, but when I hear 666, that kind of makes me suspicious. So you're saying this base 60 degree, 60 minute, 60 second measuring system of the sky is straight out of Babylon, and that's, to me, that's got to correlate as to why they say the Earth is 21,600 nautical miles around at the equator, because 21,600 is 60 times 60 times 6.
Yeah. Listen, the 666 is all over the place.
There's too many correlations here, man.
The 666 is all over the place in the heliocentric model. But what does it say about the 666, right? It's the number of a man, right? So what is the globe? It's the man's conception of what reality is, right? The man's conception of God's creation, right? We've taken like our experience of God's creation, well, men have, and we've manipulated it with mathematics, and we've said it's this thing over here. God never said it's a ball. No religion has said that the Earth is a ball.
Well, the heliocentrism did.
Yeah. It created its own religion, created a new religion. It created its deityless, secular cult. Right? So it's a religion without the deity. We are a godless religion. The only gods in our religion are men.
So I was just going to yes and what you said, Indio. That like, doesn't heliocentrism seem like a self-centered religion where everything orbits around the self? Like they try and be as the helio, and then they have everything orbiting around themselves, and they worship themselves.
Yeah, and that's like the quantum mechanics thing gets really weird. It's like nothing is real unless like some person observes it. Like men are creating reality. Like, are you fucking stupid?
Well, isn't that how they get the dead cat in the box, the dead cat and the live cat in the box?
Schrodinger, yeah.
Yeah, but that was, listen, not many people know this. That was an argument against quantum mechanics. It wasn't an argument for quantum mechanics. Schrodinger made that argument to show how stupid it was, to show how absurd it was. That the cat's both dead and alive. But in reality, the cat is actually dead or alive. It's not in a superposition of states of one and the other, or in the other, where it's neither dead or alive until you open the box. Believe me, when the box is shut, it's dead or it's alive. It's not both. No matter what mental contortions you do in your head or equations you write on the fucking wall, there's either a breathing cat in the box or the cat's not breathing.
But when they say superposition, that's exactly what they're talking about. Are basically contradictory realities supposedly being able to coexist.
Yeah, it's in two states at the same time. It's like a superposition of states. It's not in one position; it's in two positions simultaneously.
Yeah, it's A and not A, and at the same thing in the same way at the same time.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
is not A.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys think this is already the universal religion that they keep acting like is on the rise?
I do. It correlates with it directly.
Would you
if
say
it's not
that
the final incarnation?
This is all I'm going to say about
precursor.
This is the last thing to say about Bible or anything like that or reference to it. Satan is called the Great Deceiver. Okay, that's what he is, the Great Deceiver. And what is the greatest deception? What could possibly be the greatest deception? The thing that everybody thinks is so certain and so just like scientifically proven, it's an absolute fact. No one could ever doubt it. No one that has any intellect could ever doubt it. And it's the foundation of, at least Western civilization, right? Exactly. The foundation of all of this is the idea that the Earth is a globe. What could be a greater deception than that?
I don't think anything.
I think that this was
I rest my case.
Yep.
I'll give it to the
jury. Very nice. Yep.
I didn't quite catch the last part of what Kim said. I heard most of it, but then.
Well, I was just concurring. Yeah, it's probably the biggest diabolical plan ever.
Ever schemed. All this stuff branches from it. The nihilism of thinking you're just an insignificant, like, amoeba that evolved into an ape on a floating space rock in the void. Nothing matters. Everything's just kind of relative to whatever you think, man.
So has anybody looked into this? How the and this is really interesting when you look up and talk and you listen to some rabbis talk about what the Kabbalah is, and then you listen to some other modern atheistic, materialistic scientists who have read the Kabbalah. They're astonished that the Kabbalah actually is the precursor to things like heliocentrism, relativity, quantum mechanics, the Big Bang cosmology.
Theory of
all
evolution.
of these ideas are spoken about relatively very clearly in the Kabbalah. Does anybody have any kind of sources on that?
I've heard
about that.
I've heard Michio Kaku state that exact thing, and he's not the only one of those astrophysicists that said it too.
Yep.
No, he's not.
We had somebody, Bong, who I just talked about him, Bong Saul. If he ever comes back, he quit the server. He got mad at somebody and quit. But if he ever comes, he does, but he quits all the time and comes back. So he's probably going to come back eventually. His name is Bong. So if you ever see him in here, ask him about it. He knows a lot about this, the esoteric parts of it, way more than I do.
Well, to me, this is near the core of how this whole thing was actually pulled over us, because of all of these ideas we know are false: heliocentrism, Big Bang, relativity, quantum mechanics.
Yeah, he knows a lot about how CERN is related to the Kabbalah and just a bunch of stuff like that.
So where would I start to
don't
kind
know,
of find
man.
some of these links?
Like
any names or papers or anything?
Look, I'll try and see if he posted anything before. I'll even look in DMs. Like Bong is kind of odd, man. He's a Samoan, man. So like, I don't know if that automatically makes you odd, but like, he'll come here, he'll hang out for like 3 months, he'll fucking disappear, be gone for months, then come back on a different account, and then like, he's been through like 20 accounts. Like, I mean, he's been around for like 5 years, but like, he has little things that he does, right? I don't know if he gets paranoid about being watched or whatever, but he'll just disappear and he'll come back on a completely different account. So like, even like our DMs that we talked in, like stuff, it's like, I can't even find them because now he's deleted user. You know what I mean? Like if I try to search, like he's deleted user, I can't find him even in the DMs. So it's like, yeah, hopefully he'll come back. I mean, hopefully like, how when you start talking about someone, they show up. Hopefully that happens.
Well, if you don't have anything, Indio, does anybody else in here right now have anything, any videos or articles or books that you would suggest as to somebody has to have laid the groundwork and connected a lot of these dots back to the Kabbalah, which was written in Babylon, which is to me is just super fascinating that all of this stuff goes back.
Then there's the Babylonian Talmud, right? There's that too.
Yeah, you always find yourself back in Babylon.
Dude, it's a split between two philosophies. One is called subjective idealism, and the other is called objective idealism. So we know that heliocentrism began in the church, but was quickly adopted by quote unquote secular science as a materialistic explanation for the world without a creator. Now, the problem with that is that we all experience what seems to us to be immaterial things that matter. So most people don't rationally believe in materialism, especially in the sense that in materialism, the sentient mind is an illusion, which is self-defeating because an illusion is a state of mind. So how can a state of mind be an illusion of a state of mind, and then you say state of minds don't exist? So minds exist. Reality exists. Those are like two base things. So now you have, okay, well, how does reality come to be? A lot of people say, oh, a creator did it. An external agent did it. Right? Then you have the rules within reality, right? They would be created by that agent. But you have an alternative view, which is that the rules are accessible by the subjects within it. So, for example, like Indio was saying earlier, mankind is rendering and creating reality as they move about the world. Now, that's one way of looking at the evidence and one way of looking at interpreting the experiments. But another way to look at it is that an external agent is grounding the subjective experience. So a lot of what Kabbalah does is it removes the external agent and it brings all of it to the subject. So where mankind is his own creator and the creator of reality, as well as the subject of reality in a causal loop. So rather than God being external to reality that we inhabit, right? At best, he's within reality with us, and he's just a power user who's learned how to be like Matrix, like Neo, right? To use his mind to control reality. Because the ultimate fundamental unit of reality is consciousness. And by the way, mainstream science, and this is very interesting that we've gone down this track, because why did the church ping pong this idea where, oh, we don't like this idea, we do like it. Then it becomes an atheistic idea. Then all of a sudden it becomes, oh, well, you need a first cause, right? So it's bouncing between two poles, right? Trying to get you to settle on a goal. But that's what it's all about. And that's where mainstream science is going right now with quantum mechanics and all of these very small things and CERN and everything. Their conclusion, based on their philosophy over the past, hundreds of years, is that the fundamental unit of reality is not a material object, not a particle, not an energy state, but consciousness itself. And from there, you have a choice. Either human consciousness is the epitome, or an external agent is the epitome. Those are your choices. And Kabbalah, right, wants the human to be the power user of the universe. Mind over matter. I can will it. I can ascend. I will eventually, be able to make stars with my hands. I could say abracadabra and things will materialize.
That's a lot to ponder right there.
So I'm feeling like, because they used to say that theology was one of the sciences. And somewhere along the way, theology got taken out of the sciences. That seems like that would directly correlate with what you're talking about, AI. Right?
Yes, but for a reason. So in the standard heliocentric model, it's an evolutionary model. It starts from nothing and then becomes bigger and stronger and faster and smarter and more complex. And it just keeps going down the line. And so you basically start with nothing, and at the end you become everything, because humankind spontaneously becomes sentient in this worldview. And then after a while, we become more knowledgeable, more powerful, till we ascend, where we don't even need our bodies anymore. We just become energy clouds. But of course, this all relies on controlling the structure of reality, tinkering with it.
And it ties into technology and everything too. That's what they're pushing in that realm.
Yes. Transhumanism, all of that. And so this religion this religious concept is known as apotheosis. So you start without a god, and eventually you become a god. So it's the exact opposite entropically. It's basically flipping entropy. So rather than starting with the source of all power and then everything else comes from that, you start with nothing and then you become the source of all power. It's just backwards, basically.
Wow. That makes too much sense, bro.
Inversion. They love inversion.
Yeah. So does Satan.
Well, look, it's one of the reasons why it's so intrinsic in the church, because this is where the mythos and the lore of this story comes from the satanic what is it, the three pride statements. I will ascend, I will conquer the throne in the north, I will be like the Most High. Now, whether someone believes or not in that lore being true is neither here nor there, because the powers that are involved, they either believe it or they're using it to manipulate people. So no matter what, it matters.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's true. What matters is they believe it's true, and they're using that to deceive you.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
So a curious thing, which I just came across the other day, since Indio mentioned CERN, and I have to double check this, so don't take my word for it 100%. So this guy was doing some research on some verses in the Bible, and it said that Satan's throne is in this particular location, and then he did some things about the cultures, and he said, oh, basically that's modern day the territory where CERN is. It's basically, the Bible says Satan's throne is in the town where CERN is. Very curious, is it not?
Yeah, I'm not surprised too much on that one, and I know you said not to take your word for it, but my discernment is hanging, you know.
No, I heard that a while back, and I'm pretty sure that's actually correct. AI in the ancient world, that the occultic religions believed that this one area of the world emitted. It was the closest place on Earth that they knew of that was essentially touching or a gateway to the next world, and that place is the town where CERN is built.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, because I've heard, when I first started getting into conspiracies, a lot of quote-unquote whistleblowers from CERN saying some weird happenstances that occurred there. And obviously most of us have seen the ritual when they opened it, where they're like, they have the Kali goddess, and then they have the ceremony of a beast coming out of the pit.
All right, so do you think what those absolutely batshit crazy losers did that day when they did all that weird stuff, do you think that actually accomplished anything, like you know, extra dimensionally or spiritually or whatever the fuck they were trying to do?
Well, yes and no. Yes and no, because
yes and no,
How can that be yes and no?
We know that sentience is not spatial, right? And we know that it's not irrational for sentient agents to exist beyond our abilities to know them. Like, in other words, it's not exclusive that humans are the greatest thing. Now, check this out. Modern science, right? The heliocentric, all of that is coming to a head to where they are going to basically believe in other sentient agents in an immaterial space within the universe. So the universe isn't so much spatial as it is just idealistic, like I explained earlier. And so these are the scientists and physicists saying this, that there are other sentient agents out there that are way more evolved, or way more evolved within a different set of parameters, like an entirely different dimension than us. So we evolved in the 3D spatial dimension, our bodies, right? So these other creatures might have evolved in a higher dimension. And some of these people who've invented the things we use, like radio, etc., they're on record saying that their goal when they invented this technology was for the purpose of tapping into these agents that exist in these higher dimensions and stealing their power or borrowing their power. Now, whether they've actually accomplished any of that doesn't matter. A lot of people believe it, and here's where it's going to get really hairy. If they can convince people that they've opened a rift into another dimension where these agents exist, and they can convince everyone that they've created a neural network hypercomputer based on quantum mechanics that can fuse with the conduit of communication with one of these agents, they will easily be able to convince the masses that they've got a artificial intelligent robot that's possessed by an extra dimensional being, and people will worship it like a god.
We're going to go
so
back
have
to
they accomplished anything? Have they accomplished anything? I'd say so. They've accomplished a myth in the mind of the masses.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah, they're going to go back to like a god, like having gods, but in a different way. Like,
well, they're going to imagine they have gods, and then they're going to, force, stuff on us, saying, "Oh, well, it's the gods making us do it," and they know better.
It's going to be like that, but it's going to be like this technocratic age, like system of it. It's going to be so weird.
Did you kill all of the humans yet?
Now let me wrap this up so I can yield the floor back, but I want to answer Ball Kicker's thing. So one of the things that's in the Jewish mysticism, Talmud, Kabbalah, and all that is this thing known as golems. And so what a golem is where you make a mechanical creature or a substrate of a creature, and you possess it with a spirit that you get from somewhere else. And that's part of the quote-unquote magic that they practice. So you can see how this all ties together very nicely. All right, I yield the floor.
Oh, I was just going to say, you just tripped me out, dude, because me and my mom were talking about golems literally less than an hour ago, and you bring it up now, exact subject, exact word, and I'm like, oh, shoot, like the dang hairs on my arm stood up when you said that.
Ain't no such thing as a coincidence.
Yeah, that's why I was like, you just tripped me out, dude.
You're saying Golem like the character from Lord of the Rings?
No.
No, think about like a robot man.
Almost like a RoboCop.
Like a clay vessel that will obey.
No, not like RoboCop is where they took a human that already had a spirit possessing a body, and they took parts of the body and gave it a metal suit. What this concept is you have a completely inanimate metal suit or stone suit, whatever, and you, with whatever power you have, whether it be magic or technology, sometimes magic is technology to some people, right? You take a spirit and you imbue that spirit into that machine.
Yep. And then there's
One for
also
one.
the concept of taking the human spirit and turning the human body into that vessel, that obedient slave, and turning a person into a golem too, is something like that people have been talking about. That's why when you said that, I'm like, oh snap! All this AI, all this control, all these things they're modifying, they're gonna make a bunch of golems that just obey. No morals, just obedience.
What a wild time to be alive.
I see the other end of the spectrum of what you were saying too, though. They can make a vessel for a god to inhabit, like with an actual neural net, and then something can go and be inside of that and operate it and use it.
Well, as it were, these sentient beings that would be like interdimensional, aren't physical in our realm, so they would have to have some sort of vessel to interact.
There's a show called The Peripheral where it's kind of like these two different timelines, and somebody could send their consciousness and can connect into this vessel on this other timeline and be able to interact and do things over there, even though it's not their world. I don't believe in multiple timelines. It's just the premise of the thing. The idea of the vessel, though, the being able to send your consciousness into an exact copy of yourself, and then, it looks like you, but it's not you.
Well, real quick, keep in mind, in the heliocentric model, right, if you're in a materialistic, secular, or even a monistic paradigm where you exist within the nature that you have available to you, your hope for immortality is in the physical world, is downloading your consciousness into an advanced body. I mean, it's all part of their religion salvation story.
The next step in evolution, and whatever, you be as gods.
It's evolution, baby.
Well, I don't fear any of it. I just, it's nice to not be in the dark and asleep in this time.
Yeah. Did you know Globers think that if you lay a bunch of pieces of scrap metal somewhere, you give it enough time, it'll turn itself. It'll just build itself into something. Not crazy?
Absurd, yes.
I thought you were going to say if you lay a bunch of iron beams together and pour some diesel fuel on it, that it will melt for 2 weeks straight at the bottom of the building.
That's probably, yeah.
That's where I thought you were going with that.
No,
I believe that too.
Sure, yeah.
Send a tornado through a airplane boneyard and just have it kick out a fully constructed Boeing 747.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, they'll believe anything as long as you can't observe it, I guess.
Exactly right. Hey, does it look flat? Yeah, that means it's curved. Really? Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you're moving? No, not at all. Okay, so that's how we know it's moving. Really? Yeah, no, we're so smart. Everything's the opposite now. We found out, right? That's how smart we are.
Oh, by the way, I just have to throw this out there too. Subjective idealism is the ultimate escapism from the flat Earth, globe Earth argument, because if reality is just rendered by the collective mindset of humanity, right? Then the Earth is whatever people want it to be.
Yeah.
Right? It's in flux.
Crazy.
Just make up your own reality.
Dude, that's literally what Rumpus said one day when his mind broke about the horizon not being physical. He basically said, well, if Earth isn't a globe, I just can't even trust reality anymore.
Well, you got the second part right. If you're going to stay a glober, you got the second part right.
That's the thing. Things like the man. This is one reason why I don't think like things like the Mandela effect, because I don't believe in it. I believe it can be debunked quite easily due to just the flaws in the human mind. But I digress on that part. The reason why I don't like stuff like that is it's so much confusion. Oh, we can't know that anything's real because everything's so subjective to perspective and all this crap. And then they get deflective and really defensive over fantasy. I couldn't possibly be wrong. In no way could I ever have any errors in my memory. Surely it must be something greater than me.
Yeah, it's misremembering at a grand scale, and they're like, oh, but it means something. Hey, did you know CERN's making that happen? Like, get the fuck out of here, guys.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it sounds like author of confusion bullshit to make people throw away any sense of reality as though everything's just kind of
fluid.
Perspective.
It's fluid. That's what they want to do. Gender's fluid. Reality's fluid. Nothing's real. There's no morals. Gotcha.
And I know there's some funky stuff that does happen, but that's not what I'm talking about. For overall, it doesn't exist. There's not some grand. It's just people don't remember crap. Everybody has really garbage memories.
That's okay. It's okay to admit I don't remember if it was Berenstain or Berenstein or Stein. It's okay to remember that, or to not remember that. Like, were you as a kid? Were you paying attention? Like, I gotta remember the spelling of this. No, that's how they get you.
So what's more relevant is if these things that people say were one thing in the past and seem to be something else in the present. That's the question is, the real question is, can they prove it with absolute definity to be true? Which they can't. But also, people having faulty memories doesn't falsify the idea either. So you're wrong when you say that.
Yeah. It's just that so many seem to be just false memories of things, and so few seem to be actually peculiar. Is all.
Well, yeah, but again, you can't prove that. You can't prove something in the past.
Well, how many people were actually read the title pages of books? I was, but anyways, everything is fluid except for water that adheres to a sphere.
That's a good point. Yeah, when gender is fluid and water is not. Wow.
No way. What is so? I guess that does. Wait. So hold on. Who's saying water's not fluid? A fluid.
Who is the outer space mythology? That's where the spherical water is.
I know, but okay. So, but word for word now.
Yeah, water seeks and finds level. They're fluid.
Okay, got it. So, but I don't want to infer. Was there a glober that said word for word one day or multiple days that same thing? Water isn't fluid. Those three words. Or water isn't a fluid.
I was just forcing my way into the conversation, but
no, I mean I get what you're saying. It implies that, right? It certainly implies that they think water isn't.
Well, yeah,
fluid.
they say that water does appear to seek level, find level, is level, but that level is spherical. That's where I'm going with that.
Yeah. I did hear one day somebody arguing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, they have said something along the lines that water is not wet.
Oh yeah, right. Water gets itself wet.
They say the water of the earth that is at level is equidistant from a sphere.
Yeah, absurd.
Oh, and that water's magically, like, as a whole, a superfluid when attached to gravity.
Yeah, equidistant from the center of a sphere. And it always was Berenstain. There were extra syllables in there.
Steinstein.
things get localized.
I don't remember.
Bernstein. It was Berenstain.
You know, things get localized for people who can't understand like actual full context stuff. I'm just saying, stuff gets localized all the time. So many different products, brands, like items. It's not that it was changed. It was changed, but not by magic or anything. It's just localized.
Again, but whether it was or it wasn't, you'd have to have a time machine to prove it with absolute definity. You don't have a time machine.
Yeah, that's true.
That's kind of fruitless to even talk about it. And I want to say something on top of what AI Arden said a second ago. He was pointing out that guy Rumpus that came in here and was like, oh, well, if the horizon is apparent, not geometric, well, then I just can't trust reality, or I can't be sure about anything or whatever. I just want to point out the short chain of thoughts that would lead him to that. So first he starts out as a child learning that the earth is a ball. He grows up, goes to school, watches TV, learns, he's being taught that the earth is a ball and it's spinning in the vacuum of space, and everyone around him believes this. And then he finally comes to the realization, faced with some evidence to the contrary. And then instead of saying, oh, I was simply taught wrong, he's like, oh, I can't trust reality. I mean, how weak is that?
That is kind
goes
of
along with that mind
weird
virus.
for the whole baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, it goes along with that mind virus that we're challenging with people. Like they don't even know if they're sitting down talking on this Discord.
Exactly.
It all ties into that.
Yep, exactly. The same thing. The I don't know. What if? Maybe this, instead of just sticking with facts and what we do know.
It's fun and healthy to speculate, but it's different when you open your mind so much that anything can be poured in.
Yeah. Oh, I love speculation, but if there's no facts at all to tether it anywhere, you're drifting off in the void.
I agree.
Start chasing imaginary rabbits. But speculation does lead us to really cool stuff when we have some facts to work with, because then you start looking, oh, well, what about this? And then you look that part up and actually find something. And then, boom, the speculation led to some truth. If you, go with it. Though,
this kind of the thing that we're doing here, and we're talking about it together, and we're all separate from that mind virus. Like, we're doing some good work in here. That's for sure.
I love when we correct each other. Like, we'll have a slight error, and then like the rest of the group will be like, wait, no, and I can prove it. I can prove this is why that's not right. And then we all correct each other's minds and help out by actually sharing truth. And it's not like an echo chamber. It's more like a team of people in the darkness and in the fog. Like, okay, what's over yonder and what's over there? And we get kind of a field of view based off of everybody's eyes.
Yeah, it's us challenging each other, because you need to be challenged, or else you'll, like you said, you'll drift off into the void.
Yeah.
If it was an echo chamber, Ethergress, if it was an echo chamber, how would you know?
You'd be all saying exactly the same thing, and nobody at all would question one another. We'd be like, yep, like those little alien Muppet things. Yep.
I think in order to know that
one of the things I hear going on in here is
the only thing we echo is that it's level and it can't be proven to be, but then everybody's got their own versions of why and their own reasons. Some are close, others not so much. So it ends up being, like, to me, that's why it's not an echo chamber, is because there's so many different variants to why it is the way it is. Instead of just the mainstream, like speck of a dust floating in a void with some kind of life thing, that happy accident existence.
It can't be an echo chamber when you're challenging each other and your mindsets and thoughts, because.
But if the definition of an echo chamber is being unaware that you're in an echo chamber, how would you ever know that you were in an echo chamber if that was true?
I think that's the
Quantum
definition.
Eraser and Witsit agree on the shape of this realm, but they do not agree on the what, the and why, and all this other stuff, like the functionality thereof. They're quite different. So while they agree, they're not echoing each other's beliefs.
I think that's just because Witsit is getting off on like trying to speak about something that can't be proven or falsified.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the.
my
I
point
think
is
that's
just that
really. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you're good. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying,
We lagged a little bit,
when we
Ken.
all get off on those tangents, we all need each other to bring us back. Hey, if you can't prove it or falsify, you gotta kind of just be okay with not knowing. It's fine to not know something.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
I wasn't saying that an echo chamber is defined by something you'd have to get out of, or I wasn't defining it by what I said about it. I was just simply making a statement about the concept of an echo chamber, which, like take, for instance, leftist communist nut job retards that live around me here in Portland. I've been around their echo chambers. I've entered into their echo chambers and stepped out in years past.
Yeah.
These people, they never step out of the echo chamber. And since they never step out of the echo chamber and hear things that are not inside their communist meetings, they're effectively in an echo chamber. But it's just that they don't know that they're in an echo chamber because they never step out of it to hear something contrary to what they're listening to in that communist echo chamber.
And that's kind of my point is,
go ahead.
Would this forum even allow an ongoing debate between Witsit's position and QE's position? And if it wouldn't, then that would be one of, as far as I can tell, that would be a defining characteristic of an echo chamber.
I think it would, but it would still hold to we need proof. Evidence.
I don't think anybody hates the idea.
What's in the weeds of the original topic?
What's the original topic?
Echo chambers.
Flat Earth.
Oh, well, yeah.
And in an echo chamber, after you asked the question you asked, Ball Kicker, a couple times, you'd be muted. That's the conversation that wouldn't be allowed to take place in an echo chamber.
Listen, check this out.
Yeah, well, if you're asking a question that's critical of what someone.
Hold on around. What's up? So it's not that difficult, right? You're here, I'm here, we're here. We have discussions, people come in here with claims, and we ask them for the evidence. If QE was here and Witsit was here, the same conversation would go on. They just would need to be here to have it. That's what this Discord is for. It's never not for that. It's the same formula. Someone has a claim, someone provides the evidence. Right?
Yep, that's the way to go.
Right.
Yeah. And if there's
It's an amazing thing how that concept that Eli just illustrated, how few places in the world that applies to.
Well, as far as I can tell,
that's the weird thing, because you find that when we start having inner conversations, if you have to question all of a sudden whether that standard that I just put out there is fair or not, that's what's weird to me. We've been doing this for how many years now? Some of us longer than others, some of us shorter than others. But it's pretty much been the same. We've been fighting pseudoscientists and people who make claims that we can't validate. It's that simple.
She got caught for what?
Well, as far as I can tell, and correct me if I'm wrong, the base axiom from which Witsit would be arguing is that reality is metaphysical. And the base axiom from which a person like QE or his camp would be arguing from is that reality is physical when it comes to science. Be correct?
I think Witsit would agree with the latter. I mean, all you're saying there is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we have a method, which is the scientific method that we all understand in this room and have understood in this room, is the experimentation of hypotheses, suppositions based on natural phenomena. We also know, as people who hold up that methodology or epistemology, we also understand that there are other things that exist as well, like supernatural things, like information, okay, and other things like that. So the question still is, if you're going to make a claim to the nature of the physical reality, then there's a method for that. If you're going to make another claim that has nothing to do with the physical and natural, well, the physical world at least, then there would have to be an epistemological approach for that we would agree on, that we could all utilize equally, just like we use the scientific method equally. Does anybody disagree with that?
I don't, but Witsit said in this very VC that we need to start relaxing our standards as far as the scientific method is concerned if we want to find out things. In so many words, yeah.
I think that's right and wrong, but okay. If I say it like this, sometimes people aren't claiming that something is scientific. Like, everything is not supposed to be ran through the scientific method. Now, if they're saying that there's a cause to an effect in reality, then they're kind of saying that without trying to say that overtly, if they're saying that that's not science. But outside of that, if you're talking about information, or even if you're openly speculating, nobody should be asking you to run a speculation through the scientific method. If it's not like, about a natural phenomenon.
Let me just play a game right here, Elijah. Let me play a devil's advocate or something with you. Do you believe the laws of logic exist? The answer is yes, right? You believe the laws of logic exist, right?
Sure.
Some legal aids are there to fight.
Can the laws of logic be proven to exist?
Somebody be hot micing.
Yeah, it's Elijah. Elijah, you're super hot mic, and whoever's yelling in the background. So the laws of logic exist. That's an axiom, right? We believe that they exist. Can you prove they exist without using the laws of logic? Can you prove they exist without using logic itself to demonstrate that?
Why would you do that? You don't prove axioms. That's the problem everyone else has that I keep on repeating. You don't prove axioms. You don't go out to prove that water is level. You don't go out to prove that your knife is on the table. It's just what is.
Yeah, and I think that's that's kind of where Witsit is come with the idea of the ether or the background energy medium or field. Is you can't prove it exists. You must assume it exists. And
no. I'm not talking about assumption. An axiom is something that is experienced as is. It's not an assumption.
Yeah, no. Well, when we look at the creation, clearly there's energy in the creation, right? There has to be a source for that energy, right?
It's called God, because nobody knows.
We're assuming, and essentially, yes. That would be the assumption of ether. Ether, in a sense, would be, in a scientific sense, like a god, like an unknown, undetectable energy source, because we can detect the energy, we just can't detect the source of the energy. That's my understanding. I'm not propagating that as my belief or.
I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look up at the sky and say there's obviously some kind of reason that stuff is moving around and it's not energy. However, I can't go any further than that. But I mean, you don't have to be above 5 years old to understand that.
Yeah, so that would be an axiom. There's some kind of background energy, medium, or field going on. That would be an axiom. right? Or
I don't know about all that, but I mean, I'm good with whatever's going on up there. It takes some kind of energy. I'm good with that. I'm not good with field. I'm not good with any of these other things. I mean, I'm also not the brightest person in the room, just so you know. I can be educated. Somebody can run me through this kind of thing and explain to me, and then that would be different. But right now, okay, there's energy up there, obviously. There's light from the sun, there's light from the moon, there's light from the stars that we see. Obviously, there's and they're moving. But just like the heliocentrists don't know why, because there's no way to scientifically validate what's going on up there. No one on Earth is going to be able to do that unless they're approaching it from some other kind of epistemology that I would agree with. And I would need to know what that epistemology is first.
Well, there was a time at which when theology was considered a science. And I think that part of the whole problem with where we are is when theology was taken out of the sciences and go, no, this is not a science. And what they've done is they've deceived us into believing that science deals with objective reality. All the while, they're using things like photon and dark energy and gravity and all these things that are actually subjective reality that they call objective reality.
Yeah, but me being a part of the FED panel and the rest of us all like kind of understand the differences between the pseudo information that come out of the people that are, in the field of quantum mechanics, and then there's just the experimentation. So there's everybody else's interpretations, but then there's just the experimentation. Most people that are, arguing against, for whatever reason, the scientific method are arguing against it with not valid hypotheses, but pseudo-scientific information. I don't understand that.
So you and I agree on that.
But like the method is the method. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. All I'm saying is if there's another way to knowledge, all you got to do is lay out the pathway for others to get there. You can't just tell somebody there's knowledge on the other side somewhere that you can't get to. That's just as good as me lying and saying something exists that doesn't.
And I think that's where Witsit is. As I've listened to Witsit, I think that's where he's coming from. Just as logic is an axiom, you don't prove logic exists. You can't prove logic exists. It's just an axiom. We just know it does. We assume it does. What he is saying, as far as I understand, ether is a logical scientific axiom that you must assume in order to move forward. So I don't know. I'm not willing to fight about it, or I'm not taking this position. I don't want to be chewed up and spit out. But it seems to me
we're very chill. I'm not outside. I don't have my bad headphones on, so I'm not and all of that. I'm just saying.
My point to it is that discussion, as far as I understand it, is not allowed to occur in this forum. And
sure it is.
That's true.
I'm a lead mod. Sure it is. That's not true. Sure it is. If anybody says different, go ahead and speak now.
Gotcha. Okay. My misunderstanding.
Now, there are people that are saying it can't happen, but again, I'm saying it can.
Wait a minute. Okay, so
it's that simple. I'm a lead mod.
Is that discussion allowed to occur in this forum when you're not here?
Yeah. Why wouldn't it be? That's what this place is for.
Yeah, Witsit comes in here.
Did Witsit and QE both during the time that people are trying to convince people that people don't want to have a debate, like all of that is fluff, but what's the actual reality? Has anyone seen QE and Witsit in the same Discord at the same time?
I haven't.
So you don't
the same person.
So nobody knows what would or wouldn't happen, right? It's not that we know. Like the QE was in here the other day. So was Witsit. So I'm just saying, if they happen to come in here and then some weird shit goes on where it doesn't happen, then we could go off of the reality. But I'm tired. Like, why are people speculating to the point of believing that they can't have a debate inside of the Discord that they've been debating in this entire time?
I was just, by the way, pointing out that there's people who have different opinions and beliefs about the Earth as all. Not that they wouldn't coexist peacefully. But it did kind of, I guess that's the rabbit that started getting Jay. Was that part of it?
We talked. Somebody mentioned the echo chambers, and that's kind of where this whole idea came from for me. Like, if you were in an echo chamber, how would you know that you were in an echo chamber? It seems like you'd have to be outside of it to actually identify the fact that you were in one. And it was my understanding that this discussion that we were talking about ether is not allowed in this forum. So
look, I'm here. I'm on FED. I asked Witsit to go on Globebusters. So, I mean, I'm guessing the invitation is still open because he did say that wouldn't be a problem. I mean, do you see anybody on the other side, over there, right? Or do you see anybody on that side over on FED? Like, I don't know who's trying. People are talking, but who's trying? You know where I am? Everywhere. I'm everywhere. I'm having this conversation everywhere. You want to talk about ether? What's ether? I'm everywhere. I'm here. I'm there. I'm in Geos. I'm in that other Tartaria server. Why can't they have the conversation? I've had it. Who's saying that you can't talk about ether in here?
Well, that's been my impression. I'm not saying that that's a fact. I'm asking it as a question because I'm saying that has been my impression.
Right? Well, I'm saying we can, and I'm even here. So, I mean, here's the reality, and then there's what you thought. So, I don't know. Like, has anybody else heard someone say we don't talk about the ether in here? Is that in the rules somewhere? Like, where is this coming from? Now I do understand that people would say, because I've heard it, when you go to certain platforms, when people try to talk about the ether, they get shut down. I mean, I'll tell you right now from my personal experience. When I speak to, Globe Earthers, I let them speak. I ask them questions. But when they start getting repetitive and not answering what I'm asking, it gets a little funky. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to somebody, I don't even want to put names out there, but I have bumped heads with Die Slow. And he's made claims that if I ask him, how would I validate that? He would just say, well, you don't understand. Well, I'm trying to understand. Help me understand. Well, you have to, if I have to accept a premise that I can't validate, I'm going to say no thanks. If you're going to tell me, well, I'm just like all of these other atomists because of that, that would be an inaccurate statement. But if you're willing to argue about it, I'm not going to argue about it for 20 minutes. Everybody can see what's going on. Everybody sees what goes on when Glober spiral. And eventually, because they're out of control, they do get muted. That's very different from me shutting somebody down the moment I hear them speaking the word ether, which I've never done. Has anyone else in here ever done that? Speak up.
No.
No, I'm not saying that I've seen that happen. Go ahead, Sasha. Sorry, bro.
It's more when somebody brought that argument, and now people speaking about that, and then it's what is ether, and then you find out that you don't have any scientific background for that, and then it's moment that people start to be, more passionate and to say, okay, now enough, because it's the same thing like a gravity, for example, because for me, it's the same rate, but but nobody said it's forbidden or that nobody can speak about that. It's only a point that people here always ask for scientific method, And now when it's the point of ether, we need to do the same thing, And if it cannot find like we are looking for the gravity, that means if we cannot find that in ether, that means it's the same thing, and that's it. And now people can believe in that and go on with it and whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, the whole point about ether is that it's everywhere. It's not like it can be.
No one can hear you, Elijah.
Oh, sorry. It's not as if ether can be separated and quantified as some component of something. That's not the argument, right? Right. So therefore, you can't apply science to it. You just have to know it's there as a logical axiom. Well, some can choose to accept that. Some don't have to. I don't understand, though, why there has to be an argument about it.
Yeah, even that.
Right? I'm not shitting on ether. I've never shitted on ether. I'm definitely tired of the argument, because what's the argument? Like, when it comes to me, one of the main people in the server, well, I mean, I represent this server, right? So it's like all this shit that's being talked about my server, it's like, well, when I'm in other places hearing it, I just have to hear about what we do here. But when people come here, I'm like, okay, well, who's doing that? Who's saying that? Have you seen it happen? And everybody goes, well, no. Why? Because they've been fed propaganda. That's why. That's how propaganda works. Everybody heard about something, but when you actually look at the source, it's not happening. Newsflash, that was COVID. That's the globe. That's everything else that's censored on YouTube. That's the finances as well. All of this shit is the same.
We're not a bunch of brainiacs looking for the reason why the universe exists or whatever. We're just simple people. You can talk about ethers and the scientific formulas all you want. We just kind of realize that there's something wrong. Like you said earlier, you got to be humble. You don't know everything. And it seems like it's taken a direction as like you can come on any flat earth server 24/7 or some other server and listen to people argue about fucking angles and all kinds of different things till it no matter makes any fucking sense at all. All we know is that the world that we see does not make sense. That's what we're trying to figure out. Why did that happen? Why is this happening? I don't want to sit here and do long equations with somebody, or figure out some kind of science or whose theory is right and whose theory is wrong. There's something wrong with the world, and that's about it.
We found a common ground, and it's flat and stationary.
Yeah. Everybody forgets about that. Where's the curve? Show me the fucking curve. Sometimes someone will come up with, show me the curvature. In between all two boys spouting fucking mathematics and all shits, and it works. If there's definitely orbits. Where's the curvature?
I would like to know one question, but I know that I will not get the answer because nobody knows. But maybe somebody knows why they're lying. Then I want to know that for I don't know. That's like my question. I
guarantee you about 10 people, as soon as you ask that question, I guarantee you 10 people in the server know the answer to that. And it begins with C.
Yeah, I know the answer also in my head. I can say it's a devil.
It's a Cadillac.
It's a devil. Pure evil, for example. But, when somebody tell you like the truth, the real truth, this lie is because this and this and this. And then you can say, okay, now I understand. Or I don't understand. But we will not get that answer. I don't know when. Maybe in my life I will not see that answer. Maybe somebody will.
Yeah, it's just a lifetime, right? But we all fucking die, right?
But what we can do, we can point it out because people still even more that Christian people who believe in Bible, they think that Earth is a globe. Most of them.
Mm-hmm.
because they're saying, "Are you religious?" No, come on. The more religious people believe in globe. Not only the Christians believe in globe. It's not that you choose because you are like you read the Bible. The most people who read the Bible believe in globe.
Well, the truth is, most people don't read the Bible.
What you just said there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, most Christians don't read the Bible.
They have very selected passages read to them. They don't actually read the Bible themselves. So
they like it read to them.
That's correct.
Yeah. That's
yep.
Yeah. What's worse? They don't know what words mean, so they don't know their own language. Like, they don't know English, so when they do read it, they don't even know what it's saying. I'm glad that that's not how you read the Bible, though. You're supposed to actually read it by listening to the Spirit, but I digress.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter even Bible. People asking, "Are you religious?" That was the question. Are you religious? What that mean? So many, 99% of people still believe in globe that are religious.
Yeah. What is religion specifically? What is it?
To me, it means middleman. To me, it means the church itself. It means man's attempt to get in between. Yep, that's what. When I hear the word religion, it means middleman to me.
You guys are gonna love this. The etymology for the word religion means to bind.
Yeah.
I need to translate that.
It sure does.
To bind.
Surprisingly,
that's not a bad thing, right? We're not saying binding is a bad thing inherently.
Right.
Depends on who you're bound to.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Just to echo Gregory's sentiments while he's not here. Everyone is religious, so let's get that clear. Like the guy just said, it depends on who you're bound to. Now, are you bound to the governments of the world and all the shit they say, or your flawed logic, or are you bound to the Creator? Because there is one. And if I mean, would he not have? I mean, who created the rules of logic, like we were speaking about, right? So, I mean, as long as you're tapped into that, ultimately being tapped into the true, that's what he is. If you're messing with any of the other stuff, obviously the globe isn't real, the sky isn't real, what they think it is, all this, that's not the truth. They've already chosen not God. I think God is the truth. And I think that's why the obvious is the obvious. That's why epiphanies are epiphanies. And that's why personal growth and all of this other stuff usually comes when you cut off the rest of the world, because you're relying on God finally. That's what I think it is. I don't y'all can think what y'all want, but everybody's religious.
That's good, man. Religion to bind, because you can bind a broken limb to bring forth healing. You can bind an infant to its mother for protection and nourishment, or you can be bound being led to slaughter. That's really good.
90% of people, 90% of people need religion. They need it. You don't want to see a world without it.
Well, how could you do without it if it literally means to be bound? Because you would have to be bound to something, right?
Well, yeah, but what happens without, when I say religion, I'm talking about the institutions of like the church or the mosque or whatever. Because without it, it's people will be bound to their own hedonistic desires. They'll worship themselves, and they will become the worst you could imagine.
So it goes back to what Ethergrush just said. You can't be unbound. You will be bound to, by religion or away from religion, which in itself is religion.
Yep. And then there's the meaning of the word worship as well, which has to do with worthiness, like things that you hold of value, which you deem to be of worth.
Yeah, there were two definitions of worship, like say in the Bible. There was one that was the rote ritual, and then there was the one that what you found to be worthy and fill your life with. And the first one, the rote and ritual, the dogma, was actually repudiated. It's like, that's worthless if you're not, it's the second kind that's more important, the way you live your life.
Your life should be as worship.
Yes. Everything you do for God's glory, and that would be worship. Right? So, ritual is not worship. It's not spiritual worship, I should say. It is a form of worship, but a mechanical one.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'll defend it because I know people, and without a strict religious routine, they'd be dead. And they need that. So it's like everything, there's a balance.
We must be built that way.
Well, I can give my personal experience in this, and that is I don't need walls. I don't need ritual. But that's because I live my life in accordance with what I believe and what I believe God wants from me. Right? Mm-hmm. And I don't need a pastor. I don't need a church for that. I just follow Christ, and I know how to do that. But not everybody can have like that kind of anarchist kind of viewpoint. It's not for everybody.
Meme, let me ask you a question, because not to divert back to the previous conversation, but apparently people are saying or wondering whether or not this Discord allows discord around Ether. And I told them no one in here is banning the debate or the topic about Ether. You're an admin, so you're higher than me. I'm just the lead mod.
We allow discussion about it, but like the chances are, if you discuss it, there's going to be significant, the same, I guess, pushback that we give against anyone else presenting an idea is going to be applied. And so we do allow the discord to happen. But then again, we don't want it to go off the rails.
That's exactly what I said, isn't it, folks? There you have it. You want to have a conversation about Ether. As a matter of fact, there's also a speculation channel, right? Because I don't talk about how the sun is a laser and all that in here all day. But there's a speculation channel where you can actually talk about it and perhaps not be opposed. And if you have like something that you want fleshed out and you're saying, I'm not saying I know everything, but, I do want my ideas out there. You can do that. You can even do that in here if there's no one willing to challenge you.
Yeah, you can do it in here even if there's someone willing to challenge you.
Yeah. So basically the conversation, yes, it can be had in this Discord. Do you wonder why, or how valid your thoughts about it are, considering where the reality is? We're saying that it can be talked about. Do you now question why you thought about it in the first place, where the information came from? What's the... Yeah.
Well, okay, the way this whole came up, we were talking about echo chambers, and I said, well, wait a minute, if you were in an echo chamber, how would you know that you were in an echo chamber, right? Because I think that part of being in an echo chamber is being unaware that you're in an echo chamber. You almost have to leave it to realize that you were in one. Does that make sense?
Right.
It's a new thought. It's a thought. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm saying it's a philosophical thought I had. If you're in an echo chamber, how would you know that you're in an echo chamber? And I know for a fact there are subject matters that I have brought up in this forum, Ether not being one of them, that I am not allowed to speak about.
Oh, well, there's some that like let's say the thing that lasted 2 years. Yeah. We don't talk about that because Discord likes to shut down servers over that.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about our speech being regulated by powers that be other than us. Like the idea that I shared the other day about me, sharing Flat Earth with a friend about a year and a half ago. And in his mind, it was impossible to circumnavigate on a globe. And I was like, really? And he explained that to me. Why is that impossible to you? So he's telling me the reasons why it's impossible. So I kind of threw the bait out there. And I said, well, and he wouldn't really listen to a presentation on Flat Earth because he had felt like he'd already gone down the rabbit hole and was convinced that he lived on a ball. This is a very close friend of mine. And we had spoken about Flat Earth over the years, and he kind of refused to listen to anything I had to say. We didn't really talk about it because it wasn't a very... And so I threw it out. We were talking about it again one day, and I threw the hook out there, and I was like, really, it's impossible? And he goes, yes. And I was like, are you certain of that? And he goes, yes. And I said, if I could demonstrate to you very simply how circumnavigation might work on a flat Earth, would you be willing to sit down and listen to a 2-hour presentation? And because in his mind, he thought it was impossible, he said yes. So I went and got a magnet off the fridge. I went and got a compass from my boy's room. I just showed him on the table with a physical demonstration, look at this. What you just said was impossible on a plane is happening right now in front of you on a plane. And that was enough for me to crack the door open and kind of force him through agreement to sit down and listen to a 2-hour presentation. And over the course of the last 18 months, he's come to realize where he lives. But I was told in this forum by multiple people that that is an objectively false, it is objectively wrong way to demonstrate a what I would call like a incontrovertibly provable. Let's see, what was the phrase I used? Now I've lost my train of thought. Okay. I was told that was objectively wrong. You should never show someone a physical demonstration of how a plausibly physical demonstration of how something might work on a plane versus a globe. That I was told objectively, you should never ever do that. And I'm wondering, how can we assert that is objectively wrong?
Unfortunately, some people listen more than others, which means some people listen less than others. And if you said everything as you said it, and there was nothing else, I'd say, what's the problem? Sure, cool. It's not like you just told me, or it's not like I came to the conclusion that you were trying to tell him that the shape of the Earth or what the sky is sounds to me like what you said was, well, we have a North Pole, and we would say we live on a plane, and we use compasses to navigate. So this is how you would do that on a plane. The thing that the person asked to be demonstrated was demonstrated to. Now, somebody might have asked you more questions that would have led you down a path of saying, well, we know that the sun goes around the Earth, and then they might have been, whoa, whoa, whoa. Or, well, if you model things out like, whoa, whoa, whoa. That might have been why you were stopped.
I was going to say, there might have been an assumption that you were using some model to show how navigation would work, like flight plans and all that kind of stuff. But
I shared exactly what I shared with you, and I was heavily.
Okay, no. That's
if I can just interject my experience in here as well, is that there over the last 12 months there has been a bit of a turnover in some people who are in this server, and so I have said things that are absolutely plausible, reasonable, whatever else, and then somebody on here who's had a little too much sacramental beverage just come in and said, "Oh, you can't do that," or well, why? I'll do what I like, this or that or the other, and so sometimes server we've got great users, but sometimes I'll shut back up. Thank you, guys.
We lost what you said.
He said someone was trying to censor him, but he didn't say what he said that was being censored.
He was being cut off. He was going in and out. Roboting real bad.
Yeah, sorry. They don't have enough helium in the balloons around here, so the signal doesn't bounce well enough sometimes. No, what I said is sometimes, like especially I've noticed in the last 12 months in this server that some of the people who were here, say 1 year ago, a lot of them are no longer here. And a lot of those, unfortunately, would open their mouth at times where maybe they shouldn't, and they would tell you, well, no, you shouldn't say this or shouldn't do that, or you can't this or that or the other. And they would just be talking out the rear end. So long story short is sometimes you have to take your admonishment with a grain of salt. Sometimes people will say, and if you come back and ask somebody like Mimas or Miggy or somebody else,
what did you say though?
Well, why are you mentioning names?
No, just in different discussions that I've had, talking about various things, people will throw out and say, "You can't this or that." Like I say,
Hold on.
What various things?
Hold on, Orion. And I know I rudely do this to you all the time. And seeing is that like I'm sorry about all of that. I really, really wanted to take on this. So, what you told us when you initially started was that there are things that you wanted to get across that you've been shut down about. Multiple times you've been asked to be specific, right? And I'm not saying you have to be. I'm not forcing you to do anything you don't want to do. I'm just pointing out to you that you're answering the question exactly the same. So you're just repeating the fact that someone has wronged you. Generally it happens in here. And what we're trying to get to is like, well, a lot of people say that generally someone has wronged them and it was a conversation and, they just didn't let them talk. And we're just trying to find out if it was like, really that, or maybe because it was in the heat of discussion, perhaps maybe you've said something that they may have asked you to back up that you really was saying, oh, no, I'm not trying to debate. I'm just trying to, present an idea or something like that. I don't know where the miscommunication is, but unless you tell us a specific, we would just be forced to believe you. And as you know, we have a really, really
hard time doing that.
So just if you're not going to tell us specifics, then we heard you the first time, and that is unfortunate if that's what happened. I'm not saying it didn't. I just don't know because you're not telling me. Now, that's kind of why the other guy, I believe, came in here saying you can't talk about ether. And I said, well, do you have an example? No, I just heard about. Well, have you actually seen that happen in here? No, not really. That kind of vague talk gets people to believe things that didn't happen. And that's a problem for the world, not just for this server. And that's why I'm speaking about it, because it shouldn't be a problem and people should be, actively listening. And if they can answer a question, answer it. And that's the best we can do,
Yeah, I go through these discussions a lot. And I've had lots of conversations about like ether and navigation and everything. Like I've always been okay with them being subjects. It's just when they're subjects, they're going to be open to the same scrutiny as everything else. That's how I view it anyway. Now, I certainly don't believe in convincing people with anything other than like the measurement. I think some people, and it's down to and that's a general statement. That's not a certainty. Some people aren't going to be convinced by that. They're gonna be convinced by you showing them demonstrations, and that's just the reality. But that's more like a one-on-one thing. Like you have to feel that person out. Maybe it's right for that person or something. And I'm never averse to anything like that. That's what convinces them. That's fine. I would prefer it if everyone was only convinced by the measurements, because then you got a solid flat earther.
Okay, and that is not. I wasn't saying, Elijah, that ether is not allowed to be spoken in here. I was saying that was my impression, because my impression of the structure of this forum is objective reality, things that can be tested, measured, demonstrated.
That's fair, because we have echoed that sentiment. That's what we primarily talk about in here. Yeah, especially if you ask during a time that Globers are in here and we're trying to talk about, foundational things, that's what someone's going to tell you if you just happen to come in and you see. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, because the way you described it, yeah, I could see myself going, well, right now we're having a conversation about objective things and blah 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 blah, because there might be someone listening after a rant that has been going on for like who knows how long before you got in, hypothetically speaking, and they might be trying to educate the audience on the difference between science and pseudoscience. You can't do that if there are people who use terms loosely, like science or like theory or like experiment, when they mean idea instead of theory, or when they mean observation instead of experiment. Like that these are the things that some of us are keen on, and sometimes we don't have all of the context either. We're not perfect. We might try to shut someone down without getting the entire picture of what's going on. That might also happen. So mistakes happen. That's why it's good to have open dialogue like this.
Well, then, as far as sharing like what I would call it was like an irrefutably plausible demonstration of a possible alternative to the globe. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like the circumnavigation thing. It's an irrefutably plausible explanation that it can't be refuted, that's a possibility as to what might be going on, and it's an alternative to the globe.
Indio and I both give that argument, so I don't know who told you that.
That's actually a very good argument.
Yeah, Indio and I both, like both of us, when someone comes in here, they say, "What about circumnavigation?" We instantly say, because we instantly talk about circumnavigation. We don't even change the topic because it takes about 5 seconds to refute it. Because it works on both.
Yeah.
And so it's proof of neither. Like we instantly use it to debunk itself, that it actually doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
So I'm not sure who would have told you that.
I'd be willing to kind of guess the issue with that is
right now, I would challenge.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You want to go first?
Yeah, thank you. I think probably the thing that you were running into, BK, as far as that demonstration was concerned, and I think it's totally harmless, but a lot of people get triggered because even something like mentioning, a flat Earth model or an AE map and putting a magnet in the center of it, just people get triggered and they freak out and they say, you can't use the model because they use it against us. And that's the only thing I could think of in that particular instance anyway.
Well, navigation doesn't even require a model. It's just the observation of north, relative to the declination of Polaris. Like this is, it's not even map based. So like it's something that we talk about, and we have a whole section down below. We have a whole section on navigation.
And look, so I was gonna say, now here's a big, splash in the pool. I disagree, or maybe I don't disagree, but let me explain. So, in order to navigate, you have to take measure. You have to take a measure of the angle between the horizontal and the vertical.
Yes.
In that sense, automatically we know that practically, that it has to be a plane that you're navigating on. However, if you go past the premise of you're dealing with the datum, you're dealing with a model, you're dealing with the globe already. If you're already there, then technically navigation works on a globe because the globe was birthed from elevation angles on a plane anyway. It depends on how you look at it.
The globe is not the globe. It's the sphere of the heavens projected onto the land. It is the navigational result of projecting something spherical onto the ground. That's all it is.
Based on a model of the sky.
Right. It's based on a model of the sky. So this is, I mean, yeah, we do not like it when people talk about models, but when you're talking about just principles of like navigation, it's not really a model. Because you can just take a paper plate and say, look, here's north, and draw a ring around it.
I'm not talking about a model. I'm talking about modeling certain phenomenon for individual normies who need to be unlocked from the globe model. Showing them, hey, this doesn't just work if the Earth is only a ball. There are other things happening. And
there's nothing wrong with that.
There are irrefutably plausible explanations that are contrary to the idea of the Earth only being able to be a ball. And the circumnavigation is just one of them. Like I used this example. Like, we know that, science is the establishment of cause and effect relationships in nature, blah, right? You observe we all know that. So if I were to flip a coin 10 times in a row, what's the explanation as to why that coin landed on heads 10 times in a row? Well, it could be a statistical anomaly, or it could be a double-sided coin. Without the coin, you don't know. And so both explanations are irrefutably plausible.
Right. It means that neither one is going to prove a premise. If they're both... Yeah, that means that circumnavigation...
What it absolutely proves is there's more than one logical answer.
Right. You're completely right. You're 100% right about that.
Yeah, that's technically true, but you agreed, and Meme pointed out that the only thing that's not proven is the premise. Like, which means that y'all are having a hypothetical conversation that, again, I said earlier, no one has to really argue about. I mean, if the premise isn't proved, then it's why are we arguing?
That's true. The premise in this instance would be something like the sun disappears. That would be the premise. The sun disappears would be in this in this analogy. The premise would be something like the sun disappears. What are the reasons for that? Well, the Earth could be a ball in theory, or perhaps there's something else going on. And can we model what we think might be going on with atmospheric lensing and everything, and actually make a light source set on a flat plane? Is that possible? And then you can demonstrate that and go, yes, that is possible. So the Earth being a ball is not the only possible conclusion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why
you could go that far. Now this gets into, sorry to step on you, Meme. This gets into how you set the conversation. Okay, that's why it's important to set the conversation, because if I'm talking about the sun with someone, I'm gonna slow down and allow them to speed up, which means they're gonna make claims. They're going to say, well, it could be that it's a ball, and that's the geometric horizon, and that's blocking the ball, and blah, 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 blah. All I have to do is tell them, well, you know how the sun supposedly or does move 15 degrees an hour? You know what's interesting? If it was a ball, then it would continue to drop 15 degrees an hour, but it doesn't. I don't care about the ad hoc that comes after that, because we already have a premise that you're trying to prove, and now we have to accept the reason that we don't experience the thing that you're saying is happening. That's a double homicide. Or you can go the other way and say there's another possibility.
The only danger I see with this is when you've got your two explanations. Here's the globe one, and here's potentially the other one, and you use both of those examples to prove to your friend or your colleague that there's not just one reason why this phenomenal happening happens. But then it's when you start saying that this is the truth. So some people in this will possibly come into the conversation maybe a little bit late, not understand why you're having the conversation. And as you're giving your explanation of what could possibly be going on, some people might take that as that is now exactly what is going on, as in you are now giving them a model. Maybe they don't understand what you're actually trying to do.
I understand. That's a good distinction, and I'm drawing the lines with you guys exactly where I draw the lines. All right. I understand that things like gas pressure, that there is no plausible other explanation. So we must be living in an enclosure. That is the logical reason that you have to reach when you assume gas pressure. Okay. To me, there is no irrefutably plausible explanation as to there not being a container and us experiencing gas pressure. I'm not saying that a demonstration is a demonstration of reality. All I'm saying is that a demonstration for because we were given demonstrations to arrive at the globe, and in some people's minds, the globe is the only possibility. So showing them an alternative, a irrefutably plausible explanation in place of some of the phenomenons, mostly involving the sky, giving them plausible explanations for those things, and then hitting them with axial rotation, curvature, gas pressure, hitting them with reality, it becomes an overwhelming argument where they literally have nowhere to run. Because over here, where they thought that only the ball worked, they have plausible explanations, and over here, where the ball doesn't work, they're faced with reality, and so there's literally nowhere to go.
Right. Well, Jedi, you first. You first.
No, I was just going to very quickly give an example. So, for example, within the heliocentric model, they give us reasons and explanations for seasons. Now, if somebody was to come in here and say, "What's your explanation for seasons?" you would hear a few people rattle off to say the sun orbits above the plane of the Earth between the Tropic of Capricorn, and you can visualize that of a demonstration, right? A GIF, for example, in the live stream. That's not a problem, but you are then very slowly starting to make claims, and they can very easily start to pick apart possibly what you've been saying. You know, the sun isn't actually in its actual location, for example, it's apparent. So you start bringing in other arguments into it.
With the example that you just gave, that is not irrefutably plausible. It has been refuted, and so therefore it is not plausible.
Exactly. So there's a lot of dangers with these conversations sometimes. Sorry, man, carry on, mate.
No problem. So here's the thing: if you have if you show that a variable works the same on both models, you instantly remove it from the table as a proof. Period. So that's what things like the sticks and shadows. You show that it works on both. What happens? It's not a proof for either. You show circumnavigation works on both. It's not a proof for either. We've actually been using these evidences for 5 years. I think it was 3.5 years ago that I made the sticks and shadows pictures. It was quite a while ago, and that was just to show that you get the same results on either, based on an unknown. And so there's this unknown factor, and they are appealing to the unknown. And so because of that, they're introducing a variable, and you show them that that variable works the same on something else, then it's proof of neither. So it is, for me, all of these are steps in the right direction to dismantle the things that are foundational. So circumnavigation, sticks and shadows, those are foundational to people's education that they were brought up with, right?
Okay.
So those are perfectly fine. They're as long as you don't, because you can do both of those without asserting any kind of model at all, because you're just using principles of navigation. There's north, there's a center, period, done. We know that. We know that even on the globe there's a center. We know that's on both. We know that for certain. We know sticks get shadows and light. That's it. But you don't need a model for either one of those. So I think that would be the only thing, is you can do both of those arguments, no models involved.
All right. Cool beans, man. I just wanted to clarify that. I appreciate you guys working through that with me.
No problem. Somebody's been captured by the robots again.
Somebody's hit these balloons over here. They're not.
You're roboting, bro. No one can hear you.
You're roboting so bad. You're roboting so bad.
said someone stole a balloon over there. So this sounds serious, guys.
Can I have my balloon back?
How about now? Is this any better? I've got more signal strength.
Much better, much better.
Can you give me a tag that says "got helium"?
I just deleted about 35 tags that were unique.
I'm only kidding. I'm not serious. But no, I'm not sure if you all caught what I was saying, but, 12 months ago, there was a different crop of users in here who seemed to have gone to other servers, and they had the tendency to try to tell people that you could do certain things or not do certain things or this or that or the other. And so what I was trying to interject with our esteemed friend there earlier is that just because somebody says you can't, maybe ought to not listen to certain people.
Yeah.
I agree with you, man.
I personally got rid of a whole bunch of people about that long ago.
I'm just saying, they told us we can't talk about the fact that there's no curve. What happens if we listen to that?
I think a lot of people are butthurt, to be perfectly honest with you.
That's a doozy.
Around here, that
robot.
Okay, R2D2. I'm gonna start calling all y'all R2D2 or C3PO whenever you start roboting. As a term of endearment, of course.
Well, where I come from, if the hat fits, wear it. Or if the shoe fits, wear it.
Oh, I'm glad that I could hear you say that one.
It can only be offensive if it's not true.
That's true. Honest people only get offended by untruths. And dishonest
let me ask a dumb... Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. I was just going to say dishonest people get offended by the truth.
So let me ask a dumb question, because I've not heard the term outside of the server here, and then I've done a bit of search on it. But what all constitutes concern trolling?
Let's say we discipline somebody, and someone says, "Well, here, I'll give you a better example." Someone starts telling us how we should run the server, and they're clearly trying to cause trouble. They're not being sincere. You should do this. You should do this. You shouldn't punish people for this. You shouldn't have done this to that guy. That sort of thing.
That was unfair. I didn't like that. You should do it this way.
Yeah, Google concern trolling.
Well, I did. That's what I'm saying. Is I did, and I just was thinking, and in a greater context, is concern trolling also where somebody might pretend to be on your side. This whole flat Earth thing, it's interesting, and you really made some good points to make me think. But I've known some anti-Semitic people, or I've known some racist people, or I've known some anti-feminist people that spout that. So you might want to be careful who you you might want to be careful who you tell that to.
That could go under the category of concern trolling.
It's more like a genetic fallacy. Concern trolling is usually like, why'd you ban him? He didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's see what he was meaning. Also, like, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's also an example of why did you treat me like that? We had this yesterday with an unnamed, I'm not going to name the person, but for about 12 hours it was constant within the live stream text of why did you treat me like this? This moderator does this, you shouldn't come here, blah, blah, blah.
It wouldn't be a genetic fallacy per se, because in the hypothetical, the way he articulated it, they didn't say therefore Flat Earth was wrong, but he's saying, well, given that these persons have this opinion about this subject matter, you should be careful about who you try and argue
it's an ad hominem
with about Flat Earth.
Yeah. I've heard other types that do kind of look like concern trolling, though, is when they're like, act like you're wasting your time and like, aren't there better things that you could do? And blah, blah,
yeah,
blah.
that's concerned. That's concerned.
Like it doesn't matter. Yeah. And they're pretending like they care about you. And surely there's something better you could do.
The immediate response to that is, why are you here?
Yep.
Don't you have better things to do?
Because if it's such a waste of time to be in here and discuss the subject matter, then why are you in here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's kind of my point here is like, and you see this through different aspects of life where people will be like, I don't want anybody to think you're misogynistic, homophobic, racist. So, you might just want to be careful who you talk about this policy, or you might be careful who you talk about Flat Earth, or you might, insert whatever topic. And, I don't want anybody to think bad of you. So, you might just want to be careful who you tell that to.
Yeah, at best, when someone says that, someone could say that with pious motives, so that they minimize the amount of slander and assault and character assassination, on all attacks against themselves from people that respond with hostility when they argue in defense of the Flat Earth truth. But then, of course, the worst case scenario is that it's a specious way of trying to urge people to stop promulgating the truth about the cosmos under
That's
the
exactly what it
auspices,
is.
right? Under the auspices of being concerned for my well-being.
Yep. It's actually pretty sick the way that they do that. Like, it's kind of twisted. They'll pretend to be your friend just to try and manipulate you into, quitting.
If somebody quit over that, I'd want them to quit.
Oh, well, yeah, no, and I don't know that anybody does, but it makes the person saying it feel better about themselves, like, oh, gee.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, it doesn't work. So.
It's like I noticed my friends who have a left-wing political bias, a lot of times they try to admonish people, well, you shouldn't say that like that because then these people are going to get upset. Or, I understand what you're saying, but gosh, if we don't have this, then that is insert, whatever protected minority or whatever may, whatever. And, and I don't feel that they're genuine in that. I just feel that that's what they try to use that concern trolling.
It's language policing.
Yeah, it's an exercise of their pride and pseudo-moralism.
Yeah, and my kind of thought on it is that that's where I come across that was reading about concern trolling, because obviously the obvious implication is hey, gosh, I'm on your all side, but why did you ban such and such? Or I'm really trying to learn this, but gosh, you just blocked this guy, so, or whatever. Obviously, that's the clear-cut case of concern trolling, but I was just I never considered it exactly in other contexts. So that's when I got to reading about it, and I wondered if it was a broader category or if it was just a, if I was reading more into it than what was intended.
You got the picture now?
I mean, you think about the term concerned trolling. In other words, a ingenuine, inauthentic, deceitful, specious, pick your adjective, demonstration of concern, when really your motive is unjust and detrimental.
Yeah, it's just somebody. Yeah, it's just somebody's feelings got hurt and they wanted to pitch a fit.
That's the only tool these people have to keep each other in line. It's basically go about life and don't get hated. It's their only objective. That's why they stay in NPC land with all their views and reasoning. So they try to apply it onto us. They're coming across, you should really pull back on, the way you're going about things. You're going to get outcast from the cult. It's like, we're already outside your fucking cult, bro.
Yeah. Which itself is not bad in of itself, but the subtle distinction is you're trying to avoid hostility at the sacrifice of truth and justice.
Right. You don't want to be challenged on your ideas because it hurts your feelings, and then you tell people that it's just that along those lines.
Alrighty, guys, and ladies, I'm going to head out of here. I appreciate the chat, but let me do one last thing here to give a shout out to the venerable Dr. Law. Dr. Law, it was nice to chat with you the other day. Hope all's well on your end, and hey, thanks to a lot, guys, and everything, and I'll wrap with you all tomorrow.
All right.
Bye, Barrington.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, man.
All right, y'all. My break's over. See you around.
Have a good one, man.
Adios.
Part of why I say that way, stay blessed, is to remind people that you are blessed. Are you alive? Are you breathing? You're blessed.
Yeah, I
Everything
like that.
all right.
No. It's a function of nature.
Well, if you believe that death is a product of a curse, then that means that life is a blessing, regardless.
Curse. Witchy woo.
Miggy, did you jump
gone quiet.
around?
Am I jumping around? No, I'm drawing.
No, we all. Me and you just decided to talk at the same time, mate. After 5 minutes of silence, that's all it was.
Yeah, I know.
Just shouting out to Miggy.
I was worried that you could hear me drawing and stuff.
Word.
I was about to say, is this a moment of silence for the globe
Yes,
being dead?
something like that.
Every time I hear silence, I have to say something just to break the silence, because silence doesn't belong on a live stream. At least not that much of it. So, how about that curve? Not looking as curvy as it used to.
I've got a topic that I kind of came across this morning. So, how many people are familiar with the idea of digital twins?
Yep.
Like not doing any internet for a month?
No, that's not what a digital twin is. Like, it's basically what they've done with all this data collection that they've been harvesting for 20 years now. But they want to do it for more than just, so it's for people and things, like Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies. Like they're trying to like digitally map basically everything, all infrastructure citywide, including all of its people, where they can virtually simulate reality. And with their one thing that they're going into, this is on the transhumanist level of talk, is they even want to just talking now about bringing in like digital assistants, where it's that virtual you, like in that Black Mirror episode where they're trapped in an egg. But interestingly enough, guess who was the first to develop and use digital twin technology?
Not a clue.
I have no idea.
NASA in the 60s. NASA in the 60s for the Apollo 13 mission.
Of course.
And I was just kind of wondering if anybody's ever come across this. Like I do want to look a little bit more into like what they really claim that they did with this technology for Apollo 13, but just with rudimentary quick search, looking it up, it has to do with an earlier Apollo mission where they had an oxygen leak and they had an explosion, right? Forget which one that is.
Apollo 13.
So, no, it was from they used it on Apollo 13 because of an earlier explosion. So,
you're talking about the different door hinge because Apollo 10 was it? Blew up or it burned up on the landing. It killed the astronauts inside, they say.
Gus Grissom, that's Apollo 10, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Gus Grissom was Apollo 10, I think.
So then the idea is basically and this is again, so when I'm talking about this, think about what they're doing with it now with their idea of building smart cities and stuff. So the idea is like your your technology, your piece of infrastructure, whatever. In this case, it's a space shuttle. All of everything in it is got sensors and stuff to try to record all kinds of data all the time that they can, in the event, that's their excuse, in the event that something does go wrong, that they can have that information and kind of like go through it again and kind of, piece together, figure out what exactly went wrong and try to avoid that in the future.
Giving exact data.
Yeah, like real time, blah, 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 blah. So supposedly they already implemented this in the 60s for Apollo 13. Now, isn't that, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong here, which one was Neil Armstrong walking on the moon? Was that 12 or 13?
11.
12? 11.
11.
Okay. Well, that kind of stops me with what I was going to say about perhaps that was involved in the fakery of the moon landing.
Stretch Armstrong and Buzz Lightyear.
No, Stanley Kubrick, he doesn't need any of that fancy bullshit.
Did they also handwrite all the code for this type system as well?
Yeah, but that technology, like they're talking a lot about it now, the digital twins, and but it's really interesting to see how far back that technology actually goes.
Yeah,
that's quite some time.
It's just the person part of it alone is really disturbing. The fact that there is actually they can make a bot of any one of us. And even if you don't have an account on whatever Facebook, they still have your data. If you have been using a device, they've got it.
Well, and what they're literally talking now about with these, like with digital assistants and stuff like that, giving these things they're already talking about how in the near future or already that these things are better able to predict you and your behavior than you yourself are. Mm-hmm. And they're talking about giving these things basically your own autonomy, the ability to make decisions and act. They want these things to be able to act and decide things for you as a second you, a replica.
Yeah. Like it has, what's the word? Dang. There's somebody basically, power of attorney. It'll have power of attorney over you.
Essentially, yeah. That's what they're trying to get, what they're talking about getting towards here. Yep. A lot of that in the works.
You'll basically have a guardian angel version of yourself that you must submit to that's of a higher thinking, higher authority because it's AI generated version of you that's better than you.
Anybody that gives over power of attorney one of these things is a fucking moron. Sorry.
Yeah, but there's going to be people lining up for it. Look how many morons there are.
I know.
They won't think about it.
Let them.
They'll, like people download an app, right? It tells you all this different crap, and nobody reads that. They just freaking install it. Power of attorney. Instantly.
As soon as you sign that over to a machine, they might as well come to your door and throw you in the back of a van and get rid of you.
Yeah. People don't think, and they sign crap all the time.
Somebody does that, absolutely. They 100% deserve it. They were not tricked.
Yeah. They knew because they were warned all along. All the information's right here. Out in the open. It's not a conspiracy that's being hidden under like cloak and dagger. It's right here.
Yeah.
Not just here, everywhere.
This is far out, bro. That's far out.
I wish it was, but it's literally right here on the flat earth, like straight up level. And they're trying to turn people into damn slaves.
And only because it's, a bunch of us talking about it, would anybody listening go, oh, that's just conspiracy theory? Because guess what? Nothing conspiracy about it. They're open talking about it, they brag about it, and most people don't see a negative side to it.
It's crazy for being afraid.
It's against the rules to hide it.
Like, oh, you're scared. We're not afraid. We're just straight up telling you, hey, a car's coming down the road and you're going to get hit if you don't get your ass out of the road. Common sense.
What kind of person do you have to tell to get out of the road, though?
Somebody paying attention to the damn phone, staring at the little square.
People that are only 99.9% sure that the car's objective.
Yeah, the car might not even be there. I mean, am I even on the road?
I mean, if you got to tell a grown person to get out of the road, don't tell them.
And yet there's videos.
My opinion.
Hey, the car, it's an apparent location. It's not the physical location.
Yeah, it's an apparent location of the car.
You're super, super low, Gizbo. Like, it was, I could barely hear that. It was like you whispered.
He said the car was in an apparent location.
Oh,
I don't know how you heard that.
Worse.
It's probably my microphone.
If your granddad was walking in the middle of the road, and people told you he was, would you say, just let him get run over?
If who?
Your granddad.
My granddad?
We have somebody asking to be unmuted.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that kind of proves my point, because if granddad was out of his mind, he'd be in the road. Then you'd have an obligation to help someone out of their mind, right?
Exactly.
But if some healthy adult human is walking in the road, what obligation do you have?
But
that's completely different. Yeah,
obligation to enjoy the show.
If they're mentally sick because of the sickness that was imposed upon them, they're not healthy.
But what if they wanted the sickness? What if they like how fast? What if they like how fast their Pornhub loads and they don't care? Not my problem.
Hey, does anyone need healing, like in their shoulders or back or anything like that?
I'm sorry, bro. What?
Do you need healing? Shoulders, back, neck?
You want to give me a massage?
I want to pray healing for you. I'm being serious.
No, that's all right. No woo-woo. No woo-woo on stream. Y'all can go to the chill chat.
That's Tartaria.
But Lou, with these digital assistants or these twins, what's it going to be like? Like an Alexa, you pose a query to that's going on in your life, and you ask it to tell me how I would think about this, or what?
I mean, you're asking me to speculate on something. I can't tell you the future exactly, but I know, like, yeah, that's what they're basically saying, is that AI is getting to a point here where it's going to be able to essentially just do everything for it. That's how they're going to try to sell it anyway. They're going to try to say that basically you can have these things automate your life, essentially do your work for you. Just do your Bitcoin trading or whatever else for you while you kick back and just reap the benefits. You know,
we've already got
or for example, people who want to call themselves journalists or writers, authors, they're just going to, just like we're starting to see now with these AI bots out there, where you tell it the story you want it to write and it writes the story. You tell it the painting you want it to paint and it paints the picture. Well,
it doesn't really paint it.
Well, right, it's not actual paint, but it generates
just
the art
rips
for
off
you or whatever.
It rips off a bunch of art, but it doesn't create anything.
No, I understand that. That's not really what we're talking about. But this is, it's about like AI getting more and more of the control, like, of everything, of our media, of our art, of our music. You know, like, which is very much how they control us. You can look at examples like K-pop in Korea, you know, like where these girl bands are not even human in any way. They're just AI generated, like, music and characters, like avatars. And it's a huge trend. Like, but so, I mean, I don't know if that really addressed your question to me, but Like, so what? Oh, I guess they're saying that these things are going to be able to know you, like, so predictably that they're able to do things on your behalf, make your life easier.
If this was Speculation Tuesday, or whatever fucking day of the week it was, I would agree with that.
It doesn't matter what day of the week it is. It's not even speculation. It's literally what I'm just reporting what the tech guys are telling us.
So I was right. Fucking goddamn it. The AI are controlling us from the future.
They're from the future.
The future.
Hey Lou, just on that K-pop thing, so are you saying that what they showed, so those people on the screen, they're just AI images?
Yes, they're not even people.
Yeah, they're not real.
Not that
you mean with like
looked
K-pop
at it very much, but now that you say that, it kind of makes a lot of sense.
Wait, give me an example of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Just type in K-pop and see what pops up. All of it. They're not people.
I see surgically altered K-pop. Girls or boys?
Typically, it's girl bands, but I think there's probably boy bands too.
How about the one where the dude used a filter and made himself look female so that he could get people to buy him motorcycle parts?
I don't know. These look like real pictures to me.
Who was the famous rapper who died that had a holographic projection of him on stage? Who was that?
Tupac.
Are you saying like that then, yeah?
Essentially, yeah.
That, but better, yeah.
Yeah, but that looked fake.
Yeah.
But better.
Sorry, Lou. Are you saying that all K-pop bands ever?
I can't say for a fact that all ever have been, but that's where they're at now. That's what they're doing for sure.
So could you maybe point us in a direction of this was an actual K-pop band and this isn't? Here's the holographic bit that you probably would have missed.
Look, I don't know enough about K-pop. It was just a quick example.
Yeah. You understand where I'm going, though. Where's the evidence of this then? Because you could just give us pictures and say, "Look, here it is, holograms."
Yellow.
No, they're not. They're not holograms. They're like the Tupac thing was a hologram. This is more like virtual reality stuff, and where they want to go is more into like augmented reality, even also but that's not really the K-pop thing. But metaverse shit, things like this, digital online concerts where you can feel like you're experiencing it, like you're there or whatever else. This virtual entertainment, basically. Yeah,
I can understand on the TV screen. Yeah, it's really easy to do. Yeah, well, I suppose they can get people out on stage that look like these people, and then just do voiceovers. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is, AI can create any voice that it wants. It can create any face that it wants. It can create any song that it wants. Well, not that it wants, but they tell it what they want it to make, and it makes it.
I mean, what I was getting at was they have these huge concerts. I know they can still put people out on stage that don't sing. They just have voiceover.
Oh yeah,
so
in pop, it's been lip syncing for every single one of them, forever.
So you're saying the ones on the screen when they do video clips like MTV, but K-pop, they're just digital images. They're just
Again, I don't know individual K-pop groups or anything like that, and to be able to say for sure one way or another. But yes, most of this K-pop stuff is, if not all, is literally just AI generated for the screen only.
Because they do look weird.
Every single one of them, this is a big scandal over there, has plastic surgery to have the skin of fat that they're naturally born with removed from their eyes. and they all look dull.
Yeah, they widen their eyes, don't they?
Yeah. It's a popular, controversial surgery they have over there because it helps them connect better with like so-called white audiences.
What is it?
Weird thing. So you know how Asian people got funny eyes? You know how Asian people got funny eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a fat deposit above the eyelids. That's there genetically. It's part of the phenology. And popular surgery in Korea is to have that cut out so the eyes look wider. They look bigger. There's no more squintiness, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Round eye.
Yeah, they become round eye. And, anyway, that's essentially why they look so doll-like. The older generations hate it over there. They say they're betraying like their culture and everything. And I think the older generations might be right about that. So
Yeah, I think so too.
it's like their version of a butt and boob lift, right? Is getting your eyeballs chopped up. You sell more record to round eye with better eye. Round eye stupid.
Looks aside, though, like, isn't, like, I don't know, changing your genetics with gene therapy betraying your culture more?
Well, they're not changing their genetics. They're just getting some surgery.
I'm not talking about surgery.
Yeah, you're trying to change the topic into something we're not supposed to talk about.
Oh, we're not supposed to talk about this.
You didn't know?
No,
Where you been for the last 2 years?
Changing your genetics.
What's so funny? Giggly? Sound like a clown.
I didn't know, bro. I didn't know.
First time on the internet in 3 years or what?
No, I haven't been on this Discord in a few years. What are you talking about? Are you talking about this Discord, or are you just talking about in general?
Just anywhere.
Oh, okay. Then yeah.
Do you know what you need? You need some surgery to open your eyes.
I mean, the AI generated K-pop stars and all this stuff, it's no different than like in China where they have AI news anchors that are modeled to look after an actual like human news anchor that they had. But there's one in particular anyway.
I just don't think the graphics technology is there yet.
And how many years till it's there? How many years till it's there? Give me an estimate.
The problem is we get this thing called the uncanny valley, and you are bothered by something that looks real, but something is wrong with the movement.
I already know that.
Well, that's why it works perfectly with the K-pop, because they're trying to look like a quirky looking anime character, something like that.
So it works a little too well because they look completely real.
I about broke out into song because you said Uncanny Valley.
It's just that, I mean, I don't think the graphics technology to exist yet to like.
Can it exist though? Can you say it's possible?
Maybe one day.
Okay, when? If you
I
can
don't
guess.
know.
Estimate.
I have no idea.
Fucking tomorrow.
But if
5 years. 5 years.
5 years.
You've seen all the pictures of AI generated faces and shit, right?
Yeah, and they all look weird.
You don't you think that these K-pop boy and girl bands look more real than those?
I have Asian friends. Yes, yes, I do. They look like photographs.
I disagree. I think they're
look like
equally as shiny.
Well,
hey Zal, why are you asking for future proof or something?
I'm not really talking about future proof. I'm just talking about like,
how's anyone supposed to know when this technology is going to be available?
It's just a guess. It's just a guess.
It's straight from my ass.
What? Say that again.
What's the point in guessing things?
What's the point in guessing?
What are you going to get out of that?
I'm just to see where his frame of mind is.
For what reason?
Well, he says that, like, let's say says that it's like 5 years from now or something like that, based on how we're progressing in that field, for example. But I'm just saying, like, the conspiratorial mind would know that we have technologies far ahead.
Would believe, because I actually don't believe that the military and the secret elite have technology much further ahead.
I agree with you. They don't have shit. I work in an industry where we're trying to implement AI, and right now, for it to be able to decide if a part is good or bad, it's about 5 years down the road.
Maybe there was a point in time where they were very far advanced, but we're catching up to it now because they're releasing it.
They just like to say that on TV to scare you like everything else.
Yeah.
You're probably right. Yeah.
What on TV?
Think about how inept the NSA has been. When, or better yet, the ATF. How many times have they gone to the wrong address? People ain't got no tech. Like, it should never happen. Like, the big piece of propaganda is they're 40 years ahead of us and they got thinking machines. Guarantee you, they're not ahead of us at all. They may have more efficient systems, but they get the same shit we do.
That's very apparent in all those forensic police shows where they think they could solve every single crime ever committed in those shows. It's hilarious.
80% of crimes are not even solved. People get informed on. 80% of crimes is informants. They're not even solving crimes.
Yeah, that's the thing. How do you know they're solving crimes?
That's the thing. They're not.
How do you know they're not? How do you know that they're not doing the crimes? Therefore, purposely, like, I don't know,
well,
not solving them on purpose.
The FBI admits it's doing the crimes. It's creating the crimes so that they can bust the people that they eliminate.
So how does this tie into their technology not being sufficient enough to solve the crimes that they refuse to solve themselves on purpose?
Because I wasn't talking about that. I was just talking about law enforcement in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like theft, like when it comes to theft, murder, robbery, like all these other different rape, all these crimes, it's all done through informants. Almost all of it. It is rare that, the whole CSI, we found a sliver of hair that came from the Aleutian Islands, That doesn't happen. That shit does not happen. Like they dust for fingerprints and they get partials everywhere and no good friends.
Yeah, or they they think they have a license plate number and they're able to, on TV, they can just say, well, the car went by and we got the first 2 digits and it's black. Here's the car because AI kind of figured it out. And that's what they do. And AI doesn't figure out shit. You got to feed it all kinds of information.
Yeah. Yeah. They're making AI is the new nuclear scare for us. Yeah. See, they created nuclear bombs and showed us all these videos and say, look how dangerous it is. It's all fake. So then they start talking about this AI. And that's all AI is going to be. It's going to be them doing shit and blaming AI. That's all it is.
Absolutely. Well, it's not really, we can't do anything about it. It's an AI program. We're sorry for the inconvenience.
Right. They're just absolving themselves of the responsibility of the crimes that they plan to eventually commit. But that's all AI is. AI is not going to have any real control over anything. It's going to be people.
I stopped worrying about getting creeped on by AI when I saw how bad voice to text is.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I was going to say that probably all these crime TV shows do more to dissuade people committing crimes than their actual methodology.
I was going to say that's exactly
the illusion of competence.
Yes. Don't commit a crime because these guys can solve anything. Like, no. They got nothing on Quincy.
So we should do crimes. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Now, if Quincy was on the job, I'd be like, no. I don't want to end up on that table. Because Quincy was awesome.
So do you guys have any plans to do any crimes?
No, Mr. Fed, we do not.
Glowy.
Batman glows in the dark.
What does glowy mean? I don't understand.
That means you're a Fed.
Oh, okay.
You already know that, though.
I didn't know that.
Yes, you do, Fed.
Can't call me a Fed, bro.
Too late.
You started.
People who defend themselves of being a Fed are usually Feds.
Okay.
That's all the proof I need.
I literally said okay. That's defending.
See, guys, totally a Fed.
So, are you guys going to commit any crimes? That's hilarious.
At least I got one person to laugh.
No, I was laughing. But mostly that I was going to do a very snide, ridiculous rebuttal, accusing you of being a Fed.
Okay.
But it was funny.
I laughed.
All I need is one. And that's enough for me, man.
You got 3, bro.
Nice.
And everybody clapped.
Nice.
Golf clap.
Slow clap.
I imagine anyone who says golf clap does that because of a movie with Emilio Estevez called Men at Work.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yep.
Yeah, there was never anything before that called a golf clap.
Yeah, but the whole snide golf clap. It's the first movie it was ever in, and became a meme in the 90s among the teenagers, including me, who all repeated it ad nauseum.
So tomorrow's meeting, we have these once a month. Tomorrow is on hydrogen. Mysteries what? Uncovered or something like that. Oh, it's going to be fun.
What are you, in some kind of science cult?
Yeah, called work. Oh, that's right. Flat earthers don't work in physics labs.
That's right.
Plant earthers? What's that?
You won't.
He says plant earthers don't work in physics labs. I don't know what
flat earthers.
Oh, flat earthers.
Yeah, we generally flat. That's the name of this server. That's generally what we talk about, not plants.
Yeah, that's what I misheard then.
Need to go find you a vegan server.
How do you feel about vegan food?
Gay.
How do I feel about it?
Feel warm sometimes.
Malnourished.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Sometimes dizzy. How do you feel about it?
It's when I say feel, I mean like your thoughts on it.
Thoughts.
I think vegans. Can you hear me? Am I coming in okay?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Vegans pretend to be happy, but are probably some of the most miserable people on earth because they don't get all their nutrients.
Of course.
I think if veganism works for you as an individual, absolutely go for it. Most vegans, though, are preachy sons of bitches that you just want shut up. But there's some very nice vegans out there. There's some very nice vegans out there.
Yeah, most of the time you find out when somebody's a vegan within like 2 seconds of meeting them.
Yeah.
That's true.
What's your name? Larry, I'm a vegan.
Fasting, I think juice fasting has many great health benefits, but a full-time vegan, I don't think that's very healthy.
You say juice or Jew fasting?
Yeah.
Jew?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Hey, I got a lot of bagels. And I do bake bread. I bake my own bread, so that should, Do I get the honorary Jew?
Is it unleavened bread?
No.
Then no.
Make matzo balls.
Aren't bagels boiled and baked? Aren't bagels boiled and baked there, Mimas?
Oh, I actually don't make bagels. I just make my own sourdough. I buy my bagels. Are you kidding? What do you think? I'm really Jewish?
Hey, Zal.
What's up?
You needed to finish that with oy vey. Sorry.
Are you a flat earther?
Who, me?
Dang,
Zal.
man. Good question. Yeah, I am.
Have you got an answer?
Yeah. I said
You're
yes.
a flat earther.
Yep.
What's your best evidence that the Earth's flat?
Unable to measure it. I mean, you can't measure curve. You can't find the curve at all. It's measured flat.
Believe them people?
What? Say that again?
You believe those people?
Which people?
Do you go outside at all?
Touch snow? No.
Do you go outside and observe your surroundings? Have you not seen your world?
I feel like we're harassing this poor guy.
I'm joking at the same time, bro. I don't touch grass and I don't want to touch snow.
There's snow over there?
Yeah, man.
Like a snow globe?
No, like it's cold.
Okay.
But yeah, technically we live in a snow globe.
What's
Yeah,
your
Because
evidence
you
of
can't
this?
have gas pressure. Because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah. That's a good one too. That's a very good one.
Do you have any other evidence of that?
What's his name? I forgot the professor, but like he demonstrated entropy. That one's a good. Demonstrates that really well.
Who, me?
Ha!
I don't even know who I'm talking to. Who am I talking to?
I recently got kicked out of a Discord server for posting flat Earth memes.
Nice.
Globies there got so pissed off at me.
Well done, you.
What you want? A cookie?
I'm
And
proud
then,
of you.
What kind of memes you got? Flat, the dinosaur in space flipping off. Those are good ones.
more like that recent one that's pretty good. The one where it says scientists have found a invisible dome around the fucking Earth, an invisible glass barrier that the electrons can't seem to pass. That type of bullshit. And then the fucking globies there just get fucking mad.
I would get mad too. I've never heard of that one.
It's in the meme competition channel. Just look at it real fast.
I'd get mad too if the scientists had discovered a physical barrier up there in space between us and they'd already sent people to the moon.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'd be
Seems
upset
legit.
by that.
And what they're really mad about is that they asked me why the governments and why everybody's doing all this to hide it and stuff like that. And I just simply gave them this answer. I said, does motive cancel out evidence? And they pressed me on that question constantly. I don't want to fucking answer it. It's like giant spoiler alert. It's like saying fucking